Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Maui Planning Commission meeting, August 25th, 2026. If we could start off with roll call from the department, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Commissioner Kamai.
Here.
Commissioner Patel. Commissioner Akoliko.
Here.
Commissioner Circle Woodburn.
Good morning, here.
Commissioner Lind.
I'm in Kipahulu Valley, online, on Teams, alone in my office. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Elizaris.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, here I'm driving into work in Montana right now.
Thank you. Commissioner Dekos.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm in my office on Oahu. I have another colleague in the room next door, may come in and out throughout the day.
Thank you. Vice Chair Kealoha.
Morning, everyone.
And Chair Ward.
Present. Thank you. We'll be starting today off with agenda item A1. If the department could read us into record.
Thank you, Chair. The first item came before you on June 9th, and the Commission had some items that you wanted the applicant to address. But the first item is Munikio Hiraga on behalf of Kāʻanapali Investments LLC, requesting a special management area use permit approval for a proposed subdivision and construction of a 5-lot single-family residential development and related improvements. And the staff planner assigned to this is Lori Sanger.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. I'm Staff Planner Lori Sanger. This item is under your review today because the proposed scope of work will take place at 2495 Keka'a Drive in Lahaina, which is within the special management area, which requires a review of the project under HRS 205A. This application, which was deferred at the June 9th, 2026 meeting, is being brought back for review after collecting and preparing the information for the 12 items that were requested. Public testimony was closed at the June 9th meeting. Originally, this project had received 6 letters of opposition. We did get a letter in the Dropbox, but it was neither for or opposed to this project. It was just asking questions. So I'm not sure if you guys will accept that or not. And so with that, I'll just turn it over to Tessa from Munikio.
Thank you, Laurie. Good morning, Chair Ward and members of the Maui Planning Commission. My name is Tessa Munikio Ing from Munikio Hiraga, and I promise to tell the truth. My colleague Eric Pakowitz is joining today remotely, and he'll be sharing our presentation. I know that 2 of the commissioners were not at our meeting last time on June 9th when we presented, so wanted to start with just a very brief overview of the project before I introduce the project team and we go into detailed responses for each of the 12 comments from the commission at the last meeting. If we go to the next slide, as Laurie mentioned, this is a project on Keka'a Drive, proposing 5 single-family homes with swimming pools and related improvements. As we mentioned in the prior meeting, the applicant is aware of the swimming pool moratorium, and those pools would not be constructed until if and when the swimming pool moratorium is lifted. The property is designated urban by the State Land Use Commission, is in the urban growth boundary, and is designated residential and zoning by the West Maui Community Plan and Maui County zoning, so it's in conformance with those land use designations. If we go to the next slide, I'll introduce the project team, and we have some folks who were with us at the prior meeting and a few new consultants that the applicant has brought on to respond to some of the comments that the commission provided earlier. So from the applicant team, we have Bill Duker and Chris Duker here today. We have joining us online the architect Scott Noble and landscape architect Brian Maxwell. Mike Silva, the civil engineer from Engineering Dynamics, is online as well. Our project archaeologist is Mike Dega from Scientific Consultant Services. And the new consultants that have been brought on include a sustainability consultant. We have Sam Mitchell and Robin Vitrino, sorry, Robin, from VCA Green, and traffic engineer Mike Packard. So Mike's joining us online, and the full team will be available to answer questions if you have any questions about kind of their areas of expertise. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Chris Duker from the applicant to talk a little bit, introduce themselves again before we dive into the questions.
Thank you, Tessa. I'm Chris Duker with the applicant, and I promise to speak the truth. Aloha kako, Chair Ward, Commissioners, thank you very much for the opportunity to present today. It's nice to see some of you again, and some of you for the first time. I just wanted to reference, if we could go to the next slide, share a little bit of our development experience. When I say ours, I mean myself and my father. Bill, my father's been developing in the state of Hawaii and building construction for over 50 years. I've been doing it, I hate to say it, over 30. Collectively, we've done projects across all the islands. On Maui, we're just now beginning to work. If you see the lower portion there, we're helping the Weinberg Foundation rebuild their shopping centers in Lahaina. Very rewarding. I was actually drove through Lahaina the day of the fire. So to be part of a team that's helping to rebuild that is important to us. In addition, we've developed a lot of housing throughout the state of Hawaii, predominantly on Oahu, but on other islands as well. We're currently working on the Kāʻanapali portfolio, which is the state of Hawaii's initiative to build 10,000 new affordable units. And so we're working on 9 projects across the state to develop affordable housing. This is all 60% AMI and below. And then in addition to that, we've also developed just market housing over the years as well, and workforce housing on Oahu and Waikiki and Hawaii Kai and kind of all over. We lived here all of our lives, and it's important for us to develop in a meaningful and Pono way, and we take that seriously. So last time we were here, we'd come in. The site was originally purchased by my father about 10 years ago. And the intent at the time was for my father and his brother, Ed, who built the construction company US Pacific together. We're going to build their retirement homes there and literally build their retirement homes themselves. They actually love to get out and do the construction. And that was the intent. It's been 10 years. Obviously, that hasn't happened. A lot of that is because we're busy developing other projects throughout the state. We're happy to be here. We did bring on new consultants as requested. Those consultants are consultants we work with on all of our other projects, and that we would typically bring in anyways. We just hadn't brought them in to this point. So very happy to be here to answer your questions. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Eric, who's going to walk you through the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name's Eric Packowitz. I swear to tell the truth. It's good to be back in front of everybody. If you can recall our June 9th meeting, there was a request for some additional information on the project, which was summarized into 12 items shown here on the screen. So on August 11th, we had provided a letter kind of explaining and responding to these items, and I will continue in detail to further discuss these topics. So the first item for discussion is recycled R1 water for irrigation. The commission had requested that we contact necessary departments to confirm whether R1 can be used for irrigation. So after our previous meeting, we did begin to consult with some of the relevant agencies. We had reached out to the County of Maui. They had noted that for approval, we would need a single water meter to service all 5 homes. We would also need an approved single site manager to oversee the R1 water usage. In addition to the county approval, State Department of Health approval is also required and is a separate step in that process. Yesterday, on August 24th, we had submitted our application to the County of Maui as the first step within the application process. In our letter, our response letter to the commission, we had noted that we were going to be submitting the application to DOH. We had intended that to be the first step, and that's kind of what we were referencing with that comment. But upon like further coordination with the county, we learned that they needed the first application and first approval. So we have now submitted that first approval with the county. Once we go through their review, we would then proceed with the State Department of Health. There are currently 2 available connection points. The first is the golf course. So that is where the water is currently coming from on the vacant site. That would require golf course approval. The second alternative would be Kaanapali Parkway, which would require a road or golf course easement depending on the access point. After our first meeting, the golf course did send us a letter noting that they were concerned about the use of the ability for R1 to be used for irrigation. So once we have the proper approvals in place, we can reach back out to them for the potential to use water from the golf course. If we are unable to obtain that water, then our next option would be to look towards Kaanapali Parkway. The second item related to our response to a Department of Water Supply comment letter where we had noted we intended to use drought-tolerant plants, landscaping, and synthetic grass and crushed rock to minimize water usage. After our previous meeting, the Maxwell Design Group had prepared an updated landscape plan, which has 50% drought-tolerant landscaping, 70% native and indigenous landscaping, and all of the landscaping has been designed to be R1 compatible. In addition to the landscaping plan, synthetic lawn is being used in addition to grass turf to minimize some water consumption, as is crushed rock, which is also being used to help minimize some water requirements, as well as the additional benefit of empty space for a fire break. Related to that was the third item, which was a request for a revised planting plan. We are showing that here. The full plan was submitted attached to the letter, but this is here for reference, as is the plant palette. If there are any questions on this or further discussion, we would be happy to revisit that. So the fourth item up is traffic. The request for this was to have a traffic engineer complete a letter addressing several items. So SSFM International was brought on. They prepared a traffic memo, which upon looking at the project, they had determined that the trip generation was low and there was no warrant for a traffic analysis report. They did, however, identify some mitigation measures which could be considered for the project despite a negligible traffic impact, but due to the existing condition of the streets. The first item would be long-term and overnight parking restrictions along Keika'a Drive. The second would be standard pedestrian signage installed for uncontrolled crosswalks at the intersection of Keika'a Drive and Kualapa Loop. And the third recommendation would be standard pedestrian signage, advanced pedestrian crossing signage, and advanced stop bars installed for the uncontrolled crosswalks at Keika'a Drive and Kaanapali Parkway. We have begun coordinating with COA on this about these improvements and will continue to do so, hopefully for their implementation. The fifth item relates to water consumption. The commission had requested a water consumption analysis. So in order to complete that, VCA Green was brought on as our sustainability consultant. They worked with our landscape architect, and civil engineer, and they were able to, based on the fixtures and the size and use of the homes, prepare an expected water use scenario for the project based on potable water usage. So the table on the left shows indoor, outdoor, and the combined water usage for the project site, with the combined totaling 2,710 gallons per day. This potable water analysis does include using it for landscaping. So if we were able to obtain R1 water, that would eliminate 1,493 gallons per day of potable water usage on the site. When comparing our current anticipated usage to some previous demand comparisons and calculations, we are much lower than the initial HWS request for 7,500 gallons per day, lower than the DWS 2002 calculations, and then the most recent DWS 2026 calculations are at 3,923 gallons per day. So we're about a third below what DWS standards are for this project site. Moving forward, the carbon footprint, the commission had requested some information on the effect of the carbon footprint of this project. VCA Green had looked at whole life carbon for the project, and when assessing whole life carbon, it can be split up into kind of two categories. You have embodied carbon and operation carbon. Embodied carbon looks at the emissions associated with essentially building an item, transporting that item to the project site, and then eventual disposal of that project or of that item, excuse me, while operational carbon looks at the use while an item's in place. So if you take a refrigerator, for example, the embodied carbon would be building the refrigerator, the raw materials and components of it, transporting that to the project site, and then eventually disposal at the end of its useful life, while operational carbon would be the refrigeration, you know, that we interact with day to day in our homes. So priorities for carbon reduction, when looking at sustainability and such, when you're building a home, the buy it for life mentality is kind of something that can be thought of, where if you get high quality goods that are efficient, you don't have to replace them over time, which can help reduce embodied carbon impact. So light wood framing as opposed to variants of steel, locally sourcing aggregates and concrete foundations, cement-based stucco and concrete roofing products, durable surface flooring, as well as copper being used for gutters, downspouts, and roof edge components, efficient glazing on windows and doors, durable gypsum board insulation and flooring, and then efficient cooling, heating, and refrigeration appliances and PV generation are all anticipated will be used in this project to help minimize impacts associated with carbon footprint. So looking at solar, the commission had asked us commit to using solar and to do more than just the minimum. So VCA Green had worked on, essentially they took an analysis of the 410 watt panels which could be fit on the homes. They estimated the energy production based on the amount of panels, and then they had estimated the energy use per year. Based on the types of homes, the size of the homes, and what would be included within the homes. Based on this output, they had found that we should be able to offset more than 100% of the energy usage within the homes based on the solar. Final design, panel, and allotment will be dependent on the contractor, so there will be some potential variation within these figures, but that is where we are at this stage. Community and public benefit. The commission had asked us to address what the community and public benefits are from these homes and to provide a summary of how it benefits the public. So it increased housing supply. This is an area, as Tessa had mentioned, that is zoned residential. It is designated by the community plan as residential, and it is in an area identified by the island plan as for urban growth. So this would be providing housing in an area where housing is intended to go, reducing pressure for development in agriculture and rural areas. Traffic impacts, improvements, are being put into place to help mitigate existing conditions, despite a negligible traffic impact being found by our traffic engineer. The applicant has a commitment to sustainable building design. They have used it previously in some of their other projects, but including here specifically rooftop PV to reduce energy demands. That is still subject to COA approval. R1 use, which if secured would help reduce wastewater being discharged back into injection wells while reducing potable demand on the site, and drainage improvements which exceed the county and COA required minimum retention volumes. Lastly, when looking at economic and fiscal benefits, construction jobs would be done using licensed local contractors. ongoing service jobs for maintenance, housekeeping, landscaping, and other services would be required to help maintain the homes. Homeowners purchasing local goods while they are living at the homes, and specifically for this project and the size, there would be a county park and playground fee of $63,050 going to the county. Lastly, property tax revenue could be potentially as high as $17 per $1,000 of assessed value, depending on the homeowner's occupancy. For questions 9 and 10, we combined them here. 9 asks information on the intended end user. Specifically, will these properties be allowed to do short-term home rental? And item 10 was a request for the unilateral agreement. We did provide the unilateral agreement with our letter, but it is shown here. The end user is intended to be any buyer or homeowner as a resident or potentially a second home or part-time resident. But we do want to point out that the conditions of the unilateral agreement explicitly prohibit transient vacation rentals, so that would not be occurring on these sites. The 11th item related to water. We were asked to provide the water availability in the aquifer and what is currently being used and the projected use for the property. So the domestic water supplier for this site is Hawaii Water Service, or HWS. The groundwater is sourced from the Honokawai Aquifer system, which is one of 6 aquifers within the Lahaina aquifer sector area. As determined by Seaworm, the sustainable yield for this aquifer is 6 million gallons per day, and DHHL has a reservation of 770,000 gallons per day. Currently, the pumpage as of 2025 was just over 5 million gallons per day, with HWS pumping just under 4.5 million and KLMC pumping just over 500,000. So there is remaining balance within this aquifer. Our project design demand using the DWS calculations for this lot would be 3,923 gallons per day. That would be 65 thousandths of a percent of the sustainable yield and 89 thousandths of a percent of the HWS pumpage. And lastly on our list was the Living Building Challenge. We were asked to create an analysis on whether this project could meet the Living Building Challenge certification, and if not, why. VCA Green had come on and they prepared an assessment of the Living Building Challenge. The LBC is a performance-based certification program that requires passing 20 imperatives. These imperatives begin ahead of construction and then extend 12 months into home ownership, where the homeowner must then comply with the LBC in order to obtain certification. 4 critical barriers to success were identified. These were the local manufacturing and waste recovery limitations within the state, infrastructure need for net positive water and carbon performance, agricultural land allocation, and post-construction owner compliance requirements. However, when looking at this project and the sustainability measures incorporated into the home design, we do have green infrastructure and native and drought-tolerant landscape strategies, efficient water fixtures and other appliances, rooftop PV, carbon reduction strategies, EV infrastructure and bicycle facilities within the homes, and then adequate ventilation, operational windows, and daylighting. As such, we are here to respectfully request approval from the Commission on our SMA use permit for the project. Mahalo.
Thanks, Eric, and we're happy to answer any questions the Commission has.
Thank you very much. Although we did close public testimony, I am going to just see if there is any public testimony based on the updated presentation. So thank you for the presentation. Just rather be safe than sorry to make sure that if there is any public testimony. So do we have anyone signed up?
Not in person. Sorry, but sorry. I thought I saw Kai earlier. But anyway, online there are 2, Nicola and John Healey.
Okay, so if we could start with Nicola, please. As a reminder, please state your name, swear to tell the truth, and as a reminder, we have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Nicola Durembes, and I swear to tell the truth. I testified in June in opposition to the proposed 5-home development because of concerns about water, traffic, and pedestrian safety. And I very much appreciate that the commission asked for additional information. And I think that their response answers some questions, but there's still issues that remain unresolved. For me, the broader issue is also one of priorities. Lahaina's recovery requires water, infrastructure, contractors, trades, materials, equipment, and Maui's resources and capacity are not unlimited. Against that backdrop, the commission is being asked to approve 5 new luxury homes. 5 homes won't determine whether Lahaina successfully rebuilds, but the new development draws on many of the same resources needed for the recovery. Water remains an important issue. The March Kona storms provided some relief from the immediate water shortage, but West Maui's longer-term water capacity issues haven't disappeared. The revised plans reduce projected water use, but the project would still require approximately 2,700 gallons per day. R1 recycled water is proposed for irrigation, but several approvals and agreements are still required. And the response acknowledges that some are outside the project team's control, so there is no assurance that R1 water will ultimately be available. The commission also asked about public benefit. The response identifies the 5 new luxury homes as a benefit to Hawaii's housing shortage. But these are luxury homes with no affordability or owner occupancy requirement, and the response acknowledges that they may be used as second or part-time residences. Pedestrian safety also deserves particular attention. Keka'a Drive is a small road in the middle of a busy resort. Visitors regularly walk between resorts, the golf course, Whalers Village, and the beach. The traffic study has no traffic counts for Keka'a Drive or Kaanapali Parkway. It recommends pedestrian signs and pavement markings, but those improvements require approval from a private roadway owner. It also acknowledges that the large construction vehicles would leave less than 18 feet of unobstructed roadway, while the Maui Fire Department desires 20 feet for emergency access. So during construction, large trucks will be using a very narrow resort road already shared by cars and pedestrians. Once the homes are built, they'll add more cars and visitor traffic, and the proposed pedestrian improvements are still uncertain while emergency access remains a concern. So while all of the additional information since June is helpful, and I appreciate the large efforts that have been made, it doesn't really resolve the underlying concerns about water, safety, emergency access. And with Lahaina's recovery still underway and important mitigation still uncertain, approval at this time seems premature. For those reasons, I respectfully ask you to deny the permit or defer approval until all of those issues have fully been resolved. Mahalo for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant?
No questions.
Any questions from the commissioners? Seeing none, the next testifier, please.
Next testifier is John Healey, but he's having a hard time unmuting himself. So I gave him instructions to log off and log back on, or if not, he can call in.
Okay. I believe we have an in-person testimony.
Hi, Nishiki.
Please remember to state your name and swear to tell the truth.
Ooh, new microphone here. It's short. Kai Nishiki, and I promise to tell the truth, Your Honor. I testified previously on this item, and I still believe that the issues raised about the tone deafness of this proposal are still valid and really resonate with our community. As you know, West Maui was put under a water designation, which really impacted, well, everyone thought it was going to impact the ability of new luxury homes and development in general would be impacted by the Commission on Water Resource Management, looking at what the needs are of the area and then making some decisions about water. But what we have actually seen is that the only housing that has stopped being developed in West Maui is affordable housing. Luxury homes have never stopped being developed in West Maui. And it just feels really wrong when the greatest need in West Maui is for truly affordable, pet-friendly housing for our workforce and local residents. And so, like I've stated before, and there's been many testifiers talking about this, is we're asking folks who want to develop within the community to really look at what the needs are. And I don't really feel that this is filling any real need except for jacking up our real estate industry and pushing housing further out of reach of our residents. And so while I understand, I was part of the West Maui Community Plan. This was part of those plans. At this time, it doesn't feel right. So that's my testimony. Mahalo.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant? Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And do we have John back?
Yes, John, you can unmute yourself.
Aloha, thank you for the opportunity to comment. Can you hear me okay?
I can, or we can. Please remember to state your name and swear to tell the truth.
Certainly. John Healey, I swear to tell the truth. I just became aware of this item on your agenda this morning, so I apologize. I would be otherwise more deeply prepared. However, I have 2 points to make regarding water. One is that there was a letter in the original packet distributed with this project by the County Department of Water Supply stating that they basically were hands off because it's not in their jurisdiction. It's not their service area. It's the service area of Hawaii Water. However, it turns out that county ordinances don't agree. And the county ordinance in, I believe it's 1412, states that except for a dozen or so exemptions, any subdivision project must have a letter of verification from the Department of Water Supply from the county, indicating that they have sufficient resources to support that project. The exemption that nominally seems to be depended on by this project is related to the fact that Hawaii Water Service is a private water system. However, Hawaii Water Service is in fact a private company. It is a public water system. And as a public water system, it's regulated by the Department of Health as a public water system. And therefore it requires, according to the ordinance and as listed in the exemptions explicitly, unless the system is not a public water system according to DOH standards, it requires a letter of verification. So the question is, well, my point is, I think that the County Department of Water Supply is in error in indicating that it's not their responsibility for this area. They, in fact, as I understand it, are required to provide a letter of verification before this project can proceed to subdivision. And second point, different point, this whole area is under review for water use permit applications by the Commission on Water Resource Management, and no permits have been issued for either existing uses or new uses. And as recently as last week, in a public meeting by run by the county regarding a desalination plan, the sustainable yield, the county acknowledges that the sustainable yield numbers that Seaworm has used are under review and are expected to go down. So in light of all these questions, these are 3 distinct issues. I don't see how this project has addressed the water sufficiency. And I'll add a fourth, that the county already has denied Pule Lehua an application in the same aquifer system, LAS, Lahaina Aquifer Sector area, because of inadequate water supplies. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant? Any questions from the commission? Commissioner Deacos. Commissioner Deacos, I believe you're muted.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Healey, for your testimony this morning. This water stuff is very complicated to me. You seem knowledgeable on it. Can you clarify, you said something about seaworms reevaluating the
Sustainable yields. Yes.
Yields, okay, and those numbers might go down. Can you clarify what you meant by that, and how does that apply to this project?
Well, the applicant in testimony this morning indicated, for example, and this is not the only instance of the use of sustainable yield as an argument, that sustainable yield numbers are in excess of what the requirement is with the addition of this project. However, the sustainable yield numbers are essentially de facto recognized as incorrect and in revision. So the use of them to establish the sufficiency of a water supply at this point is dubious at best, I think. And for the Planning Commission to depend on it as a criterion for the approval of a permit based on those numbers would be an error.
Okay, and if Seaworm is reviewing all permits in West Maui, are you saying that all permits are on hold, or how?
That's correct.
Are we waiting? So we're
No,
waiting
no
on
one,
Seaworm.
actually, no one in West Maui or the west side of West Maui, Lahaina, more specifically, the Lahaina Aquifer sector area, which is where this project is located. No one in that sector has a permit at present to take water. This is just the train continuing to move in the direction it was headed before the area was designated. By designation, I mean that Seaworm took control of the permitting process.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Any further questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Do we have anyone else signed up?
I see no one else, Chair.
Okay, then public testimony will close in 3, 2, 1. Public testimony is now closed. Thank you, everybody. With that, we will open for questions from the commission to the applicant.
Excuse me,
Yes.
does the applicant have opportunity to respond to the testimony provided?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just wanted to speak to a few of the points raised and really appreciate the comments from testimony. All of these issues are issues that the applicant is aware of and sensitive to. So first, Nicola spoke about traffic and wanted to talk about that. If there's more questions related to traffic, we can bring up the traffic engineer. But the traffic memo does outline the number of trips expected to be generated using ITE ratios, and it was 9 trips in the morning and 6 trips in the afternoon. So based on that negligible traffic trip generation, the memo had concluded that a full traffic impact analysis report was not necessary, but nonetheless did identify some pedestrian related improvements that could be made. And we did note in the letter, and I think it was mentioned in testimony, that those traffic improvements are subject to COA approval because they're private roads, but the applicant has already reached out to COA by email to note that these were recommendations made by the traffic study or a traffic memo, and COA did not express concerns. The applicant would pay for those improvements with COA's approval. So thus far, we are not aware of any opposition from COA to those recommended pedestrian improvements from the traffic memo. And then there was a lot of, there was also comments about emergency access related, and that's addressed in the traffic memo based on the width of the roadway. But based on that, no parking signs are recommended. It could be implemented by the applicant as well. Again, with COA approval. And then a lot of testimony on water, which the applicant is well aware of the sensitivity of water, and that's been one of the big focuses of the project team since our June 9th meeting. VCA Green was brought on to really work with the applicant to be able to come up with a commitment on or a more firm understanding of what the water use would be, specifically in response to the questions from the commission last time. And we showed on the slides that the expected usage for waters really has been reduced quite a bit based on the water, the fixture selections and landscape choices and things like that. So the applicant is doing what it can to really address those water concerns. So I think those were our main comments in response to testimony. Did you have anything else, Chris? Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I will open it up to the commission for questions to the applicant.
Questions?
Do we have no questions?
Waiting the west side guys.
Commissioner Dikos.
Thank you, Chair. I did have a question for county, but I can, are we just doing applicant first and then we'll go to broader questions?
Yeah, that'll be in discussion. Right now it's questions to the applicant. Then we'll have the applicant recommendation. Then we'll move into discussion.
Okay. I guess I appreciate you doing the living building challenge assessment. Always love to see that. As you reported, there's 20 imperatives you try to meet. Those 20 imperatives are social environmental impacts you're trying to mitigate. So to see how you align with those or how many that can be accomplished is a nice metric for us to understand which aspects of the environmental and social impacts are being mitigated. I didn't see a whole lot. I know you're trying on, okay, my clarifying question. For the net zero energy, right? Just offsetting, you said you could probably offset with your models over 100% of the energy use through renewables. That's probably one of the easier ones to meet. But I'm just, how does that translate to actual, when it's built, how does that carry over? Because it sounded like in the calculation, you know how to do it, this certain panel size, this certain use, which is basic normal usage for a household that big, that would offset. But if you get a homeowner that says, I don't want any solar, is there any, how do you handle that? Basically what's been calculated on paper versus what actually comes to fruition?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Dikos, for the question. Maybe I'll start and can also invite Robin from VCA Green if she has any additional thoughts. But, the homeowner, the ongoing homeowner requirements was one of the challenges identified in the Living Building Challenge certification analysis, because that's somewhat beyond the control of the applicant, right? But with respect to the solar, I think the intent would be for the developer to install that with construction. So that would be, a commitment that could be made. But Robin, did you have anything else you want to add?
Aloha, Commissioners. Robin Vitrano. I commit to telling the truth.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think you answered the question on the commitment to solar, and it's the intent to follow through with the commitment of solar as was outlined, and we reasonably evaluated that against the size of the panels, the area and layout of the proposed roof as designed, against the energy use intensity of a home this size. So that's how the calculations were done. Hope that answers your question.
I guess my question is more like, and I'll tie it into the transient accommodation. You assured us that there will be no transient accommodation use, and then if you're also confirming that there will be, net zero energy on the home. How do you solidify those? Are those in the AOA? How do you make sure that happens? That's my question, I guess.
So two questions. I think the one regarding the commitment for transient use, I believe was outlined in the presentation, and we can pull that back up if needed, or I would rely on someone else to answer that question on how those commitments will legally be handled. And then in regards to the energy use in terms of net zero, that's always operational. So there are human behaviors that can impact that. We did the calculations to the best of industry standards that are available right now. And so that's the commitment and what we've presented as part of this evaluation. Does that answer?
Yes, so you'll build it based on the models. It will come with the solar, whether the owner decides to, completely exceed the normal usage patterns that you can't control. Makes sense.
Yeah, and I believe the one clarification is that the solar is still contingent on the approval of the homeowner association.
Okay, so there's no guarantee there'll be solar on these homes. You need the approval of the association, is what you're saying?
It is the intent, yes, but the approval has not been, it hasn't gone through that review because we aren't to the point where that is presented or have the ability to present that in front of that design review, but it is the intent to make sure that gets included.
Okay. I'll just switch to water and then I'll turn it back.
Commissioner Nikos, if I could just do a follow-up question real quick before you move on to water. So in the existing property, is there solar approved by the AOA already within that area? Because it would lend to say that if it's been approved for other areas within that area, there would be no reason for it not to be approved.
Aloha, Chris Duker again. Scott, can you confirm, I believe, Scott Noble on the line, I believe there is solar throughout the community? I just want to confirm that. That's my understanding.
Yeah, so Scott Noble, architect with the project, and I swear to tell the truth. Yeah, within the resort area, there is solar. Most of the hotels have solar, rooftop solar. Initially, in our going through design review with COA, they did not want solar on the roofs because they didn't want the visual impact of it being visible. So our review with our approval from COA on the design does not include solar. There's been a changing of management and personnel at the design review with COA, and they are pro solar. Informal discussions with them is they'll look favorably on solar on this project, but it just needs to be detailed, and they need to approve those details, the layout of the panels. So that's what they'll be looking for, that it's done nicely and looks good. And it's not too reflective, right? So it's just a matter of the type of panels that are chosen. So technically, we don't have approval from them, but every indication we have from COA is that it will be approved as long as we meet the detailing and layout and aesthetics of the panels.
Yep, thank you. Commissioner Nikos?
Yeah, so the question on water, water is obviously a challenging one. And given, if you want to mitigate 100% of your impacts, like you do with living building, you'd have a net zero water, which essentially is treating all wastewater, all stormwater, creating all your own potable water. It's a very, very high bar. but it's being done, right? I've been to resorts all over the place. They live on, they're running 5-star resorts on atolls, right? They have to find a way, to generate the potable water and to deal with the waste in a enclosed environment. So I guess my question to you is, any of that been explored? Like, if we want to mitigate all of the impacts that come with not only taking water from the public trust, but also the waste that is generated and resupplying that water back into the aquifer, has there been anything beyond low water fixtures or, the common things that we normally go to, but to really look at, can we do our own water system? And I'll just add, because it's so challenging, Living Building does grant exemptions if you've advocated. Department of Water Supply sometimes says, we won't grant you that ability. So you have that rejection letter as your advocacy. But
that's a great question. We did do a deep dive on the Living Buildings Challenge, and agree, there are some beautiful resorts and very high-end homes. There's been schools, there's been other things that have been built, as you undoubtedly know, throughout the world. They're very expensive. And while these are market housing, we work, whether we're building affordable housing or whether we're building market housing, we always drive and work towards what's the most we can do in a somewhat economically feasible way, because as we all know, it's a huge challenge to develop anything in the state of Hawaii, just given where we are, the cost to build. And so I would love to do this totally net zero, all of our projects. It's unfeasible at this time for what we're doing. I think where you do see it feasible is in really, really high-end resorts and homes of multi-millionaire, billionaire kinds of people, or you see it where you have companies that are underwriting, to prove and to push further the technologies to do this. So we looked to do as much as we could, but to do that, these homes would have to be really like oceanfront expensive homes and resorts, and they're not. Now, I certainly recognize and I appreciate very much how much affordable housing West Maui needs, and the state and of Hawaii needs. We are doing a tremendous amount of work developing a lot of affordable housing. And I know this is contentious, or can be. I don't think.
Sorry, if I could interject, I'm always taking way too much time, so I get punished for that. So I just want to stay on topic. Are you familiar with the affordable housing cohort for Living Building? They're building tons of affordable homes that are Living Building Challenge. You aware of those?
I'm not familiar with them.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commission?
I have a question.
Vice Chair.
Questions. I guess the first easy question is, there was a slide that said like 50% drought tolerant, 70%, I don't know, natives, and then it said 100% R1 compatible. And I was just wondering, what makes a landscape not R1 compatible?
I'll ask my landscape architect to weigh in on that, but my understanding is there's certain plants that don't tolerate the salty water, and so they have to be a more tougher, resilient plant.
Okay, thank you. That was like for this, but also for all of the other projects that we have to review. I'm trying to think of how to frame this question, but well, I appreciate that in the beginning, the first slide, you mentioned the various projects that you're working on, including affordable housing across Hawaii. Most of those projects are on Oahu. and the way that you would approach a project on Hawaii, on Maui, and more specifically in Lahaina, given everything that we're going through in Lahaina, requires like a different approach. And our community, every time we have a development, you know, our community sacrifices, right? Our community sacrifices water, our community sacrifices housing, our community sacrifices resources. And so when I look at a project, I'm like, what are you sacrificing? You know? And I guess that's how I'm trying to review this, is like, how do you approach this project? How are you approaching this project specifically in Lahaina differently than you've approached your projects on Oahu? And I mean, I saw that you laid out like mitigation measures in community benefits, but those weren't like, to me, benefits. Those are mitigation measures. So it's like, yeah, what are you really giving to this community?
Well, I understand your question. That's a great question. It's not an easy question to answer. I mean, I would say, you know, we approach, every project is different, right? And every island is different. Every community is different. We approach them all in the same way, in that we try and do the best we can on any development. We try and mitigate as many negatives as we can and provide as many positives as we can. Not all projects are equal, and not all projects can provide some of the same things that other projects do. You know, this is what it is. It's a limited, you know, 5-home lot subdivision. You know, I think we've worked to do what we can with the project, but I don't know, you know, that there's, I mean, we're all ears, and, you know, we want to do right. But I don't know that there's a whole lot that we can do, you know, with this kind of project. You know, when the project was down zoned, originally it was A2, you know, a more dense apartment project. It was down zoned in 2005 to be the 5 homes, and then also to restrict the nightly rentals. You know, the project was approved originally many years ago as part of, you know, the resort. I don't know if I'm answering your question, but
I appreciate the honesty.
Yeah, and you know, it had come up in testimony earlier about we need more affordable housing projects in West Maui and Lahaina. I agree wholeheartedly. I do know 2 of our partners are developing other affordable housing projects in Lahaina. We're not part of that, but we know that there are affordable housing projects coming back. It's not as many as we need, and it's taking more time than any of us want, but it's happening. You know, yeah, but it's not all of them are the same, and you know.
Yeah, and I understand, you know, as a developer, you need to make.
Yeah, but I was honest. Like, originally, my father had bought this as, hey, I'm going to build, you know, Ed and I are going to build our retirement homes here. They love Maui. I've been to Maui a ton growing up. You know, this is, anyways.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up question, if I might. You mentioned that you have partners that are doing affordable housing. Do you have other projects on Maui that are either slated or intended to be affordable housing? And I guess I'm trying to just understand,
sure,
what does the future look like to maybe help bridge, I think, what Vice Chair you're saying, is there something that's just not part of this project that's coming that could somehow resolve that kind of question?
Well, a couple of things. First off, as I said earlier, our company is working with the state of Hawaii Public Housing Authority. One of the sites here, Kahakili Terrace, is affordable housing here, just not far from here. And that is part of the Kalimomi portfolio. Unfortunately, what we are doing as part of the Kalimomi is taking older public housing authority properties that might be 50, 60 years old, and then we're entitling them, and we're actually creating greater density. And so we might we might demolish 30, 40, 50, 300 homes and come back and build much more multiples, right, to increase it. And they're all new and they're sustainable and have these other great elements. Unfortunately, when the fire happened, one of the things we don't want to do is displace the units that we have while we come back and build more. So Kāʻanapali Terrace, actually, we delayed the development of that. That is actually happening now. The planning has already started. And so you'll see that one probably in the next year to 2 years is when a shovel would get in the ground, probably 2 years. Because also too, in addition to doing the planning and everything, we have to wait to get an allocation from HHFDC of the Hula May bonds and the RHRF funds. So unfortunately, it just takes a long time in the pipeline, but it is happening on Maui. And we will be in at some point on Kāʻanapali Terrace.
Commissioner, come on.
No, that was actually my question. Because I wrote down that you guys, you mentioned that you guys had 9 different projects across the state of affordable housing and whatnot. So you kind of spoke into that. And then your, was it Bill, that you guys bought this property over 10 years ago with the intention for do this build and stuff like that. But I think that was the biggest thing, because the last time they came, I motioned to deny the project, right? But the what I was looking for was community benefit. So 9 projects across the state, affordable housing is something that I just really we need. It's a need, and so yeah, I just wanted to kind of look into that. That was something that I was really interested in.
Vice Chair, I think you had additional questions.
My next question was actually to the department, so I don't know if we're there yet.
So let's pause on department questions.
Can I just say something really quick?
Sure.
I don't want, we shared that with you, the different developments that we're doing, including the Kale Momi, just to share with you, like, that we're passionate about affordable housing, we're passionate about development and doing it. We live here. Our intent.
If those that are online could please make sure you're muted. We can hear background noise, please. Thank you.
We didn't share that with you and some of the other projects that were on there as a tit for tat. That's not meant. This is an independent project and it's separate. And I appreciate it. We are coming in here as who we are, and that's some of the work that we do. That the intent is not that is, the reason this should be approved. It's a different project. We understand that, and just wanted to.
I appreciate the honesty. Vice Chair, did you have anything else?
Not specifically for the applicant, yeah.
Any other questions from the commissioners? Yes, Commissioner
Patel, thank you.
Patel.
Thanks, Chair.
I keep trying.
Thank you guys for coming back, and I can see the sincerity. I know it's a difficult time, especially on the west side, to have a project like this. My question is, and I just need maybe some help being educated on this. I know that these 5 homes, it says that, or maybe there was made mention of that there are swimming pools and that there is a moratorium, but if it's lifted, are you guys committed to, because you expressed how important water is? I mean, is the need for a pool there? I mean, would the pool be installed later if a moratorium is lifted? Or is there?
If the moratorium is lifted, the intent would be to put swimming pools there, but we would do mitigation measures like have tops, the covers on the swimming pool. And I think, as I'm sure as many of you know, there's been a lot of debate about the swimming pools. If they're managed correctly, oftentimes it's less water than is used watering a landscaping yard area. So we recognize that, but we also recognize no pool is ever going to get built unless the County of Maui decides at some point that it's okay to lift the moratorium.
Yeah, just, for future use, say it is lifted. And I think there's also other measures that can be put in place besides watering vegetation or grass. I mean, there's, I don't know, rock gardens, or I'm not a landscaper, but I don't think they need water, do they? I'm not sure. I mean, but there's other things that can be, because even though there's a cover on the pool, there's still backwashing. I mean, there's so much things involved with that still uses water.
Sure.
And if water is so important, I don't see it necessary to have any type of extra water when you don't need it. So that's just one of my concerns. Also, I understand that you guys share the recognition of a shortfall in housing, and I appreciate all the other projects. I know Mayor Wrights. I know it would look fantastic when it looks like that, because I know what it looks like now, and I know the people that are in there. I hope that the people who are in there are still able to stay in places like that. I know that has nothing to do with this project, but we definitely do need places like that and more affordable housing. We can say that all day long, but with the amount of how big the shortfall is, and there being 5 residences that I think it was stated in the presentation before and now that there's a potential that it could be part-time residents. How does that help the community, like that was expressed earlier, if it's part-time residents and not residents who are here full-time? I know there's economic benefits and whatnot, but there's economic benefits on both sides. And you talk about the health of the people who live in that community. Somebody having a full-time residence there, it would benefit the community. But 5 over tens of thousands of shortfall it's something, but it's very, very slim.
I agree. I appreciate the question. I would say, and being a developer, and being part of some of the development groups that, have developers from across the state, we talk about these things all the time because we have the exact same concerns as everybody in the community. We don't have enough affordable housing. We don't have enough workforce housing. We don't have enough housing, period. And I think one of the things that happens a lot is people are upset because they don't have housing, as they should be. I don't believe not building housing because it's not affordable is a good policy. I think that's one of the reasons we're in the situation we are. I think we need to build more of everything. And I understand people are upset and they think, okay, this is for, wealthy second homeowners. I don't know who will be here. There's the chance that somebody will be a second homeowner. But if we have enough housing and our people are housed, people who come and stay part-time and that are paying property taxes, that are spending their money here, that's good for the economy. We want that, to the extent that they're good people and they're doing the right things. But the real issue is we don't have enough housing for everybody else, whether that's affordable or workforce. And I don't know that denying this project is going to solve our affordable crisis.
Yeah, I think it's just it's the timing of it.
I understand.
Yeah, and I know you understand that.
Commissioner Lind.
Now.
Good morning. I guess I'm gonna jump on the question about the pools, the water usage. And I guess I was looking at the West Maui Community Plan, and section, I believe, 2.36 asks, the policy shows that new pools within the management area must show how the pool water will be drained prior to obtaining a permit or exemption. You have any idea? I know it's going back into the county recycled system. Is that what it is? Maybe the applicant can answer that question. I think that's what I read. I just want to confirm. But it also asks that you kind of like have a on-site IFCAN to use that pool water to maybe potentially irrigate your own lawn. I don't know how that would work. Would you guys consider that in the future, or is that like a over cost bearing, the cost benefit problem?
I'm not sure. Scott, did you understand that or follow that question?
I unfortunately did not. Could you restate that?
Well, okay, sorry. So the West Maui Community Plan, I'm looking at that, and I got a lot of questions, and part of it is the 2.36 require new development and discourage existing development with pools within the special management area. Use best management practices for cleaning and maintaining pools, specifically prohibiting draining of pools water directly to the ocean or storm drain, and encouraging utilizing pools water for irrigation on site. New pools within the special management area must show how the pool will be drained prior to obtaining a permit or exemption. So, yeah, go ahead. So you guys are would be tying that drainage, the whole system into the county recycle system water facility, right?
I don't know that I can answer that. Maybe you can, Scott, but I do know that no matter what, we would be adhering to, all county rules and regulations, not only on if there was a pool built, but on anything else with the home. Scott,
well, I'm not familiar with that county ordinance, but I do know that if these pools are installed, right, the clean out and wash out and cleaning of them remains on site, right? There's multiple dry wells for retaining stormwater on each lot. And that's where that, pool water would go. Could it be used for irrigation? Sure. Could probably do that. I mean, we haven't really looked at that, but and I don't around pools a whole lot. There's other people who have. So I don't think there's a whole lot of it's not like you drain the pool to clean it. I could be wrong. If anybody's a pool owner, please correct me. But just the daily or not daily, but the regular maintenance, it's a couple minute wash, or it goes through a sand filter and put back in. But to answer your question, any water that is discharged from the pool stays on site. It could be used for irrigation. I'm not quite sure how that would quite work yet, but ultimately it would go to one of our dry wells on site and then percolates back into the soil and then goes wherever it goes from there.
Okay, because jumping on another question, part of the purview for the CZM is that we look into the fishery offshore and the wealth of and I know the injection wells are happening and that's the way that's accepted as is, but I'm trying to tie it in between how it kind of slaps each other in the head, where it kind of like we're trying to balance, like all of this eventually ends up in the sea, and our purview is a CZM. So I just wanted you to make aware of that. Maybe the county can help. Maybe the county department can help. Planning department can help me with that, understanding that the relationship between the injection well at the facilities and the dye that was discovered off Kāʻanapali Beach Park and the resources, especially in the Kāʻanapali FMA, Kāʻanapali fishing management area, which is important to the people of Lahaina as well.
Mm-hmm. I'll just add this, that if and when pools are ever installed, it would be a separate permitting process. They would not be part of the initial construction. There'd be another round of permitting just for the pools whenever that date happens.
Okay. One more question. Sorry. So the rooftop solar subject to KOA approval. Also part of our purview is the line of sight to protect people from like the visual from the ocean, from the land. But besides that, I don't have an idea of like, will this potential house, development, 5 development homes, block any kind of, was there any complaints? And I think there was some, but is it because the solar would make that kind of like ugliness appear on the roof? Is that why the KOA maybe it's kind of like just testing out, see if you guys, because you guys haven't gotten the approval yet, right? Is that what
right. So when again, the initial design review didn't want solar on this project because they did not want guests in the hotels looking out and seeing solar panels on the roofs, or having them be super reflective and being an eyesore. So these panels, when we do panels, they will be flat to the roof. They'll be at the same same plane as the roof line. You know, so they're not sticking up. They have a matte finish, so they're not reflective. And again, COA, the new design review committee with COA is pro solar now. So I don't see any issue with us not having solar.
Thank you. Okay, so I guess you're done. So I just wanted to share that with the commission and everybody that I was in Tahiti. It's the same problem like Commissioner Dicos mentioned. Now, you know, you go to Aitutaki, you're on an island, they're recycling water out of use the same bottle over and over. You know, you go to Tahiti, they have more water. You go to the outer islands, they have little solar farms. So I think that maybe the West Maui community plan area, the developer should consider solar farms and whatever happening. I know not you guys, but I'm just bringing that out to the commission as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commissioners? Vice Chair.
One follow-up question, since there's a lot of talk about pools. I'm just curious, why are the hypothetical pools included in the application if there's a moratorium on pools? Like, doesn't that just come later?
It's a building permit, is where the moratorium is.
And the application was also filed before the pool moratorium the SMA application was filed before the pool moratorium went into effect. But what Scott was mentioning is a separate building permit needs to be obtained for the pools if and when that moratorium gets lifted.
So does the pools need to be in this SMA?
That is how we have come in with this project, with the understanding that it would be a deferred construction of the pools if and when the moratorium is lifted.
Okay.
So I think, Chair, where you're going is that it's almost a kind of a non-component to this because they have to go through a different permitting process.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we can just separate the two, or if they need the SMA, if they need the pool in the SMA to get the pool in the future, like if we're having so much issues with water in pools. Go ahead, sorry.
Our intent is, you know, when we applied, we had the swimming pools in there. The moratorium passed afterwards. The intent is, obviously, we're going to adhere to the moratorium, but we don't want to have to come back. You know, it's expensive, it's time consuming to come back if the county at some point in time decides, okay, we have enough water now, we're okay with pools. At that time, we'd like to, or even if at the time if we don't own it anymore, one of the homes, that the homeowner can just go down like others and submit for a building permit for a pool. Again, if and when the county decides, hey, it's okay now, we're going to allow for pools.
But you might not need to come back to the Planning Commission for a pool. Do you need an SMA for a pool? You do? Oh.
So yeah, you would need an SMA permit for the pool. What the applicant is attempting to do is basically include it, with this SM1, so that in the future, if they could do a pool, they wouldn't have to get another SMA permit. They could just go straight to building permit. But if it weren't included with this SM1 application, say in 5 years they could do a pool, they would have to come in separately. Of course, it wouldn't come to this commission. It would be, handled administratively, but they would need a SMA permit for it. Yes.
Okay, it would be like a minor. Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions from the commission?
I have one.
Yes, Commissioner.
To my understanding, you have 5 units in the 5 houses. Yeah. Each house will have individual pools. Is that right? Okay. My question is, I don't know if this is a good question or not. For you folks as developer, would you even think of one pool? It's just like a community pool. So I think in that case, maybe you will be saving water. One for the whole 5 houses.
I mean, we have not considered that. That adds some complexity though, because of, you know, they're all single family lots. And so then we get into having to have a, I don't know if we'd have to subdivide an extra lot for the pool or, you know, yeah. And there's not a guarantee that all of them will have pools. I mean, somebody may buy the home and not want a pool. And I don't know that we'd want to subject them to have to pay for the maintenance of a community pool, you know.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Lind?
Yeah, I had the same kind of question. Thank you, Commissioner, for mentioning that from Wailuku. So, you know, you're noticing on the map, your Maui El Dorado is right across the street with apartments or whatever, one pool. The hotel guests at Kaanapali, they have one pool. All the hotels along to Black Rock, they have maybe 1 or 2 or 3 pools. That same question is, I mean, that you guys are entitled to it because under the policies. We're not arguing with that. We're just saying, can you adapt your plan? Can you be adaptive in management, especially in times where we're facing unknown anomalies, especially with our own species, you know? But I just wanted to stress that you consider that. Thank you.
Yeah, I understand. I appreciate that. I think, again, I think it would, you know, because of the nature of these being single family lots and homes, to kind of dictate that they all be sharing a community pool, I don't know that we want to do that, because like I said, some of these people may decide, I don't want a pool in my home, or, you know, maybe they just want a jacuzzi, or maybe they don't want anything. I don't know.
Thank you. Just if you can consider that in your development plans too. That's up to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Kamai?
Okay, not to take the focus off of the pools, because I know more on pools, so I'm not. No. I think I wanted to just kind of take a look at as far as like the across the state affordable housing you guys involved with, and all the rest of the projects plus this one. Are you guys considering using local workforce? Maybe some of the people, the members of the community live in Lahaina, people that could benefit in working on these homes, working on the projects that you guys are involved with. Sure. It's very important for our community to be out there. So I just was kind of, my concern was the local people of Lahaina, the residents there, the residents of Maui Nui Akama. You guys consider using local?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think one of the things that we're most proud of about what we do on the construction side and the development side is the amount of jobs that we create. And, you know, it makes a huge difference for our families here in Hawaii, and we're proud of that. We use local subcontractors in whatever market we're working in. Local general contractors, if we're not acting as the general, which sometimes we do on smaller projects like this one. We're signed with the unions. We use local union labor. We like the training. And you know, it's important to us. So we definitely will here, as we do with all of our projects. We like it too if everybody likes to work close to home. So our hope is that a lot of the guys that are doing the work on site, the men and the women, are coming from the local community. There's less of a commute. You know, I understand a whole lot of Maui's population drives out to the west side every day. We'd love to get people from the west side to be working on this.
If I could just do a follow-up question on that, approximately, and I'm not holding you to an exact number, but could you give the commission a general sense as to how many individuals this project would employ?
Yes, generally speaking, on like having 5 homes like this, we're going to have probably 20 subcontractors that are usually working on the site, different trades. And then what happens is you got guys coming in at different times, right? So it's kind of part-time. They might be doing other jobs, but it usually equates to 5 homes around 15 full-time jobs. And then, you know, you get some of this, some of the suppliers and other things. There's a sprinkler effect that, you know, helps with some of the other, where we're buying or purchasing and things like that for all of the projects. So, but to answer your question, 15 full-time is what would be equate to this when you look at all the different people that come through.
Okay, thank you. Anything further, Commissioner?
No, thank you.
Anything else from Commissioner Dikos?
Thank you, Chair. Just bringing it a little bit back to this project. Unfortunately, on our scorecard, other than the working force here, but we can't look at other projects that you're doing in the future or may do. We can't calculate that as offsetting the mitigation. So just to bring it back to this project, I'll just hit on a couple of the other things that the waste, we know that landfill waste, 40% of the landfill is from construction waste. That's one of the mitigation measures in living building. What was, you did mention some, well, I'll let you address, how is that landfill being diverted?
Yeah, we have so many technical documents on this and a few people working on it. I'm gonna pull some of those back up. You mentioned water was a something to, that was a tougher.
If you don't, I'll get to the water, but I'll just want to hit one at a time. But the waste that's going to the landfill from construction is, how are you mitigating or diverting a lot of that waste?
Yeah, we're
repurposing.
There isn't a commitment there. We analyzed the priorities against the living building challenge. And so the particular component of waste during construction was addressed to the best of, or to the team's decision and the developer's decision to prioritize durable materials, locally sourced where possible, but materials that were intended to be sourced so they were durable and intended to last the lifetime of the project, as opposed to a reuse, which is generally what we do on affordable housing projects, but also on market rate and even luxury projects, because there is a lacking infrastructure in Hawaii for recyclable materials and construction diversion. So there isn't a clear commitment addressed in there as part of the response, but the response did address the intent to prioritize very durable materials that would reduce the lifetime of the need to replace them. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so it sounds like the long-term replacement would be mitigated, but
correct.
The upfront construction waste would be the standard.
Correct.
The carbon, I know you hit a little bit on that with some locally sourced. Obviously, concrete is the major source of embodied carbon. Can you talk a bit about how you're offsetting that carbon footprint, aside from the energy we already talked about? But, you know, sometimes I'll let you carry on.
Yeah, I was looking for the slide that we had on it, but the items that were listed are particularly the choice of wood framing as opposed to any type of metal framing, because of the carbon reduction that is associated with, with using wood framing. We also talked about we looked at the lowered impacts of sourcing concrete locally, which is one of the main options in the market here on Maui, particularly, and across the islands in Hawaii for local sourcing to reduce the carbon footprint. Concrete generally has one of the highest carbon footprints of building materials. And so that is included in the commitment. There were some particulars on railings, decorative screens, windows, door cladding, and the metals that are intended to fit into the more long-term durability, as opposed to a vinyl or something that would be shorter term and have a larger carbon impact in terms of the extraction and manufacture of those and then the replacements. There's a couple other things, the gypboard, the insulation, and some of the interior finishes, including the solid wood flooring, which has a lower carbon footprint over time because it's intended to lower the replacement needs over time. Does that answer your question on those?
Yeah. So obviously the concrete, just because it's locally sourced, still has the carbon footprint in it. You know, you're not transporting it in, but any concrete, even if it's locally sourced, is embedded full of carbon. But yes, wood is obviously a great alternative. Anything, I don't know if you're familiar with hand printing, but a lot of times you can, if you can't do it on site, you can do it off site. You can put solar on other properties. You can find ways to offset that carbon footprint. Has there been any exploration of the hand printing to offset the footprint?
Because the hand printing request wasn't included in any of the original comments, we were asked to look at different mitigation and present different mitigation options around carbon reduction. We didn't choose to look at that or present that as an option.
Okay, that's hand printing is just one of the solutions for mitigating the footprint. So the last question is just around materials. Obviously, probably one of the more challenging living building is the materials. We just suffered the Lahaina fires. We know the consequences of building with toxic, non-red red list materials. So living buildings supports building with non-red list materials so that we don't owner of the building as well as the health of the community. Is there any exploration on the sustainably sourced healthy materials?
We didn't particularly look at the red list materials either. I know that is one of the priorities also in the affordable housing. We committed to low VOC materials, but not particularly the red list. That wasn't particularly evaluated, but that wasn't because it was evaluated and there couldn't be a commitment to it, but the red list wasn't evaluated as part of this.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions from the Commission? Commissioner Lind.
Yeah, hi. So part of the West Maui community plan policy is to reach out to Ahamoku, which is a local group out there on Maui, represents the traditional mokus. Anyway, how they did cite, and they usually never comment on any development in West Maui. And I finally got to hear somebody comment, and I think it said something like, I can't pull it up right now, but there is EV down there. Where it is, that's the question, yeah. So I saw your management plan, the mitigation plan. But that is a big concern. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Lind. There was consultation with the Ahamoku group, and they did mention the presence of EV in the area, not necessarily specifically on the property, but we actually just got the archaeological inventory survey end of field report from the archaeologists at the end of last week. So when we had presented to you back in June, we had mentioned that the AIS plan had been approved by the State Historic Preservation Division. So they did go ahead and do the archaeological inventory survey field work with 15 trenches within the property. They found one shard of a glass bottle, but no other finds in the 15 trenches that they were done. So that report, I believe, was just uploaded to the State Historic Preservation Division on Friday.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Yes, Vice Chair.
And I actually found it in my notes. There was one of the exhibits, there was a comment, I think it was from Jordan Molina, maybe, about, and there was a picture, image that showed there was concern about a stream going through the property. What was once a stream going through the property, which made me concerned about the drainage issue. And there was a specific comment to please address that. And I couldn't find the answer to that issue in the documents, in the following documents.
I'll have to look that up. And maybe Eric, you can help me as well. So if you give us a second to look at it.
It's on page 120 of the, I think this is the exhibits. It's the USGS aerial photograph and USGS digital elevation model notes stream drainage channel going through the property. And so there's a comment number 1 for requesting clarification of that.
Sorry, on page 120 of our response on August 11th.
I think in probably the original staff report, Eric, of the exhibits there. But also we also have the civil engineer, Mike Silva, and he can speak to the drainage because that is something that the applicant is going above and beyond with respect to the drainage as it relates to the runoff.
I'm okay. I read the drainage.
Okay.
I want to know more about the stream that go or the.
Yeah. Sometimes those USGS maps are based on kind of historic aerial images, but at the site now there's no stream at the property.
I think my concern is that water flows through a path. And water will always flow through that path. I'm wondering if that is an issue, a current issue, an anticipated issue, or that's not an issue
from a drainage standpoint. Yeah, Mike, are you able to address that?
Hi, this is Mike Silva, and I swear to tell the truth. Sorry, I work with Engineering Dynamics Corp, and we were the civil engineers on this job. We did not see any nearby streams going through our site. In our research, we did find that there was an outlet near one of the hotels, but that was kind of further away from our property. It did not go through our property.
I guess that doesn't really answer my question because there's a request for clarification regarding the historic photographs of the gulches or gullies that were filled in the development of the court. So I guess we can't really.
Well, I think is your question more, was it redirected or is there potential for it to be reactivated if water were to be flowing? Is that kind of where you're going?
Yeah.
Okay.
But you don't know about the history or you don't know about this, I guess, comment, then that's probably a hard question to answer.
Yeah, I can only say what I recall from my view of the original maps that were available to us via public means. And I believe the development had linked up, was it the stream and one of the golf course basins to an outlet near one of the nearby hotels. It did not go through our property. Is kind of what I recall from seeing.
I would
Council.
I would just add to the site now is actually elevated up. I don't know what was there prior to the golf course being built, but there's certainly no stream in or around us. If there was one there historically, 50 years ago or 60 years ago when the golf course was built, we weren't aware of it. And but we can dig in further to that comment, but we don't know. Like right now, you come down quite a significant grade. It's up. So I don't.
Okay.
Anything else, Commissioner?
Question, Chair.
Yes. Commissioner Lind.
Okay, so Commissioner, did UPW flag this property as part of the drainage system? Is that what I understand? Because they have done that on maps on many other properties in the SMA or in the surrounding area. Unknown floods, unknown things. But sorry, if the applicant, if you can answer this question, maybe let you know, like through historical research, which I do, you can go through the original deeds, the original kuleanas that was in the area, and go backtrack and read, see what was going on in that area, if it's at all available. Just letting you know, and then jump into the modern century USGS. Thank you.
Anything further, commissioners?
I have a question for Corp Counsel.
Yep.
So one of the I'm losing my law words because I'm not a lawyer, but you know, one of the requirements in 205A it has something to do with like not having impacts to one of the criteria is like not having impacts to water, like rivers and streams and things like that, right? Yeah. So if there is like a previous, well, yeah, then how does that apply now if there is clearly a stream there according to like all of the historical photographs, but the stream isn't there now? Well, because it's been filled in, like how do we evaluate in that? Because a stream flows where a stream wants to flow, right? It flows down the natural path. So like how do we evaluate that criteria in this case?
I don't know. I mean, it's not clearly defined by statute, so I'd have to look into like the case law and see what precedent there is out there. I mean, it sounds like from what you've been saying is that there is no longer a stream presently there. However, if we did, incur like a deluge or something, then that could reactivate just because it's a natural, flow of the water. So I'm not sure if that applies to dormant streams, I guess. But it is certainly a factor to consider, and it looks like in this report that there was a request for clarification on that. Like given the historical situation, whether that would reactivate. So it would be good to get some clarity on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yep. If there's no further questions, Commissioner Dikos?
Yeah, do we have someone from Department of Water Supply?
We are checking.
In the meantime, we were able to find the reference that you were talking about. That was in the AIS plan. So it wasn't a comment from Public Works on the SMA. So I apologize because I thought that's what you were referring to. So that is, I'm not sure if Mike Dega is on today, but that was a comment related to the AIS plan that was prepared and looking into the historical gulches or gullies that could be potentially have been on the site.
Yeah, I guess. And then I was trying to look through the document after that, and I didn't see any reference to that.
So the AIS field report, like I mentioned, was just completed last week. So that's not in the package that you guys have. Yeah, thank you.
If, excuse me, if there's nothing else, I guess I have one quick question for the applicant regarding the landscaping. It indicates that it's 70% of landscaping is going to be native and 50% comprised of drought tolerant. Is there room to increase those numbers? Understanding obviously the concerns of water and the impact that those have, increasing that would in theory decrease the amount of water.
Sure. Great question. I'm going to ask our landscape architect who's on. What plants do we have that aren't, or what is that 30% that are not?
This is Brian Maxwell from Maxwell Design Group. I promise to tell the truth. We have some tropicals that are not necessarily native, but to answer your questions, we can always increase the native plants. Some of the concerns I also have is just that the availability of plants can be a detriment just because of all the projects that are going on throughout Maui right now. But we can definitely increase those.
Okay. And I guess that was more the question is versus which specific ones was, would there be the opportunity to improve those numbers slightly higher?
Sure.
So
yes, we'd be we'd be open to that. I think when it was designed, it was like, hey, you may not be able to get all of them.
Sure.
Yeah.
Commissioner Lind?
You know, we're talking about plants and the landscaping, and we're not talking about xeriscaping, even in policy, but especially for our drier sides of the islands. But for recently, I planted about 2 months ago. I planted a bunch of cactus in one of the wettest places on Maui, Kipahulu Valley, and it was kind of didn't make sense for me, but that's what the owner wanted. She wanted something similar to her a California dream. So you know, I would hate to put up only native plants when you can use, you know, there's other within the community that sells cactus, panini. You can eat it too if you want. Types of cactus, you know, types of xeriscaping plants. So please consider that.
Yeah, 100%. You know, part of some of the plants that we have even are traditional tropicals, and people like them to use them. A lot of our designs now, we try to have a purpose from the plants for eating and everything else. And we're doing a lot of the other homes for rebuilding, and we're implementing that into the rebuild of a lot of the Firewise homes and stuff like that. But yes, I agree with you 100%.
But do use native plants as much as possible. Thank you.
Yes, 100%.
Okay. If there's nothing else, I see some nods that some folks may need a bio break.
Sure.
So, yes, Commissioner Nikos.
Yeah, I did have a question for Department of Water Supply. You were checking if anyone was available.
I don't believe anybody is on. If Department of Water Supply is on, if you could please speak up.
I can ask the county if there's our planning department, if there's nobody there.
So, Commissioner Nikos, if you could pause that, because I think we have some folks that desperately need to have a little bit of a break. Because unless we have more questions for the applicant, we can then close that piece out and then get the department recommendation and then come back to discussion where we can talk to the department.
Perfect.
Yeah, sure. Perfect. Yes, Commissioner Elazar.
Sure. I have one question for the applicant.
Sure.
And I wasn't going to ask this, but that talk about the plants maybe not being available and affecting other projects going on right now. So part of what we're being asked to do is to approve this project, and construction doesn't start for 5 years. So that rebuttal on plant availability not being, I propagate native species and other plants, not being available in 5 years or 6 years, probably when your installation goes in. That just rang this question. And it is also tied to the testifiers talking about availability of water, about affordable housing projects being on standby right now because of that availability, some of that water going to or being reserved for temporary housing for the fires. So my question to the applicant is, did you guys explore the potential impacts in 5 years or 10 years, however long it takes to build from when you are approved to build, and how that would affect water availability to the rebuilding of Lahaina, and then as well as now for your plant palette that you're talking about. Did you guys explore that?
I don't know that we didn't explore beyond the typical amount of time it takes to develop in Hawaii, and the challenges that come with that. I mean, if we are approved today, we still have to work through the building permit process. We still have to get, then start construction. I mean, we would be probably 2 years away from having the homes finished at the soonest, and likely 3. So that's kind of, our studies anticipate that. We didn't look at what would that mean if the homes didn't get finished until year 4 or 5. I don't know that it'd be really difficult to project out the 5 years, at least related to plants, what will be available at that time. And then certainly water, as we all know, you know, that's being looked at now by Seaworm and others. So but we haven't studied it beyond, say, 3 years, 3 to 5 years, which is kind of the typical development window, if you will, or timeline. Don't know if that answered your question.
But you guys did take into consideration the water availability in 3 years then?
Yeah, because that's realistically the homes would be finished in about 3 years.
CJ, this is Brian Maxwell again. To answer a question about the plants and projects in the past, especially ones that have this many plants, there's a good chance as we move and get our permits that we can contract grow out plants for the future. So we can work with local nurseries to do that. Does that help?
Once we start, we typically start buying plants, even though they don't go until the end.
Thank you. Anything further?
Nope. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Lazars, you're holding everybody up.
Oh, sorry, I said thank you.
Oh, you said thank you. All right. If there's nothing further, we'll take a break. It is now 10:52. Let's come back at 11:10. That way everybody can stretch their legs and do what they need to. So this meeting is adjourned until 11:10. It is 11:11. Thank you, everybody, for being timely. I hope the break did everybody well. We are still on agenda A1, and we are moving into department recommendation, please.
Okay, so the department would like to request 2 amendments to the staff report. Condition number 5 to be changed to today's date, August 25th, 2026. And condition number 8 to add the word completed so that the condition reads that an archaeological inventory survey will be completed and SHPD will be notified via email at the commencement and completion of the AIS fieldwork. The application meets the criteria for SMA use permit. The department is recommending approval based on the 10 conditions as listed in the staff report and recommendation. In consideration of the foregoing, the Department of Planning recommends that the Maui Planning Commission adopt the department's report and recommendation originally prepared for the June 9th, 2026 meeting as its findings of fact, conclusion of law, and decision in order, and to authorize the Director of Planning to transmit said written decision in order on behalf of the Planning Commission.
Thank you. With that, I will open up discussion to the Commissioner. Commissioner Dikos.
Yeah, I still have a question for Department of Water Supply.
Go for it.
All right, is there someone on board?
Still not, but I think maybe.
Yeah, I don't think they're on, and it probably has to do with the fact that they're not providing the water for this project. So, yeah, I don't think anybody's on.
Okay, so that's kind of related to my question. So, maybe this is for Corp Council. So, my understanding ordinance, I think they mentioned 14.12, the county ordinance that requires a letter of adequacy or letter of verification from Department of Health that there is sufficient water. So I understand it's a private company that's managing the water, but it's a public water system that is managed by the state. And therefore the ordinance would trigger that letter. And I believe the letter stated that they don't have jurisdiction. So I just wanted clarification why they wouldn't have jurisdiction over a public water system.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm not quite sure how this is related now, that specific statute, the, 14.12, because that, under that, it's the director of public or the director of water supply. And then there's an interagency study that's conducted by the State Department of Health. So given that the water system is under CWRM now, I'm not quite sure who would do that study. And then I still believe that it would be under Department of Water Supply to provide that certificate. But I'm not sure if it would still be under their purview to conduct the study required to produce that certificate. So that's something that we need to kind of figure out in the back end here.
Okay, kind of a big deal, no? So I guess help me understand, like Pulelehua is unable to move forward with housing because they do not have a letter stating that there's sufficient resources for that project. So for that, what do you call it? Subdivision project, they can't move forward. This subdivision project you're saying is different. I'm trying to understand why this isn't also managed by the state and requires a similar letter.
So I might have to defer to the applicant because they're more familiar with this process, but I think this is sort of a timing thing, right? Where the letter that you're requesting is not necessarily something that has to come now, but it's something that when the applicant goes in for more specific permits, for example, subdivision permit, they're going to have to get that next. After that, they're going to have to get a building permit. And that's when these items need to be addressed. A lot of times agencies will essentially defer those types of reviews until a later point in time because this stage is still sort of seen as like sort of just a plan, right? We don't know exactly the specifics of the project. And so when the applicant actually comes in for, like I said, subdivision, building permits, et cetera, that's when the agencies will do a more thorough review. But I don't know if you can add anything to that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Danny. I was gonna basically say the same thing is that further reviews will also be done during the subdivision and building permit process. So, which the project is, has not completed yet.
Okay, but you did reach out to Department of Water Supply for this application and they provided comments, correct? Was that something you had to do or you just did?
So this is Staff Planner Lori Sanger. That's something that we do for every project. We have a 30-day review period and we send it out to all the different agencies. So we do that for every project.
Even though, okay. And then I guess it's too bad there's nobody from the Department of Water Supply, but they stated, I'm reading, has no jurisdiction over the project's water supply because the project will be served by a private water utility. But I think that is, there's a disconnect there. It's a private water company, but the water is a public water system. So I believe the Department of Water Supply requires they need to provide a letter of adequacy. Is that not true?
I don't know for sure, because obviously I don't work for the water department, but I think the distinction is basically source, right? So if the water department is providing or they're the source for the water, then that's one category. In this case, it's a private water system. So it's the private company, they're the ones that are regulated by CWRM and they're providing the source to this project. And so water supply, I think they provided comments, they provided suggestions, et cetera. But because they're not the ones actually providing the water to this project, their comments were limited. And then, like I said, that's probably why they're not on this meeting today.
And I was just going to add, I believe the private water system is regulated by the Public Utilities Commission and CWRM, as has been mentioned.
Okay, and help me understand, Seaworm is currently reevaluating the sustainable yields for West Maui, right? There's been whatever triggered that flag. They are now reevaluating all those permits. And would that not apply to this one as well?
So the project had received several will-serve letters from Hawaii Water Service in the past because of the time it's been taking to get through this SMA process. The latest will-serve letter has expired, so the applicant will need to coordinate with Hawaii Water Service, when they're ready to move forward with, or when they receive their approvals, I guess, to get a new will-serve letter from Hawaii Water Service, and that's subject to everything that's going on with the reviews with Seaworm and all of that.
Okay, so today we're going to make a decision based on water, but that water status is unknown yet. You're saying that in a next application, there will be more thorough review of the water draw, and that will happen at the building phase. I just thought we would need to know what the status of the water is in order to make an educated decision on whether this project can.
So Commissioner Dikos, I'm just going to pause you for a moment because I think you're asking the same question, which is a valid question. Commissioner Circle Woodburn actually had a comment, so I just want to pivot to him to see if
it's just I'm trying to follow Commissioner Dikos's line here, and my question either for the department or maybe for Tessa is there, what is the trigger for that will serve letter? Is it the SMA? Is it the subdivision? Is it a building permit? When would the applicant need to provide that? And maybe now isn't the time and it would come later, and so maybe it's not a topic that we would have now
before the horse, so to speak.
Yeah,
potentially.
Yeah, for the department, because we know there's so much other permit processes that have to happen after this meeting. I think it's safe to say that maybe this project won't get water, right? Is that a possibility? I mean, I know you've gotten the will serve letters in the past, but theoretically, Seaworm could reevaluate the aquifer, et cetera, and say.
Yeah, I mean, I think anything is possible. That they could deny us. I mean, within prior, I know Seaworm's studying now, but the prior studies had shown that there was capacity. We had received will serve letters that, we will be served. It's part of the resort area where all that water infrastructure was put in to, service the homes there and the resorts and everything else. So, but yeah, to your point, anything is possible. And obviously we're not going to build anything without, just like pools, just like the swimming pools, if there's a moratorium or we can't get water, then they won't get built.
Mr. Dikos?
Yeah, I guess my concern is I'd see the letter, Maui Department of Water Supply, saying they have no jurisdiction. I honestly don't think that's accurate, unless there's an exemption that they fall under. Is that, do you know what exemption they fall? I know you're saying it's a private utility. I don't think that's the exemption. But is there another exemption that the reason the Department of Water Supply would not have jurisdiction?
My understanding is because it's under a private water system that they leave it to the private water system to regulate the water within their system. And if there's capacity, then they provide it. If there's not, then we wouldn't get water. So I think they look at it as they have to take care of it on their own through that water system.
Okay, I'm pretty sure that's not accurate, but since we don't have the experts here, I will, there's not much more I can do with that, but I'm pretty sure that's not accurate.
I just comment real quick.
Sure.
I think that's one of the reasons, like, I know and Oahu is similar, and actually all of the islands, in that when you come in for the permit, it's distributed to all the different departments and then they comment on it. So I think them writing that letter, and again, I could be wrong. I mean, I'm not an expert on this, but typically they'll say, oh yeah, we don't have jurisdiction on it, or that's fine, we don't need to address it. And that's why they write the letter. Whether that is the correct way, I mean, that's something for Corp Counsel or others to opine on. I don't know, but that's been our experience.
And I agree, you have the letter, I mean, you did what you had to do. I just think yeah. So I agree.
Commissioner Lind?
She did mention, I can't remember her name, but the public utilities, I'm just trying to get information like Decos, because I know it's I think what I'm trying to understand is a public trust resource. They're being drawn up on private land, and the Public Utilities Commission regulated because they're selling it back to the people, or there's a number of users, and is that what it is that triggers public utility oversight? Because I know in certain places in East Maui, there are water companies that draw from the stream, and if they go over a certain amount, they have to become a public utilities company. But this is non-portable stream water, the surface flow, not for agriculture primarily. So that was my question. Is maybe you can answer that? That's out of curiosity.
Yeah, I'm not qualified to answer that. I can opine and guess, but I don't want to do that because it's important. So
fair enough. Thank you.
Commissioner Decos.
Yeah, just as back to the applicant, I know you had that slide with the 6,000 gallons per day draw, and then you showed the different draws, and at the bottom you had 0.002 or something balance. Just for clarification, I don't know if I interpreted that, but that seems like a very tiny portion of what's left in the sustainable yield. And I thought there was like a 90%. If once you get to 90%, there's some triggers that are in effect. Did I misinterpret that table?
You know what? I want to have our civil engineer, our expert, answer that one if we could.
Hi, everyone. Mike Silva here again. To address Commissioner Decos's question, you are correct. I'm not sure if Eric from our team can pull up that slide again. Currently, Department of Hawaiian Homelands has a approved draw amount that they're not currently drawing, which brings it into exceeding 90%. As of right now, about 83% of the aquifer's sustainable yield of potable water is being taken and withdrawn. So as far as Seaworm is currently analyzing it, we're under the 90%. But they know that they have to allocate that to Hawaiian Homelands.
So once DHHL takes their draw, you will essentially be almost at 100%.
Correct.
According to
well, not percent, yeah, shy of 100% over 90.
Yeah. Well, 0.002 divided by 6,000 is a pretty close to 100%. But
yeah,
I think we're in agreement. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Any other, further discussion? Seeing none, is there a recommendation from the commission as to next steps? Don't everybody jump up at once. I'm seeking if there's a recommendation from the commissioners as to either to approve the staff's report with modifications, to defer, to deny, or approve the staff report with modifications and additional conditions. I think that's all of them. or any other? Commissioner Elizares.
Yep. So recommendation or to make a motion?
The motion.
Yeah. Make a motion to approve with the 2 changes as stated. To adopt the department's letter or recommendation.
5 and 8.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table to approve the staff report with the noted modifications. Is there a second?
I second that, Chair. Okay. And that's the conditions 5 and 8.
We can add additional conditions afterwards if you want.
Yeah. I second the motion.
Okay. Commissioner Elizares, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, sure. I think the applicant did a much better job. They answered a lot of our questions from the last time they came before us. I was extra pleased with the sincerity and the transparency about partly to be retirement homes. And I appreciate the work that they do for our community.
Thank you.
That's it for now.
Commissioner Kamai, would you like to speak to your motion or second?
No, I think that sounds good.
Okay. Is there any further discussion with the commission? Commissioner Dikos.
Yeah, this will be a big surprise to everyone. But I will not be supporting the motion for what is obvious reasons to me. You know, our job today is to determine, have they adequately mitigated those impacts, not other projects they're going to work on, not other stuff they're doing in the community, but this specific project. Are they mitigating those impacts? And that can be in water, wastewater, landfill, carbon, all of that stuff. And, you know, they did make an attempt to try and show why they wouldn't mitigate. You know, we had talked about the living building. It's got the list of 20 items. And I think the one they came close on was the net zero energy. Seemed a little sketch, still needed some approval from the HOA. So as far as the wastewater impact, the landfill impacts, the carbon impacts, the water, which, I mean, we just heard that if DHHL comes online with their allowance, we are going to be at 100% sustainable yield. And that is being reviewed by CWRM because they think that those sustainable yields need revisions. So a lot of talk today about water, and there's nothing comfortable about this situation for me, that this is an adequate use of our very, very limited supply of water. So, you know, those things alone, but then you go to the community benefit, right? That's why, okay, they weren't able to mitigate this, maybe it cost, whatever. There was mentioned living building is too costly. We know there's an affordable living building challenge program. They're building affordable houses, meeting those criteria. So I know the reflex is that, oh, that's just too costly. And I hope that in the future, that's reevaluated, that's reinvestigated, because that's not the case. But then looking at those benefits, and they did provide a slide of benefits. And I think one of the commissioners mentioned, you know, lessening your impact is not a community benefit. So mitigating for, you know, I think you went above and beyond the stormwater retention. Well, that's good. It's not a community benefit because without this project, you have none of those impacts. That's what we're comparing it to. If this project doesn't get built, what are the impacts? If it gets built, then what does the community get out of it? Well, you get the wastewater, you get all those impacts that aren't being mitigated. Carbon is a huge one. And then, of course, you get the standard, well, it's jobs and tax money, right? That's usually, well, if those were the 2 criteria that would approve, of course, we would approve everything, right? We know job-wise, this will most likely compete with the much-needed job force in Lahaina. And if you get an opportunity to build an affordable home or a luxury home, you're going to jump to the luxury home. So I think it's competitive in that sense. Does it provide tax money? Yes. Does that overcome? Is that a community benefit to overtake everything else? No. So for those reasons, I won't support this project.
Thank you. Any further discussion with the commission? Seeing none. Vice Chair, did you have something you want to say? You don't have to. Just you look like you look like you were going to. Okay. If there's no further discussion, if we could take a vote, please.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Kamai?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
No.
Commissioner Okoliko?
Aye.
Commissioner Circle Woodburn?
Aye.
Commissioner Lin?
No.
Commissioner Elizares?
Aye.
Commissioner Dikos?
No.
Commissioner Kealoha? Chair Ward.
So it's down to me. I'm struggling, and it's for good reasons. I will vote aye, but I do so with a heavy heart in the context that I believe that the comments that we provided back in June, you took to heart. I believe that you did do a significant amount of work in a relatively short period of time. Could there have been more done to tick more of the boxes off? Sure. But knowing that we agreed on a timeline and a time frame, I think that it's appropriate to acknowledge that the amount of effort, at least from my perspective, that was put in, again, may not be exactly where we want it to all be. I would say I would like to have seen it a little bit more, but respecting the time frame. I also think that the sincerity and the transparency of your beliefs and goes a long way as well, because it speaks more to character. So although I am voting for, I would hope that the applicant hears the concerns and what additional areas they could potentially work on to make this project better and give back to the community. I think is important. And if I see that happen, I'll know that I made the right decision. So it's not a mandate by any means, but it's a strong, strong encouragement and guidance as chair, knowing the position of many of my counterparts and myself struggling, that please take note to what the challenges are. And again, I want to give credit where credit is due, but I don't think today is the end of that. I sincerely hope you hear the message of push that much harder. So with that, it is a vote of 5 for and 4 against.
Thank you very much.
Sorry for the little speech there.
Thank you very much. We definitely take to heart what you're saying, and our work to improve the project will not stop here today. I promise you that.
Thank you. With that, will bring us to agenda item B. Let me get the right lettering. A2. And if staff could read us into record, please.
Thank you, Chair. The next item came before you when we had the McKenna State Park, and this item had to be deferred, but it's a G70 on behalf of Paradise Owner LLC requesting a special management area use permit for interior and exterior improvements to the lobby, cultural center, pool, landscaping, exterior lighting, entry drive and median at the Outrigger Kāʻanapali Beach Resort. And the staff planner assigned to this is Robin Lyles.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. The item under your review today is the proposed project at Outrigger Kāʻanapali Beach Resort. This project is located within the special management area, which requires a review of the project under HRS 205A. The Maui Planning Commission rules call for the Commission to review special management area major use permits, which this project is part of. The proposed project is for various interior and exterior improvements to the resort that the applicant will explain in further detail. There is no expansion of the hotel proposed and no changes to the number of guest rooms. Details regarding the design, layout, and construction will be further explained by the consultant, Jeff Seastrom.
Aloha, Commissioners. Mahalo for having us. Mahalo to Chair Ward and mahalo to Co-Chair Kealoha. My name is Jeff Seastrom. I'm a Senior Planner at G70, representing our applicant Outrigger for the Outrigger Kāʻanapali Beach Resort. As Robin mentioned, it's their second go. Appreciate being able to go on today. With me, I have the project team. We have from Outrigger, Jeff Wagner, President CEO, Cesar Herrera, Vice President of Design and Construction. Online, we have Edwin Torres, General Manager of the resort. With us also on the contractor side, we have Dwayne Kruger with Swinnerton. With me online, we have Tracy Camuso, Principal Planner at G70, and Katie McNeil, Principal Architect with G70 on the design side. With us, we also have consultants for landscaping, EDSA, civil engineering, Fukumoto engineering, and Fear and Peers for traffic. As Robin mentioned, just kind of to reiterate, this project is off Kaanapali Parkway. It's in the State Land Use District urban, within the urban growth boundary of the Maui Island Plan. It's designated resort in the West Maui Community Plan. For Maui County zoning, it's H2 hotel. Flood zone X, areas outside the 500-year floodplain. For Chapter 6E, we have achieved concurrence with from SHPD on our archaeological monitoring plan. Existing use continues to be an operational hotel, and surrounding uses are other hospitality, commercial, residential, and golf. I'd like to turn it over to Jeff Wagner with Outrigger. The Outrigger acquired this property 3 years ago, and obviously, as everyone knows, in that time, a lot has happened in the community in the past 3 years, and Outrigger has been present for that. So I allow him to get a little more in the details what they've done for the community. Jeff.
Mahalo. My name is Jeff Wagner, President and CEO of the Outrigger Hospitality Group. I promise to tell the truth. Really appreciate you being here with us today, Chair, Vice Chair, and the Commission to be able to hear our permit application. We bought this hotel 2 weeks before the Maui wildfire, along with the Plantation Inn. It's an emotional time because we lost the Plantation Inn during that wildfire, and obviously a lot of disruption. We had half of our workforce ended up without their homes any longer, and or they were disrupted completely where they couldn't go back into their homes. We were able to, at that time, house every single one of those employees that needed to be housed within the property. We had no power. We fed them all and took good care of them. That same day, I got a call from the state asking me to step up and help if I could for the 8,000 people that were also displaced. Myself and the Hawaii Hotel Alliance and Jerry Gibson took to the phones to call every single hotel, including hotel owners in the West Maui area, to get them on board to house people. We needed help. We needed to have that initial place to get everybody out of a shelter. Within 2 weeks, we were able to get every single person out of the shelter. FEMA and Red Cross said they had never seen anything like it in any disaster that they've ever had. We housed those individuals for many, many, many months. I then had an opportunity. I called Archie Kalepa and said, I need some help. We need to find out a way to get people out of these hotels and into something more reasonable, something where they have a kitchen or they have a place where they can do their laundry. So I personally convened a meeting to bring together FEMA, the Red Cross. The mayor showed up, Archie showed up. We had probably every single condo company in West Maui show up as well to talk to them about that next step. How do we get into that midterm housing environment until we could find permanent housing for all of our local residents? Incredibly important to us. And we were able to find hundreds of condos to be able to start getting people out into a more normal environment, which, you know, in that type of a circumstance was very gratifying to be able to get the ability to take care of not only our own people, but others in the Maui community. So today, this hotel has always been known as Hawaii's most Hawaiian hotel, which we really take a lot of pride in. And we also realize there's big responsibility that comes with that to make sure that as we bought this hotel in July of 2023, that we live up to that as we continue to go forward. So in the renovation plans that we've put together for this property, there's been a big consideration of that every step of the way. The cultural piece of this is really important. The cultural elements of this hotel, we have a multi-person cultural staff here that we kept on board. We're developing a brand new cultural center in this property as well to make sure that we permeate that throughout our guests. We not only do hula and lei making, we have a lei program where every single time somebody comes back, they get a new lei with a new kukui nut on it to be able to show that they continue to come back and represent here in Maui. But we also do Hawaiian education, not just the ability to teach them about hula or lei making, but about Hawaii and specifically about Maui. So we take a lot of pride in that. We're looking forward to continuing to improve this property as we move forward. And we do appreciate very much you hearing our application today. If there's any questions, we're happy to answer those over the course of the day. I know that our team has a presentation they'll go through for you. So mahalo, and we look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Mahalo, Jeff, and I apologize, Jeff Seastrom. I promised to tell the truth. So for folks that haven't been in a while or aren't familiar, just some kind of context of where the project is off Kaanapali Parkway. As you can see, Outrigger inherited it with the driveway as shown, the median, the grass median. We'll talk about the improvements there, existing roundabout, the existing architectural vernacular. Here's the roundabout to the lobby entrance with the parking garage, the existing water feature at the entry. These are some of the back of house areas for some loading, trash, fire lane, engineering, etc. Some more of that just showing overall, and then some of the more dated architectural views along with the existing shoreline access that will remain and will not change as a result of this project, including the dedicated beach parking stall area by the beach access. So the proposed improvements that our team will go over, there's an entry drive and median improvement right off Kaanapali. There is an update to the lobby and covered drop-off. The cultural center that Jeff mentioned. There's improvements in the courtyard area, including a new guest pool, improving off the old guest pool, and landscape and circulation improvements throughout the courtyard area and the entry. I'd like to turn it over to Principal Architect Katie McNeil to walk us through the project site plan and features.
Thank you, Jeff. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Katie McNeil. I'm an architect and I'm a principal at G70, and I promise to tell the truth. There's a little bit of a delay as the slide comes on of the overall site for the project. But as Jeff mentioned, this is kind of bullet pointed here with the 5 particular areas of improvements, 5 primary areas, and collectively these improvements modernize the resort while maintaining its established scale and character. So next slide.
Apologies. There you go.
So commissioners, this is a reinvestment project. And as staff planner and the president of Outrigger, Jeff Wagner, talked about, it's not an expansion project. The reinvestment is to improve the overall guest experience and extend the viability of this existing resort. As such, the reinvestment allows us to respond to community concerns regarding the safety of circulation at the front of the property, and we'll go into detail there. The project reduces resource consumption by adaptively reusing existing structures and investing in better, more efficient technologies. As the slide comes up, you'll see that we're oriented with the Mauka entry point along Kāʻanapali Parkway, and the Makai orientation is at the top of the page. I'm going to pause here until we get the slide visual. Okay. Thank you, Jeff. Okay, so the bottom of to orient the commission, the bottom of the plan.
What's going on? Sorry, Katie, I don't know what the sharing is doing. 1 second. I might try and close out of Teams and come back on. I'm not sure why it's not showing up there. 1 second, but sorry, go ahead, Katie.
We'll just take a pause and wait for you because it's more of an orientation to the site that I'd like to walk through.
Not a problem.
Sorry, try now. Apologies,
Okay.
Katie.
Oh, no problem, Jeff. Thank you. Okay, so for orientation, Mauka is along the bottom of the plan. That's Kaanapali Parkway, the major entry front property line for the resort. And then the Makai property and Oceanside is at the top of the page. North is to the right of us. As I had spoken, the project focuses on improvements within the existing developed footprint. There is no significant expansion of the resort complex. What you see here in the hatched elements and labeled building 1, 2, 3 are existing footprints of buildings, and those are not included or not part of the renovation project considered under this SMA. Not hatched in the gray are the areas of the existing building that are part of the improvement and considered as part of the SMA, which is a section of the main building that will improve the meeting rooms and provide for an interior V47, which is the Outrigger club experience, improved lobby, and the cultural center that Jeff Wagner talked about, and hosting the program here, both inside and also accessing into the courtyard. Characteristic of the property are the entry to the property and also a lovely courtyard between the existing hotel units and a restaurant that is on the Mauka side that hosts both outdoor garden areas and the aquatics program. So we are planning on improving that aquatics program with an expanded family pool. The next slide. Jeff, there you go. Now that we've oriented ourselves, this slide turns the property counterclockwise. So Kaanapali Parkway is now on the right side of the illustration. And you'll see this illustration of the landscaped areas as they are being renovated. All Mauka of the shoreline erosion control setback, and the two major areas of outdoor improvement is the entry and drop-off area and the courtyard, which includes the pool program. The emphasis was placed on preserving the mature landscaping and reinforcing that Maui sense of place for the resort. Next slide.
Sorry, Key, there's a bit of a delay, so it might take a little bit.
Sure. Swimming across the channels. Okay. One of the opportunities, and one of the most important opportunities, is the opportunity to improve pedestrian vehicle safety. Today, the arrival, if you're familiar with the property, is that you must pass the entry point and make a U-turn to come back south and enter into the property. So for guests arriving and that do not have that experience, it could be disoriented. So our proposal here is to break that median and have an immediate left turn into the property. And then that once you're on property, you circulate around, and it's very intuitive as to how one finds the entry point into the guest arrival experience. So this both improves the guest arrival experience while also improving safety from a vehicular perspective. Our traffic engineer evaluated the left turn, and if the Kaanapali Parkway width, in both directions, does not need a dedicated left turn lane based on the volume of traffic anticipated that would be making this turn. So it's really just the median improvements here, as well as some improved signage to direct traffic. And all this has been reviewed with Kāʻanapali Owners Association and met their approval. Okay, next slide. In addition to simplifying the vehicular circulation, one of the important improvements that came out in our collaboration and coordination with Kāʻanapali Owners Association, KOA, was pedestrian circulation. So the following slide allows us to talk about in our outreach that the design was modified to include another pedestrian circulation route from the north side of the property. There's already an existing circulation route from the south side around the entry point, but this gave us a continued protective path for pedestrian circulation coming onto the property that was not there previously. Continuing with the improvements, along with these pedestrian safety additions, was exterior lighting. The design was modified to provide these improvements according to Maui's lighting ordinances, and then also address the pedestrian vehicular aspects of this very important entry point to the site. Next slide. Great. The delay actually allows you guys to read the slides in its totality, so there's some benefit there. So here is the illustration of that north walkway. The north walkway is an addition and an improvement, and is located on the right-hand side of the slide that you see here in this illustration. And then the south walkway is the highlighted walkway on the left-hand side, and that's existing. So now we are improving pedestrian safety from both sides of the property. With the driveway crossing, we're adding striping and tactile warning, both for accessibility and also pedestrian safety. And then you can see the engineering for the median opening to allow for that left turn lane from northbound traffic along Kāʻanapali. These highlighted pathways are creating clearer and safer connections between parking areas. The lobby is right in the center, so that's our entry drop-off area, and the public access routes. All these improvements were done in direct feedback from KOA, and who have provided commentary about the design from the beginning of our efforts. Next. So as we look to invest and improve in the guest experience, with the investment, we're also able to address the county's goals for exterior lighting. So our exterior lighting in the entry point, which is the illustration to the top right that you see on this slide, as well as within the courtyard itself, for guest safety, and also meeting the ordinance to protect the natural environment. The lighting has been carefully designed to both improve that visibility and meet the Maui County outdoor lighting ordinance, so that all lights are shielded and they use the amber lamps. Our lighting design leans into that amber color throughout the property. We found that it's very conducive to a hospitality environment to cast a warm light, and it evokes similar light as resort torches. Next slide. So Jeff, I will turn this over to you to give the highlights of the infrastructure proposed improvements.
Mahalo, Katie. We may try to have someone in the office share while this comes up, but let me see. As the slide comes up, so a lot of what Katie went over was more visual and aesthetic, which you can see, but a lot of the goals of this project are to improve the facilities, as Outrigger inherited, an older facility, older buildings, older equipment, and as we'll state later, Outrigger is committed to sustainability. So a lot of the improvements are infrastructure related, because I've heard Commissioner DeCoste previously say, what's the benefit of a project? If it doesn't happen, what are you bringing more impacts with or without? But in this case, I think everyone can agree that we want to improve old equipment if it could be more efficient and better with water resources, which everybody is wanting to protect right now. So, for example, potable water will be reduced with water efficient fixtures in guest and public areas. Irrigation was a big focus with our team. There's going to be a reduction anticipated of over 27,000 gallons per day from current usage, and reducing, as everyone's talking about, you don't want to irrigate and waste water there. So there's a 58% reduction in landscape irrigated area. Drainage improvements, our civil team will go into a little later, but there'll be improved drainage plans, so no adverse effects will occur to adjacent properties. And also the electrical demand will not exceed the existing capacity. Bear with me while this next slide comes on, but the different water categories we'll go over that will be addressed as a part of the project. So there's no increase to hotel units, that'll stay the same. So the anticipated water, there may be a slight reduction due to more efficient fixtures, but we'll just call it a net zero change. The restaurant will have approximately 14,000 gallon per day reduction in water, slight increase with employee usage, 800 gallons per day. And as the aforementioned 27,000 reduction, almost 28,000 gallons per day from irrigation. And the pool, while it is increasing in size from the existing pool, with better equipment and better design, it should only be a slight increase in comparison. So the overall net reduction of the project will be a reduction of 39,382 gallons per day estimated. As stated, Outrigger is a company that's focused on sustainable building and operation, first hospitality brand in the state to earn the prestigious Green Seal designation. The sustainable features are in support of the County of Maui 2030 General Plan and Countywide Policy Plan, sustainability and land stewardship principles and strategies. Some of the features include energy efficient lighting, the water efficient landscaping, and water efficient fixtures. And we mentioned disposable food service items, reusable packaging, and products free of toxic chemicals and low VOCs. I'd like to have Manny Saito with Fukumoto come up. She can discuss our grading plan and grading strategies for drainage.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, commissioners, for being here today. My name is Mandy Saito, and I swear to tell the truth. So next, as the slide comes up on screen, this shows the grading and drainage plan. The proposed drainage will follow the Maui County rules for the design of storm drainage facilities and treatment best management practices. The existing conditions for the site currently, you can look at the area as the courtyard area and the front entry. So north is up, south is down on the exhibit. So for the courtyard area, the existing improvements, including the building roof runoff, drains to existing dry wells on site. The remaining drainage drains into the sandy soils. Same as for the easterly portion of the site, which is the entry drive. It also has no existing drainage improvements, and everything just percolates into the ground. For the courtyard, on the southerly side, same thing. You know, the drainage enters the sandy soils. The one improvement that is evident is the beach restaurant. That was, I can't say recently, but has been done, was done in the first phase of the project, and that included a subsurface drainage system. So that's the only portion of the project that really has drainage. For the proposed improvements, this area can be subdivided into 4 drainage areas. So the courtyard will have 3, and the front area will be 1. So each of the sub areas will have a drainage basin installed. The existing drainage basin for the beach restaurant will remain. So all runoff from the proposed improvements will be retained on site. So the subsurface drainage basin will include perforated pipe in a gravel bed, and that will retain and mitigate storm runoff from the site. So next, this slide is the best proposed best management practices for construction. There are several items on the plan that I'd like to point out. So on the entry drive, we'll have gravel entries. There's 2 of them at each of the entrances. You can kind of see them. They're kind of shaded. Oh, let's hold on for the slide. Sorry. Okay, so on the easterly portion, front entry, you can see 2 gravel driveways. That's to prevent sediment from tracking into the site. There are 12-foot high good neighbor barriers, or some kind of barrier so the dust doesn't disturb the surrounding area. You can see it is a dash line around the site. We also have temporary filters on each of the existing inlets. Some are located in the road, and some are from the beach restaurant, and that will prevent sediment from entering the drainage system. We are also proposing permanent graded drain inlet filters for the front entry to prevent any contaminants from oil, petroleum products, anything coming from the driveway and the parking area. The highlighted portion is BMPs that are actually within the erosion control setback. And as part of this application, we would like to request that those BMPs be allowed within that area, just because it's needed for circulation of construction equipment. To get to the lower courtyard area, you'll see another gravel entry at the southerly side of the site. So vehicles have to enter through there, come around to the lower part of the site, and get to the courtyard. Within that area, there's pedestrian pathways and the beach access for the shoreline and stuff. So we'd like to limit for safety concerns of pedestrians for them coming onto the site, which will require, a fence type of improvement. It's temporary, and some silt fence to prevent erosion and sediment from entering that area. Next, I'll turn it over back to Katie, and she can go over the parking.
Mahalo, Mandy. Katie, your slide's coming up, or actually, I was gonna say, Connie, if you're online, do you want to try take over? It might be less of a lag on Oahu.
Hey Jeff, the shared screen button is grayed out on my end, so I'm not able to share my screen actually.
It's okay, we'll try it here.
Jeff, this is Candace Thackerson. Would you like to take 5 minutes and maybe you could send the presentation to staff and we could maybe try to share screen?
Sure, who do I send it to?
You could send it to Robin and then, yeah, you want to just email it and then we could have, the more people that have it, the better.
So with that, we will take a recess. It is 12:14. Is 5 minutes enough time or do we want 10?
No, 5.
Yep. So if we return at 12:20, please. Meeting is recessed until 5. I can't get my times right here. 12:20 p.m. Thanks. (12:22 p.m.) and I believe we are ready with the presentation.
Go ahead, Katie.
Well, thank you for the support. Really appreciate it. So we are talking about parking. So as a renovation of an existing resort, we are in the great position of having adequate parking for the uses proposed. In this case, working left to right, we have 3 existing parking areas, a surface lot on the southern boundary, a parking structure right in the middle there, and in the northern boundary, another surface lot, which will be slightly reconfigured to support that pedestrian access and circulation of the entry driveway. It is this surface lot where we have EV charging, meeting the Maui County requirements, and also public access beach parking. Currently, there's existing 10 beach parking, and in 2 slides, Jeff will be presenting the proposed beach parking solution. Next slide. Okay, so one of the most important design decisions of the renovation was to retain the existing lobby building. As such, we considered a larger, more expansive lobby structure. And as we drilled down into the goals for this property, retaining the original design and improving it was the direction we went to. This project makes thoughtful modernization, but it's not about making the resort bigger. So you'll see in our images how we did that. And it really was to preserve the scale and character of the resort. Next.
I'll take this one, Katie. So
thanks,
thanks, Katie. We originally were on the June Planning Commission meeting, but one of the items went longer. But we did receive testimony for this project back then. And in addition to the comments we heard there, Outrigger has spoken to others in the community, and the beach parking stall, the need for beach parking stalls came up frequently. So as coming back now in August, one of the things Outrigger wanted to address was committing to adding 20 additional public beach parking stalls in the same area that the existing 10 are located. So it'd be a total of 30 stalls. And in addition, they're committing to not restricting public parking and public beach access for more than a total of 7 days during the year. for construction. All other times, the parking stalls won't be utilized by contractors or staff of the resort during construction. Next slide, please. Turn it back over to Katie to talk more about the design and proposed improvements.
Thanks, Jeff. So these images here help illustrate our design intent. The proposed design retains the welcoming scale of the original resort. In fact, when we look back into some of the historic photos, it really is bringing the entry imagery a little bit even more closer to the original design. The building materials for the columns, the entry covered area will all be improved for a contemporary visitor experience appropriate for Kaanapali. And then we've incorporated, partially from the inspiration of the original, a rich palette of basalt stone columns. We believe with the wood look soffit and some inviting lighting, we're kind of softening and warming up that entry for the guest experience. And then the lobby building itself will be reclad with a warm limestone like tiling. Next. So these materials have been presented to the UDRB, received approval. We wanted to share it with the Planning Commission. The selected materials reflect a Maui sense of place. Their design language are consistent with the palette for this resort. The palette, it combines natural textures, durable finishes, and contemporary detailing while remaining compatible with the existing architecture and the resort setting. As I mentioned, the design and materials were unanimously approved by UDRB without comment. Next slide. The front of the entry is a signature water feature. That too has been revisioned, and I'm going to turn that over to our landscape architect for presentation.
Hi everyone, this is Lila Coffey and I swear to tell the truth. So as Katie was saying, this is our water feature at the entry to the site. This is a refresh of an existing feature that is on the site currently. And the ultimate design goal here was to keep the language cohesive with the rest of the architecture of the lobby and the existing hotel. So that being said, the materiality will be on the vertical faces, a natural basalt stone on all sides of the signage, as well as the fountain, with the metal outrigger signage on the side that faces Kaanapali Parkway. So you'll see that as you're entering the site and beginning to circle around the arrival here. And as you are on the side that faces the hotel, a shallow fountain will provide some of the screening of the sound from the parkway and just provide that amenity that is on site currently with the water feature. On both sides of the signage and fountain, we're proposing clusters of the more traditional style torches to help bring a sense of organic lighting and character to the site. And these will be nestled in beds of lower level planting that wraps the perimeter of the feature wall to showcase the signage and the fountain. We can go next slide. I'll pass it off to my teammate here, Esteban.
Hi, my name is Esteban Huerta, and I swear to tell the truth. So for the pool, the existing pool is being renovated and expanded to better serve both the current and future guest demand. One of the goals of the design was to provide a variety of amenities and experiences for all guests of all ages. Starting on the left side, we have a family-friendly area with a zero entry pool and a kid slide. And then a wet shelf helps separate that space from the rest of the main pool. Moving through the center of the pool, there's an additional slide and a pool bar. We also have a small spa located centrally within the pool deck, helping activate the space. Next slide. I'll pass it over back to ARQ or architects.
Thanks. In the center of the family area of zone of the pool is a pool bar. We've intentionally kept that pool bar at a modest scale. The design evokes simplicity, incorporating a hip roof with a thatched roof finish and 4 wood columns. The welcome shade covers the bar and also features a swim-up bar seating area. Next. Continuing with that design intent, and as mentioned earlier, in the renovation and expansion of the pool, we're able to replace all the pool equipment with contemporary mechanical equipment. This slide illustrates the housing for that. We've worked with the grading of the site, the existing grading, to minimize the visual impact of the structure, and it will continue to have the same hip style roof with thatched finish and be screened around all sides with landscaping. Next slide. And then finally, the exterior materials as presented to UDRB. Again, the selection of these materials reinforces the character of the courtyard as a bit of an oasis, and the material palette is consistent with the existing restaurant that's on site and forms a family. The thatched material for the roofs, the dark paint for the wall surfaces, and then we use natural textures and warm finishes. All the materials are durable and suitable for the coastal setting. Next slide.
Okay, so for the tree plan, the goal was really to preserve as much of the existing landscape and character as possible, while also modernizing key areas of the property. So most of the existing trees and palms are either being preserved in place or relocated on site. The gray circles show on the plan represent the existing trees and palms that will remain. And so along the entry drive, all the monkey pods in the larger circles are being preserved, and within the courtyard, we're also preserving a number of culturally significant and native trees, including the ulu, the kui, and the kamani. And then to take that a step further, a lot of the design has been organized around these trees to help highlight them and reinforce their presence within the landscape. So we're really proud of how much of the existing canopy and native planting material we've been able to retain as part of the project. Next slide. And next slide. And for the tree palette, in addition to preserving most of the existing trees, we've also introduced a number of native and canoe species throughout the property. Some examples include the ulu, the ohia, and the lahua trees, as well as the lulu palms and the niu palms. And you can go to the next slide. And so overall, the planting approach is intended to strengthen the site's Hawaiian identity while also complementing the existing landscape. And then the next slide is the shrub plan. So the goal for the shrub plan is to clean up as much of the overgrown planting areas as possible and create more refined and contemporary landscape aesthetic. The gray areas shown on the plan represent existing planting that will remain. So as you can see, much of the shoreline planting is not impacted by the development. And most of the landscape improvements are concentrated within the arrival experience, so on the right side of the page, and then also in the central courtyard where the guests will spend most of their time. We've reduced the natural turf areas where possible and replaced it with the planting beds and synthetic turf So this actually really helps in reducing the long-term water use and maintenance requirements. Next slide. And then along with preserving much of the existing planting, many of the proposed shrubs are also native species. Some of the examples include the uki, the olina, the kokio, and the owapu. The palettes also incorporates 2 varieties of the kai plant on the next page, sorry. And you can just skip through this stuff, but this is just showing all the different native planting we're providing. So next slide, Jeff's gonna continue with the presentation.
Sorry, one more, Robin.
One more slide, please.
Mahalo, Esteban. As a part of the SMA application process, our application was routed to different agencies. The comments we received included from DLNR, what was your flood zone X, outside the 500-year floodplain, Office of Coastal and Conservation Lands, and UHC grant requested coordination on the areas adjacent to the property on the shoreline, which Outrigger has coordinated with and will continue to coordinate with the plan for shoreline treatment off the property. The planning department recommended best management practices, low impact development, shielded light fixtures, which Outrigger will comply with. Department of Transportation with the county recommendations from Healey 2045 and the Vision Zero Maui Action Plan regarding pedestrian and bicycle considerations, which the traffic assessment report analyzed and reported on. And the Department of Water Supply noted while this we're sourcing from a private utility, they did have recommendations for water use education, irrigation, and system improvements. And Outrigger evaluated these recommendations, and the design incorporates a considerable amount of them, including water efficient irrigation, drought-tolerant plants, use of reclaimed water, and high efficiency fixtures. Next slide, please. So that's all we have. I'd like to send it back to the commission for any questions and comments. Mahalo.
Thank you very much for the presentation. With that, we will open public testimony.
There's no one signed up online, but Kai Nishiki in person.
Welcome back, Kai.
I was all prepared and then.
No worries.
Aloha Chair, committee members, Kai Nishiki, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you.
This commission carries tremendous kuleana. You are the County of Maui's decision-making authority for coastal zone management, and within the shoreline and SMA area, charged with protecting our coastal resources and ensuring compliance with our community plans. The updated West Maui Community Plan, which I had the great privilege of helping shape as I served as the chair of its advisory committee, was the first to incorporate sea level rise planning or sea level rise in our planning considerations. Along with many others, I have spent decades in this room, my favorite place to be besides the beach. Advocating before the planning department, this commission, and shoreline applicants to make room for our beaches, provide access and parking for our residents, and take meaningful action towards coastal resilience. It is refreshing to see the department and this commission standardizing stronger conditions for shoreline properties and applicants actually acknowledging that we must plan proactively, not simply react after damage is done. I want to thank Outrigger for honoring commitments previously made by KBH, listening to community concerns, meeting on site, and redesigning the existing beach parking to provide 20 new public beach access stalls for a total of 30 stalls in perpetuity. Meaningful beach access requires more than a pathway. It requires adequate parking for us and our families. I also strongly support the now standard condition 11 of the staff report requiring shoreline properties to coordinate with UHC grant to prepare and implement a vegetation management and dune restoration plan. The attached Kāʻanapali Dune Restoration and Vegetation Management Plan concepts provide an important foundation for this work. The plan documents the dynamic nature of this beach and years of shoreline impacts along this coastline, including waves overwashing and undermining portions of the beach walk and irrigated landscaping and turf contributing to erosion scarps. Its recommendations include replacing turf and alpaca with appropriate dune vegetation, reducing broadcast irrigation, renaturalizing our shorelines, and planning for the realignment or elevation of vulnerable walkway sections. These are practical, forward-thinking actions that can restore a healthier coastal buffer, strengthen resilience to erosion and sea level rise, and give the beach more room to move naturally. I also support
30
the commission
seconds.
requiring regular certified shoreline mapping. Accurate shoreline information helps property owners plan ahead, prevents avoidable conflicts, and supports a healthy coastal ecosystem that benefits everyone. What an incredible opportunity for Outrigger to demonstrate that resort reinvestment includes strengthening public access and responsible shoreline stewardship. I appreciate Outrigger's willingness to work towards solutions that benefit its property, our community access, and most importantly, our beach. Thank you for the few seconds. Mahalo.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the applicant? Any questions from the commission? Commissioner Dikos.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Nishiki, for your testimony today. Can you clarify, you mentioned regular shoreline certification would benefit the shoreline somehow. Can you clarify what you meant by that?
Yes, I believe at your last meeting, there was a condition placed on a shoreline applicant to require shoreline certification at regular intervals. And I think that the proposal was for every 10 years. However, I would advocate for maybe like an initial 10 years, but because sea level rise is accelerating, perhaps doing 5 years after that. And that gives shoreline owners a snapshot and a kind of like a reality check of like, oh, hey, we got to start planning for relocating structures or things so that we are giving our beaches room to move. And then in the Kaanapali Dune Restoration and Vegetation Management Plan, which was prepared by Sea Grant, and I uploaded it into testimony for you folks. At this property and all the properties, the shoreline has migrated mauka, and it is impacting the beach walk and vegetation in those areas. And so it would be important to have, I think on this property and many properties there is not a current shoreline certification. And so that helps identify encroachments and opportunities for relocating impacted structures.
Okay, so you're saying the certification will require them to deal with encroachments and give space to the beach?
Yes,
Yeah.
and yeah, that's a state function. The applicant would hire a surveyor and then submit that application to the state, and then the state would take historical data and then identify encroachments and ask the applicants to resolve them.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Any other further, Vice Chair?
Mahalo for your testimony, Ms. Nishiki. I was wondering, speaking about the shoreline certification survey, do you ever observe the water coming all the way up to the walking path?
At Kaanapali, I've observed as well as documented, and not just myself, UHC Grant, Google, regularly goes mauka actually of the beach walk.
Oh, okay.
In many properties at Kaanapali.
Okay, thank you.
Any other further questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you.
With no other
testimony or testifier signed up.
We're all getting tongue-tied today, aren't we? With that, I'll close public testimony in 3, 2, 1. Public testimony is now closed. Would the applicant like to respond to any of the testimony?
We agree with what the testifier said. Continue.
With that, we will move into questions from the commission to the applicant. Sure.
To the, what was your name again? I'm sorry. Wagner. Yeah, I thought I was hearing Wagner or something. Yeah, Wagner. Mr. Wagner, I just want to share with you my sincere gratitude for you opening up the Outrigger during that time, because I personally know people that were, placed in those rooms all across Kaanapali, and I don't know if you or your team realizes it, but there are a lot of lives that were saved because they had a place to go. So I just want to say to you personally, thank you. And then also on top of that, taking the concerns of the community, because I did see a lot of testimonies about the parking stalls and how that would be, how they would insert that in there. And I mean, you guys took the community concern and dealt with it accordingly. So I just want to say thank you for being here today. Thank you for your time, and thank you for opening up that space for the families to be allowed to stay in there.
Any other further comments or questions for the applicant? Vice Chair?
Okay, my question is, I have kind of two things I want to talk about. Well, the first maybe is hopefully short, but the turf. And we saw that turf, we saw the turf with the last project, and I was cringing. And we saw the turf with Gran Wailea when they came up, and we had them X the turf out. And the concern there was drainage and runoff. And so I am wondering, like, how much, can we not do turf? Are you guys open to not doing turf? What is the benefit of the turf other than the water? What are the impacts to drainage and runoff?
Esteban, if you're on, would you like to jump on and maybe describe a little more of what the non irrigated areas comprise for co-chair?
Yeah, the non-irrigated areas are in the turf area. So like we decided to steer away from the natural turf because it actually increases the irrigation by quite a lot. Where every square footage where we are not using or we're using synthetic turf is where we're actually reducing that irrigation significantly.
How does turf influence runoff?
Well, you can use like a sand base underneath, so it'll absorb most of that. Yeah, so it's a good absorber of runoff. It's pervious.
Perhaps Mandy, do you have any, comment about the drainage plan internally, just to reemphasize that's all going underground?
Sure.
Yeah.
Question?
Yeah, I'm just, and then like how much turf are we talking about? What is?
So Esteban, do you have a percentage?
I do not have a percentage. No.
I think it's illustrated on one. Maybe we can point to it on the slide 12.
Yeah, so slide 12 has like a light green, or it's a darker green shade. Would you be able to bring up page maybe 36, huh? This has the legend.
Yeah, the 36, Robin? Sorry.
Yeah.
So that they're all green, sorry. So the artificial turf is the first on the legend. So that color is, I guess this is the northerly side of the site, and then the next slide will have the southerly side.
Essentially, I believe we're utilizing the artificial turf in the 2 event lawns. So it's that kind of crescent shape, lighter tone green that is kind of between the pool and that arced pathway on the southern side. And then on the north side of the site, it's in kind of the east-west event lawn to the north of the pool. So it's those 2 larger swaths. And I think it's one of the reasons that we decided to utilize it here is because of just how large this courtyard is. If it were to be infilled with the natural turf and planting beds, it would, like Esteban and everyone on the team was saying, it would just really greatly increase the water usage for the site.
Right.
Okay, can we go back to the grading and drainage plan so we can at least kind of look at the drainage? Not great to see.
Yeah, I know. I couldn't follow like most of these.
So there, so in that event lawn, you'll see that's the northwesterly corner of the courtyard. You'll see like a rectangular thing, like feature with a couple rows of pipes. So that's the drainage basin.
Can you point, or just maybe explain it with words? I'm not gonna follow.
Does that mic, does it have a wire? You can probably pick it up and just carry it.
Okay, here. So here, this is the event lawn. I believe that's the portion that they mentioned as turf. There's this basin here. Throughout this area, there's inlets placed to capture runoff. So the intent is to retain everything and put it into the basin. The soils there are pretty sandy, so they have really good filtration. Everything goes underground, stores in the pipe, and eventually dissipates over time. I believe there are some here similar. We have this existing basin here will be maintained. That's for the beach restaurant. There's a small basin here to capture all of the runoff in this area. And this is an improvement from what was existing because there was nothing there previously to capture any of the walkways. The only existing improvements were from the roof runoff. So all these areas here would go into dry wells underground. So the front area as well. So we have another basin here. There's inlets at each of the driveways. There's a pair of them. So the way the slopes work, it'll essentially capture everything and then put it into the basin. Similarly, no drainage improvements in the front area. So this is an improvement to that area, considering that everything would basically run off into the road. Does that address your questions and concerns?
Yeah, kind of, I guess. So you're saying that the turf won't generate any runoff?
It will. It was sized, in accordance that it is pervious. We have values that, are assigned to concrete versus pervious areas. And that was all incorporated into the design of those basins.
And that's the 50-year storm or whatever.
Yes. And in this case, so for the west side, we typically do the more stringent guideline, which is not necessarily in the code. It's a 1-year, 24-hour storm for volume. So there's enough volume in the system, to handle both the 1-year, 24-hour storm and the 50-year.
That's good
So-
to hear, because I don't believe in the 50-year storm anymore.
Not when it's every year.
That worries me when we make drainage plans associated with that.
Yeah, the west side, we typically try to capture volume in that sense because there's, recommendations to do additional volume.
Okay.
Vice Chair, if I could add on to, I think where you might have been going from our previous discussions on the turf is there was some previous concern, I believe, and I could be incorrect on this, but I believe that we had questioned, with it being in the sun, what does that do going into the ground, being so close to the ocean?
Aesthetics, deteriorating.
Yes.
That kind of stuff.
So I guess that's where my question would kind of go to, and I'm certainly not an expert on any of that, so I'm not pretending to be, but it does raise a question for me as well as, is a synthetic rubber style type of product that will break down, it's located, as you said, over sand, very close to the ocean. How is that mitigated? And again, it may be the right solution. I just don't know. But it does raise questions to me, is like, is that the best approach? I commend on the trying to conserve water, but are we trading one problem for another problem, which potentially might be a worse problem? And again, I don't know.
Esteban, do you guys have like maybe some product details or information you can kind of share about the turf and maybe the lifespan? I don't know.
And Vice Chair, I think that's where you're going, right?
Yeah, I mean, drainage and
Or maybe like a
stuff.
land maintenance. I'm not sure. I think that's landscapes portion. So if you guys could chime in.
To be honest, I don't have anything in, documents in front of me, but it is we can interchange it for something that's not a rubber material, something that's more natural, that uses, I've actually got a product like right in front of me, but there's a way we can mitigate that using a different material that's not harmful to the environment. And they have made big developments in turf and technology with turf, and we can change that to something a bit more eco-friendly.
Good, Vice Chair.
Mhm.
Yep. Any other questions from the commission? Commissioner Dikos. You're
Yes,
on mute.
thank you. Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I want to echo my appreciation for all you guys did for the fire victims and all of that, providing housing, food. I definitely want to echo that. Clearly one of the more sustainable resorts. You're clearly taking that into account and demonstrating that, and like this said on this project, showing. Sorry, I got fighter planes flying over my house right now. So appreciate the water reduction, all the conservation measures, the continued chase for more sustainability to reduce the footprint. So I do want to put that on record. I might have missed it, but there's one thing I didn't quite see in the plan is space for the beach. And it's my understanding, I think I remember from Maui News, like 75 million, I think KBH put in before you acquired it. And this 22 million, that's a lot of money. But I'm missing the part of allowing space for the beach. Can you talk a bit about that?
Commissioner Dikos, could you clarify what you mean by space for the beach? Are you saying the adjacent shoreline area, and what are you referring to?
So kind of like if you had a koa tree in a pot, right? Eventually it's going to grow into that pot. You want to get a bigger pot. So most of our beach loss is from beach squeeze. Are you familiar with beach squeeze?
Yes.
Okay. So like your neighbor to the left, right? The whalers, that beach is getting squeezed. If you look to the Kaanapali side, all that beach is lost because of beach squeeze. So by allowing space for that beach to migrate, you just sustain that healthy beach and it continues. So I'm just curious what the plan is to allow that to prevent the beach squeeze. I assume that's a valuable resource. It's in your name. The beach is probably something extremely important to you guys.
Mahalo, Commissioner. I would say with this application, following what the shoreline setback area rules are, we're going to the erosion hazard line. We're not building within that. That's what's built into the SMA rules, so the shoreline setback rules. I don't think there's a rule in there that says allow for beach area. I think there's no development within the setback area, within the erosion hazard line, other than there's some sidewalk and landscape. So in addition to partnering with UHC grant to talk about how to handle the conditions in the shoreline adjacent, I think that's the extent of it. Unless if there's a specific shoreline setback area rule you're referencing, you can let us know what that is. But if there isn't, we're following everything that's mandated by the rules and the SMA rules.
Okay, so you don't have a beach person, somebody that sort of advises you on, you have landscaping people, nobody that says, hey, this beach is valuable. We're going to coming up on our, we're going to spend 22 million. Let's incorporate beach health into the plan, there's nobody.
I think we're working with UHC grant as it goes, but there's no beach technically. I mean, we'll work with them for the area outside of the property, but this application is not dealing with improvements in the dunes or anything like that.
Okay, and when was the last certified shoreline?
I would have to check, offhand. It was maybe 3 or 4 years. Yeah. KOA did it 3 or 4 years ago. Yeah. The operators or owners association. Yeah.
Okay, I think what was submitted was 2019. Does that sound right? That's what's in the application.
Yeah, that sounds
Were
right.
there any encroachments?
No.
There was no encroachments determined?
Correct.
Okay. This may be confusing, but when the high wash of the wave, the mean high wash of the wave overtakes the walkway, that's an encroach. I mean, it's not officially documented until you get it certified, but that's contributing to beach squeeze. That's where it begins, right? When that high wash of the wave cannot migrate, okay, let me try different. Can we go to Exhibit 9? Is that something we can pull up?
He's asking for Exhibit 9.
Sorry, Exhibit 12, my bad.
You're looking for the sea level rise map?
Yeah. And just while they're pulling that up, were you were asked to provide any type of long-term managed retreat plan or anything of that sort?
When do you mean, Commissioner D? Because as a part of this application or previously?
Yeah, as part of this application, or if previously that I would. You guys have a managed retreat plan or a long-term plan?
Yeah. What's that? I don't know. We just have the existing exhibits that you see in there where there was, I think there was a coastal dune study previously, and everything is just following what was previously approved. But yeah, no work proposed for that area.
Okay, so that red line, right, it's the erosion hazard line. That's essentially, when we talk about erosion, that's essentially where the top of the beach will be, right? That used to be the end of the century. With the newer models, it's probably 2075, right? So I see that's in, so what are we, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70? You know, in 45 years, there won't be any land there. That'll be the beach. And you got a part of a building there. You've got pretty close to the restaurant. So I'm just curious, you know, when we look at the beaches in West Maui and we've lost half of them, part of that is reflective of this commission. And did we do our due diligence to protect those public trust resources? So the reason I'm asking these questions is this beach is under threat of beach squeeze. And I'm trying to understand as you know, as a sustainable resort that clearly you must value that beach. That's a huge revenue generator. I'm just trying to understand what is the plan to not squeeze that beach out, and which would require you to incrementally remove structures over time. Like as it migrates, you migrate with it. Does that make sense?
No, that makes sense. I don't believe that is what is in the SMA rules as applied though. For the shoreline setback area, there are, like you said, there is one building that encroaches an existing permitted structure. So obviously any work to be done has to follow what's prescribed in the shoreline setback rules, which the project is following. I think we're just asking that the commission evaluates this under the rules as stated. That's what the SMA application is. Asking for, we are coordinating with the other neighbors and the owners association for the coastal plan and how to work with that going forward. But beyond that, I don't think retreat into this area is a part of this SMA application.
So the walkway, obviously, if it's undermined, so there's no, I think even Sea Grant in their beach nourishment plan recommended, and I think I can dig it up if you need me to. I think OCCL in their response letter said, you know, that any infrastructure in the shoreline, right, which is state property side, would need to be removed. Do you recall any of that?
Commissioner Dicos, I hate to interrupt you, but we're having technical issues on our side with the video screens. So we're gonna need to pause so they can reset everything and people can dial back in. So about 5 minutes. So apologies, I know you're kind of midstream there, but we can't see anything. So we want to make sure that all the appropriate documents are being shared appropriately. So this meeting is recessed until 1:15 p.m. today.
So, in the staff report, and I think that you know, working with. Correct. I mean, that's what I'm trying to say. Maybe under
25th at 2:18 p.m. We are dealing with agenda A2, and we are still on questions to the applicant. I had to think about where I was at. So with that, Commissioner Dicos, I know you were kind of mid-sentence, so I apologize that I needed to cut you off there to get the technology back. And Commissioner Lind, are you raising your hand to make a comment after Commissioner Dicos is done?
Yes. I'll wait after Dicos, after he's done. Thank you.
Commissioner Dicos, take it away.
Yeah, so just, I think we were looking at the map. The red line was the erosion hazard. That's where the beach will be and by 2075. And my question was the plan to give that beach room to move, and it didn't sound like there was a plan or it's ever been discussed, or that's where I think we left off.
Up to yeah.
So Commissioner Dicos, and it doesn't seem like you're going to get, I think, the specific response that you are looking for. But could I maybe propose, since you're raising the question, if you wanted to maybe make that a condition of having a mitigation retreat plan as part of the consideration for approval, maybe we could, if that would satisfy your question at the moment, we can then discuss it if that's a good recommendation, but I don't want to speak for what you should or shouldn't do. Just a suggestion.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think maybe to make the point more clear, can we pull up the beach, the Kaanapali dune vegetation plan? I think it might be more clear on that.
So you're referencing the Sea Grant dune plan restoration?
Yes. And if we can go to slide 13, yeah. So, you know, if you scroll through these photos, like this is clear, the high wash of the wave is clearly past all the vegetation, it's clearly past the walkway. So these are all encroachments that by law should be removed to give space for the beach. So that's just existing. And then when we go back to that erosion hazard line, that's just in the future. So I guess two questions: why we haven't removed the encroachments that are existing? What is the plan for the walkway that is on state land? And then as we move forward, I would think that there would be a plan for the beach. It's such a valuable resource, especially it's in the name. There would be some planning for allowing that beach to continue to be healthy and support the tourism, support the community. Just want to know where that plan is.
Chair Ward, is it okay if I respond?
Absolutely.
Mahalo, Commissioner Dicos. I'd like to answer both of your questions with the staff report, condition 11, that's already been proposed by the county, that the applicant will coordinate with UHC grant and a qualified coastal dune specialist to prepare a vegetation management and dune restoration plan for the shoreline portion of the property. It seems to address the two things you're mentioning. It's already in the staff report. And I think it'd be duplicative to have also a retreat plan. I think it's one of the same, it's talking about the same thing. If there is retreat that's needed, it would be in this management plan. And it's already a condition, so I'll save you guys a step. But that's my thoughts on it. But let me know if what you think of the condition from the staff.
I have a question, and you can come back to me if you want, but I have a follow-up question to planning, and maybe I don't know if Tara Owens is on, since there's a lot of reference to this plan, if Tara Owens can talk a bit about the plan.
So, Commissioner Dicos, if I could suggest we hold those questions, we can deal with that in discussion. That way we can make sure that we're focusing on applicant questions, but noted and addressed, or to be addressed. Commissioner Lind.
So I only asked the applicant, I can't ask the department a question. Sorry. But I guess what I'm just chiming in on what Commissioner Dicos had mentioned, which was a concern about more like the beach coming and where you guys going when it's coming. So do we have a managed retreat plan? And should we condition that? That's part of the CZ. Is the mitigation in case, and including the infrastructure that maybe 50 years from now might be buried under sand in case of a Kona storm or a southern swell. I think that's what I'm thinking, what he was kind of asking. And if the department can get back to me, have we ever conditioned a managed retreat plan, including us showing, but it's not only for you guys. This is what we're trying to get to the ocean, Tara Owens about, is where can the state, they should be doing that every year as part of their kuleana to manage to how much of the beach is being eaten away by natural process. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Vice Chair.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch subjects a little bit. But I agree with the other commissioners, and we just had a condition for a managed retreat plan at the last meeting, I believe. So that's definitely, I think, something there's already precedent for that. My question is about water again. And I went through, like, I don't understand really all the calculations and stuff, but it sounds like a big, I guess I have two questions or concerns. One is that you're like accounting for the increase in the use of the pool by in part reducing the water use of the restaurant. But like, how do you do that? Are you just taking away seats? There's not those tables anymore. And then do you account for the added bar seats? How do we know that this is really what the water use is going to be? What kind of binding agreement is there for this?
Thank you for your question. Let me see if I can answer that. So, we could compare like apples to apples, right? So we, when we compared water usage, we compared it to existing and proposed wastewater flows. So we had to compare existing conditions and proposed, and that it's just a way of quantifying it, water use. So yes, existing conditions, there are restaurant seats that went from 708 to 534. For the bar, the number of units changed as well, and hotel employees. And that's all listed in our preliminary engineering report as an appendix. So those type of things are accounted for in our calculations, and that's how we came up with the reduction of water use for our portion. Irrigation had their own method of calculating that, and they were looked at historical usage over time, etc. And I believe that was provided as a supplement to this meeting as well.
Well, I know that you're saying I know that you can do a calculation and that this restaurant seat is this much water use, but like, how are you reducing? Are you reducing the size of the restaurant so that it can accommodate less people? Like, how do you go from 7?
I might be able to give a look. Yeah, there's an elimination of use in the main building for restaurant use that will no longer be hosted in the main building. That building that has the lobby is now going to be a more meeting area.
So like the capacity of the restaurant decreases to 534 people. And so now we know that restaurant can't have more than that. And that's how we ensure that these calculations of water usage are correct. I'm just, you know what I mean? I'm trying to get at how do we, my professor used to say, give me like multiple parameters and I can fit a model to it, right? Like numbers are just numbers. They don't mean anything unless they're real. So how do we know that the numbers are going to be real?
For those that are online, please make sure you're muted because we can hear your conversation. Thank you.
Like, if you say this is how much water I'm going to use, do you have to use that much water, or can you still go on to have 708 restaurant seats? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
So they, with this renovation, they're eliminating the restaurant, so they can't even serve those seats. So it's no longer there. So in the floor plans, I believe in the architectural floor plans, it'll show that that space has been converted.
Okay. And then what about the like overall water use numbers? How do we know that that's how much water you can use, that you're committed to using? Can you go above that number? Can you go below that number? holds you to that number?
So I guess we'd have to separate into different uses. There's domestic and irrigation. So irrigation usage, because there is a decrease in area, there is not that requirement to irrigate it. It's replaced by the different improvements, turf. So that is the result of the reduction. It's based on historical usage, so what they've been using over a year.
I guess I hear you how the calculations are made, but who do you have a water meter, and does somebody say, okay, you've said this is how much water I'm going to use per day, and who makes sure that that's what you use?
So the water meters are sized for the capacity that they can provide.
Okay.
So it can't exceed that capacity. Hawaii Water Service has allocation for that property, and basically what we're saying is we're not going beyond that.
Okay, so your water system meters only allow for this much use, so you can't increase your usage, basically.
Not what they were originally sized for.
Okay, that's what I needed to hear. Thank you. That's helpful.
But to clarify, you're not resizing, you're keeping the existing size that is there.
Yes, it's existing meters, and the irrigation demand can only be 50% of that capacity of that meter. So with that, they'll be using less of the irrigation capacity.
Okay, thank you.
Because I think, Vice Chair, where you're going was that although the meter's not being resized, they have the capability to go to their existing allocation today, despite them stating that they're going to be having a reduction.
We're actually, because the area is designated, Hawaii Water Service has existing usage historically. So I think that's a sensitive subject. And the water utility would, I guess, mandate that.
I got a little lost there.
Yeah, me too.
I guess just for simplistic terms, that since you're not downsizing the size of the meter, which is understandable, that in theory, you could reach the maximum amount of water based on the water meter size that you currently are using. There's nothing that would preclude you from stopping hitting that mark. Is that correct?
Yes, so we wouldn't be increasing.
Right, it wouldn't increase, but it wouldn't, there's nothing that says it would automatically decrease because you've taken these steps, because the meter allows for X capacity.
Except for the use of space. So restaurant seating and meeting space, I guess you'd have to go in for another permit to modify that space. So maybe the gray area.
I think that's where you're trying to go. Is that correct?
Yeah, I guess I'm just, one of the biggest issues is water. So we have to make decisions based on what you're saying. And we all know how numbers can work. You can move them up and down and just make them fit whatever you want them to fit. But we make decisions based on the number that you're saying, the amount of water you're saying you're going to use, right? And so if that's not what really happens, then it's hard for us. I mean, then we've made a bad decision. So I guess I just wanted assurance that we're not going to go above what's being used. And I think I got that.
So if I could ask a question.
Sure.
Even though I usually wait till the end.
You don't have to ask my permission.
Well, no, but I usually wait to the end. We have in the past placed a condition that if water usage is over X amount per day, with leeway, understandably, because there's highs and lows. Is that something that, if we propose, would be agreeable to, assuming again that it is a reasonable number, that we're not like stripping it halfway down for what you're proposing?
I don't think I have that authority to say. I'd like to hand it over to the person that could speak to that.
You don't want to answer that question?
Yeah, I think that we would need to evaluate the situation and the water usage. And this is something that, if you recall, 4 or 5 years ago, there was a reevaluation of all the water in that area and what you could and could not do. And so we were capped at a certain level at that point, which we agreed to. And then for us to go back and relook, we would need to relook at what the turf is going to, clearly that's going to create a reduction. The restaurant's going to create a reduction. And if the landscape piece can only be a certain percentage of everything, that's going to create some natural caps as well. So I think we'd have to do an evaluation of all of that in order to make a commitment to it. But I can assure you, reduction of water is critical to us. We know it's important not only to Maui, but to the state. And we took this into consideration. That reduction that you saw in here was something that was, it was intentional, that we wanted to reduce water here and water usage.
And I commend and appreciate that. It's more, if I'm sensing correctly from knowing my commissioners, that I think, as Vice Chair said, is numbers are easy to change and manipulate, and not saying there's anything inappropriate, but we can all make things, position a case that works to our advantage some way, some shape, some form. That knowing there are unknowns because you're projecting out and making assumptions and all kind of stuff, that giving the commission the ability to feel confident to say, you have this estimate, you're comfortable with this estimate. If you exceed that there is a nominal fine that is paid to compensate for that miscalculation. And that gives you opportunity in the future to then still augment and change and bring the numbers down. So it's not something that's like a permanent, like forever you're going to pay, so to speak, unless you do nothing. But that, and I will not speak for my fellow commissioners, but in past reviews, that appears to have brought some comfort to some individuals that if there is an excess use of the water, inadvertently miscalculation, just bad time of the year, whatever, that there's a give back to the community. And if, again, I don't want to speak for anybody, so if anybody else wants to chime in, feel free to jump in. But that was kind of the thought process, is that I think we will acknowledge that you're taking the efforts and that it's conscious decisions, and that's great. But none of us can see into the future. And having that little bit of a safeguard that if the community is impacted from too much water usage, to be completely benign, that at least there's some kind of recourse and payback to the community, so that it's just not taken for granted. So I will stop there, but anybody else feel free to jump in. Mr. Circle Woodburn.
Related, but not to the exact fee discussion. So I don't know if somebody wants to, if you still want to continue that before I still have a water question.
It's all still general to them.
Okay. So in continuing the water use reduction discussion and seeing the proposed condition number 13, discussion about reclaimed water. So I guess I'm just wondering, I thought from a previous project that we were told the R1 water line runs down the parkway. Does it not come as far as your property, or is that not true? Or because I heard the golf course uses it across the street. So I'm just trying to understand why you can't or aren't using it.
Thank you for your question. So that recycled water line is expected to come to that area, and just because of the elevation of that hotel or that area, it cannot be served until the full infrastructure is put in. So when it's available, they will be, I guess, modifying irrigation to use that water.
So then that would help with your reduction of potable water use at that time.
At that time, I think right now they're in construction. I'm not sure what portion they are in, and if it addresses the elevation service area. The golf course is a lot higher in elevation, so they're able to pressurize the line and serve.
So then also, and this might be for the landscape architect, but when you're redoing the landscape, are the irrigation, is the system and the lines and the plants prepared for our R1 water? Because I know it has to be purple pipe and all of that stuff. So you don't have to redo it again later. Yeah,
I believe that.
Right.
Hey, this is Lila again. I believe the vast majority of our planting should be completely fine with the R1 water. As to the irrigation, I think our contractor has said that they're just going to be kind of retrofitting the existing irrigation that's out there to ensure we're hitting the planting areas we need. So, you know, maybe my principal Brent can jump in with more details and how this gets instated in real world. But maybe just as the R1 becomes available and the retrofit work on the irrigation is being done, they'll just ensure that it's, you know, the R1 is reaching the areas that it needs to.
Hey, this is Brent Lloyd, principal with EDSA, I swear to tell the truth. Yes, continuing on Lila's point, it's very common as part of irrigation retrofits, especially when we know there could be an R1 water condition to come in to do the minor improvements around valve and head types that are within that system to receive an R1 condition. So it's not a big concern. We can certainly notate that in our world is availability of that water is there in the future. So it's not a big concern from our side.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks.
Any other questions to the applicant? Yes, Commissioner Ateo. I did it on purpose.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just had a question. Is the water use summary based on 100% occupancy, or is the reduction in water use at 80% capacity, and then when it's 100, it exceeds the 39,000 that it's being saved?
No, so the analysis was done on existing water usage. So our numbers are reflective of that, and the reduction is in rooms, and you can see that. It's not an occupancy. It's just whatever the hotel can hold as capacity.
Okay.
Pre-COVID, sorry. Because during COVID, it drastically decreased. So at least it's a more realistic.
Okay, thank you.
Following that line of thought, and I would also like to echo my thanks and appreciation to the efforts to house those people that were impacted and taking it to the next step further of getting them into that transition home thing. So very commendable. It's so much appreciated. I'm assuming that you were probably close to full capacity during that time with individual, give or take here or there. Were those numbers run against what was pre-COVID, just as a comparison to say, how do they align? Because I think where you're going, commissioners, full capacity is much different than existing capacity at 80%. So was that comparison done, or could it be done? Because that could give you a very good usage that is kind of current day of if you doing the housing was that close to being full.
Yeah, so we have not gone back and relooked at those few months where we may have been at capacity, and we weren't at capacity completely. So the hotel typically pre-COVID would run in the 85% occupancy range. So we had a pretty good baseline. One of the things that I just learned, though, was there was this reallocation of water that would happen in the entire area. And at that time, we did take a reduction because we had already started to reduce some of our consumption through, we've got low flow toilets and things like that. And so we already did commit to a reduction. And so our cap was already reduced once. So, we feel pretty comfortable that we'll continue to be able to reduce it, but we have taken a reduction already.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other further questions? Commissioner Dikos.
Thank you, Chair. You think we could pull up Exhibit 9? That's on the application, page 57. Well, that's coming out. I guess one of my questions is, are you familiar with an ambulatory property line? Does that sound familiar? I just learned it, so I'm glad I can use it, make myself sound smart. But do you know what that is?
Could you clarify, Commissioner Dikos? Tell us where you're going.
So So the shoreline that's on the beach is ambulatory, right? It's not fixed like your other property lines, right? It's dictated by where the public trust is, which is the mean highest wash of the wave. So that's always moving. So shoreline property owners have that responsibility of adapting to that line. Does that make sense?
Yep, that makes sense.
Okay. And I could tell you're super frustrated, but the people in West Maui are very frustrated with lost beaches. So I apologize if these questions are frustrating. So just wanted to point out, so that is a map of the substrate underneath the property. The brown area to the left is beach. So underneath your existing property, there's a lot of beach there. I just want to point that out. So I think what might be frustrating is you followed all the protocols and why am I asking you these questions? So normally we have laws that protect the beach. The normal process is the certified shoreline, which are good for 1 year. You guys did one in 2019. When they identify encroachments, in order to protect that natural migration of the beach, and the laws state that, many different laws, you cannot impede that natural migration. And when you identify those encroachments, they need to be removed in order to allow that beach to be healthy and continue to migrate. So that's what the laws are supposed to do. If you're not required to do a certified shoreline, then you can kind of skip that process. The state doesn't get involved. They don't ask you to remove the encroachments. And over time, we end up with a Kahana sunset, or we end up with, buildings falling into the ocean. So we're trying to prevent that here by understanding how you will provide space for the beach. You already told me there is no plan. Well, I guess one question is, why would you not plan space for the beach? Why does that seem like a...
Mahalo, Commissioner. Not frustrated. I appreciate all your questions and all your insight. As stated before, one, the certified shoreline isn't required because there is a mapped vegetation line. So that becomes the default, as you know, based on the shoreline rules. So there is no shoreline required. However, as stated previously, condition 11 in the staff report is the plan you're referring to. Prepare a vegetation management dune restoration plan for the shoreline portion of the property. That is a condition that's proposed by staff that the applicant is willing to accept. So I don't, unless, again, we were talking about water, now we're back on the shoreline. So
Sure. We can move forward.
No, if we're talking about the shoreline, then we'll, as we get into the conditions, we can talk about modifying that. If you want to add managed retreat or whatever it is to it, we can talk about it then. But it feels like we're kind of going in a circle and we're not able to access to all the other questions the commissioners may have. So if that's what we're going to talk about, I think we can move forward with that as a condition discussion. Otherwise, I don't know if we need to continue revisiting.
So I have a question. I appreciate you'd like certain questions asked and not others. So there was a letter from Sea Grant. This is from West Crow. Maybe the question for them: what progress has been made towards implementing the recommendations we gave them, which included removing Naupaka vegetation encroaching onto the beach, moving beach chairs out of the dune areas, and moving the beach walkway Mauka? And the response was you are going to remove the beach chairs out of the dune areas. No realignment is proposed of the walkway at this time. So they're identifying encroachments. And it sounds like the response is we are not going to deal with at least the walkway. Can you confirm that the beach chairs were removed? I walked there pretty recently. There's plenty of vegetation on that. I think you even have areas that are roped off as private property on the beach side of the walkway. Is that not true?
Yeah. So the beach chairs have been removed. Vegetation, I can't give a live outlook of what's going on right now, but I do believe that Outrigger is committed as a part of this to comply and remove anything going forward as a part of this condition to vegetation management and the coastal dune restoration plan.
Okay, can you talk a little bit about what the history of that shoreline? Like, if you guys had emergency measures, have you done sand pushing? Like, what has been the response to sea level rise?
Commissioner Dicos, again, with all due respect, I thought we agreed, or you agreed, that we could move this to a condition if you wanted to add that as a condition. I think we're just going around in circles. I appreciate where you're going, but I think we have an avenue of going through conditions if you want to.
Chair, if I never talked about a condition. I think that was proposed to kind of stop this discussion. I did ask the planning department to provide the shoreline history when we get shoreline properties. There was no shoreline history. This is all relevant. we're literally talking about a shoreline property. All my discussion is about the shoreline. So I'm not out of scope. I don't feel I'm out of scope. I think this is very important, especially in a community that has lost half of their beaches to beach squeeze, and there appears to be no plan to avoid another beach squeeze. So that's all relevant. I'm just trying to understand what has been done, what is the direction of this applicant to deal with those issues, so we don't have them come back here asking for an emergency measure to put whatever sandbags and burritos and deal with, they have time to deal with this. And if we can talk through a solution, I think this would be a great, as Commissioner Lynn said, we keep talking about how do we deal with these properties, and how do we find solutions? So we do what we're supposed to do, keep people out of harm's way and protect these valuable public trusts. So I agree, I disagree, but you are the chair. If you want to cut off this discussion, it's up to you.
I'm not trying to cut the conversation off. Commissioner Lind, I'll get to you in just 1 second. I'm simply trying to provide avenues for us to come up with solutions versus repeating the same questions or variations of the same questions. I don't believe you're going to get a different answer or than what you've been provided. I'm not saying that's a great answer. I'm not saying that's what we want. I'm trying to make sure that if we're going to spend time focusing on an important area, that we're tackling it with a way where we're putting condition or parameters around to meet or achieve what it is that we're trying to accomplish.
I'd be happy to get there. I just want to point out, I've asked about certified shorelines. I've asked about a plan for beach space. I've asked about removing the encroachments, responded to these aren't the same question over and over. I've asked about the history of mitigating the shoreline. Because the applicant didn't provide any, they did answer, we haven't done anything, but that's not a repeated question. That's trying to understand what is the goal, the long-term goal to protect this valuable resource. So I didn't mean to cut you off, but I'm not asking the same question. I'm trying to understand why there's no answer for any of these questions.
The applicant like to respond?
Sure. The answer for the certified shoreline, again, there's a mapped erosion hazard line. So certified shoreline is not required here. That's the rules. So that's not avoiding your question.
If I can interrupt, that is not, we could have the county state. The county has jurisdiction whether to ask you to provide a shoreline, certified shoreline, but that's not accurate what you're saying, and I can be corrected if.
Regardless, with Chair Ward, the applicant is willing to discuss anything going forward. It's just we can't solve it in the discussion right now in this forum. If I hate to beat a dead horse, but committing to this condition that gives 12 months to develop this plan, that sounds about right. What you need, you can't solve it in a 30-minute discussion over Zoom. I think this requires a dune specialist approved by the department, everything that says in the condition, and the applicant's willing to accept that. But beyond that, I don't know, we can't solve it here right now in a back and forth.
Okay, Chair, can I just shift a little bit? I think this will help. So I'll get right to, would you be willing, since there is no plan for providing space for the beach, would you be willing to agree to a plan? And I could give an example, like a 40-foot trigger. So let's say you do your certified shoreline, you identify the structures within 40 feet, you develop a plan for how those structures will be relocated, and there'll be a cost associated with that. Would that be an acceptable form of planning for this rising seas?
Is that something that was proposed by a qualified specialist, or is this off the top of your head, Commissioner? Because I feel like we'll work with the specialists at UHC grant and everything that you said, but not agree to terms that are just proposed in the middle of a applicant meeting.
And I think that's fair. And if we can bring Tara Owens in as the specialist, I'd be happy to bring the discussion up with her.
Yep. I just want to wrap this up. Anything further?
No.
Okay, so Commissioner Dikos, at this point, can I move to Commissioner Lind? And again, I fully support, if you want to bring stuff up in conditions, like, go for it. Like, I think that's just maybe a better place for us to focus some of our time.
I just wanted to mention, sorry, Chair, for interruption. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to turn to you.
This former hotel is probably the oldest hotel in Kaanapali, I think. After Hotel Hanamaui, or the former Hotel Hanamaui, that's still in operation. So I've seen through my lifetime, born in '79, that a lot of Hawaiian stuff was going through this stuff, like the discussions in the Hawaiian community. And so I see it also relevant that a lot of jobs are, which we already know. But I just wanted to say thank you guys for what you guys do. And the hotel industry is not easy. My parents grew up in hotel on the ranch. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions for the applicant? Seeing none, I do appreciate everybody's time and patience. And Commissioner Dikos, I was not trying to cut you off by any means. I'm just trying to keep us to maybe getting to a solution. That's all I was trying to do. With that, can we have the department's recommendation, please?
Chair.
Oh,
Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Dikos.
I thought we were going to have discussion outside of the applicant before we get to this stage. Wasn't that the plan? You're trying to keep it just applicant questions, and then now if people had questions for the department or for others, we would get into that part.
So we'll get the department will give their recommendation. Then as a commission, we'll have discussion around, do we want to accept that recommendation, not accept it? If so, anything we want to put around that. And then from there, if there's a proposal from a commissioner on how to move forward, that can be made, and that's when we would then add conditions if we wanted conditions.
And at that time, I don't know if Tara Owens is available to talk about, we can bring in those resources as part of the discussion.
If need be and they're available, we certainly can. I would just remind us that we're not crafting the rules of a condition. We would be crafting a condition on what needs to be obtained. So, such as that they would have a certification of shoreline within X period of time. They would have a management retreat plan within X time, as examples, not saying that those are what we want, but so we wouldn't necessarily be crafting what is contained in those unless there's something very specific that we need to make sure is in there that justifies a certain points to what we're trying to accomplish. But in general, the condition wouldn't be wrapped around going step by step as to what that is going to contain. Does that make sense? Yes.
If I heard if there are resources available, we can tap into them for discussion. So that answers my question.
If we could have the department's recommendation, please.
Thank you, Chair. The department has assessed the potential impacts of this project and has determined that it will not have a detrimental adverse effect on the SMA area, subject to the representations made in the application and conditions included in the staff report. The application meets the criteria for a SMA use permit, and the planning department recommends approval based upon the 14 conditions listed in the staff report. The department does propose some modifications and changes to the conditions. First, to condition number 1, to change to the date from 5 years from today, so that the project be implemented before August 25th, 2031. And then to also add a 15th, condition number 15, based on representations made by the applicant about public beach stalls, to read as follows. Applicant shall provide and maintain 20 additional parking stalls for public beach access located in substantially the same area as the existing public beach access parking stalls for a total of 30 stalls. These stalls shall be provided in addition to any parking stalls required pursuant to the Americans with Disabilities Act.
Does that include in perpetuity?
Sorry.
Whenever the shoreline retreats. No, but I'm sure it is, right?
Commissioner Lind, you're unmuted and we can hear your conversation.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. If you like, I can change the first line to applicant shall provide and maintain in perpetuity 20 additional parking stalls, et cetera.
And I guess I just want to clarify with the applicant that inputting perpetuity is okay. Okay, thank you.
And then, sorry, one last sentence onto the end of that, and that that the applicant shall submit site plans to show the location of said parking stalls in the preliminary compliance report.
Yep. Thank you very much. With that, I will open discussion with the commissioners. Commissioner Circle Woodburn.
Just on that last condition, apologies if I missed it because we don't have it in front of us. Did it say anything about signage, marking them with signage or hours that they need to be made available for beach parking or any of that?
As written, it does not say that, but it can definitely be added. I guess I would just suggest confirming with the applicant that if it was considered, like if they'd be okay with signage, or if would it be 24 hours, or is this time?
I just want to make sure, how does anyone know which stalls are to park in for beach parking?
We'll ensure that there is signage to mark those as well.
Some sort of label or, yeah. Okay, thank you.
I guess just a quick clarification. Is it 24/7 or is it to?
I don't think it was. I think it was because it wasn't overnight hours. So I think it's during beach hours.
Okay. That's fine. I just was wondering. Okay, before we get there, so have we added the additional time or signage language?
Yes, I added the signage language. I just wanted clarification on the timing. What was the timing on that? I'm sorry, I missed that response.
Yeah, I guess we could probably put sunset and sunrise in there. Is that appropriate, or does it need to be extended past that?
just, I know a lot of people that fish on that beach and they go at nighttime. So, I mean,
Yeah, I think overnight
they use the
is,
beach.
is what, yeah. I think the overnight is where we need to be a little careful that there is some parameters. So
Can I ask if there are time restrictions on your current 10 stalls?
I don't recall that there are. I believe, I can check with the hotel to make sure, but not 100% sure. Yeah.
Where's the 10 stalls?
They're currently, when you go in on the right-hand side, just right when you go into the driveway today, they're on the right-hand side.
Okay.
So that entire area now will take over that entire area, and that will be the 30 stalls.
So, Danny, do you have recommendations on how to close this out with knowing that we need to have the confirmation from the hotel so that we don't write a condition that is in opposition to what is practical, but in the same vein, putting in parameters to make sure that it does meet the needs of the community?
I think it's all up for discussion, right? I mean, you could theoretically start off at 30 stalls 24/7, and if that was unacceptable to them, then I think they would have to explain why.
I think the only thing that we're trying to prevent, there's just the overnight parking and someone camping in that area and so forth. So I think that it's pretty typical that there would be a ending time in the evening and a starting time in the morning. We could do 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. if that would be appropriate. I'm making decisions for the hotel without them knowing.
I think there's a lot of, in the whole area, there's a lot of areas where 10 p.m. is like the threshold. So.
Okay.
And I understand the safety concern of the overnight 24/7.
Right. 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. we would be willing to commit to that.
Okay. Commissioner Lind?
I have a question. So we're talking about sunrise.
I was just told it. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, we're sunsetting it at 10 a.m., 10 p.m.
It was 7 p.m., so I just extended it to 10 for you.
Well, in that case, why can't we talk about fishermen and what about cultural fishermen, and cultural seats for cultural practices, Hawaiian cultural practices? Can we reserve 5 of those seats for that purpose? I mean, that would also not be, and without restriction, or is that too much?
I think, being able to control that overnight, who's there, who's arriving, would be very difficult. This is not an area that has a gate. They're wide open parking spaces. And so I think that, we need to have some parameters on what time they open in the morning and what time they open in the evening.
Yeah, that's a problem too.
Well,
that I kind of have is like if a cultural practice include ohiki crab for fun or for food, on the beach and it comes out at night, that's kind of a problem. And this is public. Our CZMA make sure it's public access, and I would hope 24 hours, maybe a reduction from the 30, at least 5 cultural seats.
Mahalo, Commissioner. I was just asked, do any of the other hotels in Kaanapali have that same standard, or is this hotel being held to a different standard?
No, that's what I mean. Even with the beach thing, that should be the state, but limiting the seats for everybody, on all the locals, all the people on Maui, to go there and from a certain peak, just because you might end up with one tug on the beach or one fisherman or one person that might, but that is also their right of access too, especially for Native Hawaiian access and the public access compounded. But I agree with you.
Currently, if you don't mind, the 10 stalls you guys have, there is no time limit on top right now. 7 p.m. I went there and I never see any time limit. That's why. But I think cultural practice is something that needs to be taken into consideration. And we believe that the OKB can set a standard and not adhere to the standards that's been set on other hotels, because you are the most Hawaiian hotel. Yeah. So if we're going to stick with that, then we got to start with that. Yeah. So the thing is, like Commissioner Lin said, 5 stalls shouldn't be one big issue because you guys have awesome security over there. Yeah. I've been there, saw you guys security and whatnot. So if that's something that you guys would be open to, the 5 seats, or like Commissioner Lin said, then for cultural practices, for fishing and stuff like that, that'll go a long way. Yeah.
I think the bottom line is it's a safety issue for the timeline, but I mean 10 p.m. is extending it past what's there now. So I think the applicant's willing to go to 10 p.m. But also if you're parsing it off for 5 for cultural, does that mean there's only 25 for beach? Because it's starting to become again, I defer to my architecture colleagues on the call, but there is a limited amount of space in that area. So I don't want to take one from the other, or having to start, there's going to be spaces in the garage and having to have cross traffic. I think having the access there makes the most sense to kind of monitor. But I guess that's the question. Is it the 30 stalls, and then we're going to have 5 are restricted for cultural and then 25 for beach access, or it becomes issue of what's allocated to who, I guess?
Mr. Nishiki? Yes, it's me. The powers above. Would you be willing or able to provide your thoughts? I know we're a little out of kind of going in the process, but I think knowing that this is something that's important to you, I'd like to hear your thoughts as to what you believe is acceptable and or required, so to speak, so that we're not just arbitrarily coming up with details that are either overcomplicating or not meeting the needs.
Sorry, I'm not used to this short microphone. we need the same kind that you guys have now. It's my understanding, and you can get clarification from the planning department, but the original 10 stalls are 24-hour parking stalls. And there has been enforcement by the county in the past for them not honoring the 24-hour, and this is by, many fishermen in West Maui. So I'm just sharing with you that that's the past history. You can have the planning department weigh in on that. We were just talking about institutional knowledge. A sidebar. And so I'm just trying to figure out who in the planning department has that institutional knowledge. Michelle McLean was the planning director at that time, and she's the one who took on that kuleana of that enforcement. So I would think that it is this commission's purview to discuss the additional 20, but it seems that the 10 have already
meet the needs.
There's already been a decision on the 10. Your commission is talking about the 20. That's my opinion on the matter, and I do think that you do have the obligation to consider all of the uses, and I know the 5 stalls that Commissioner discussed is something that should be discussed with the applicant.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It does help clarify, at least for myself. Commissioner Circle Woodburn, I believe you had a comment.
It was just sort of on some of the comments and institutional knowledge and previous experience, I do believe the Hyatt Regency in many of their additions and renovations and their required beach parking did have to post signage. And I do believe there are hours posted with that signage. I've been trying very hard to find it online, but I can't seem to find it. But the planning department would have had to approve that or reviewed it or been party to that. So it's just talking about a precedent or what other hotels have had to do or what that signage might be. I'm pretty certain whether it's each stall or a sign that straddles the line between two, there's posted signage.
And I don't recall for the Grand, I know the Grand also had dedicated stalls, but I don't recall if hours were included or not. So could the department pull up the records for the Hyatt and for the Grand just to see so that we are consistent, so that we're not creating different rules for different hotels? And if we need to take a recess for that, that's fine. I think it's an important question for us to have clear direction on.
Chair.
Yes.
Like Ms. Nishiki said, if we're discussing the 20 stalls, then the 10 stalls can remain the same. Then that's what it sounds like.
I guess my point is that we recently approved the Grand, and with that, there was conditions for stalls being dedicated. I think it'd be important that we're consistent, that we're not making one rule of saying that and holding this applicant accountable till 10 p.m. versus hypothetically if the Grand is till 7 p.m. Like if it's 7 p.m., then it should be 7 p.m. for everybody. If it's 10 p.m., 10 p.m. Unless we're carving out like the 10 stalls already was already negotiated, that'd be different. But I think my guidance to the commission was that we should be consistent across our decisions to be fair and equitable to everybody. That's just my 2 cents. But
Chair Ward?
Yes.
Hi, Candace Dackerson. For the Grand Wailea, because I was the project planner assigned to that one, we did not distinguish any hours specifically for the Grand Wailea. I also just wanted to throw out, because I've done a lot of SMA permits in the past. When I did the one for Puamana recently, after the fire, when the gate got installed because they were having some issues right at Puamana, we had beach parking there, and it was from sun up to sundown. There was, I believe, one stall that was like a loading, unloading, kind of like for surfboards and fishermen, and that one was 24 hours. So there was like one that they allowed people to have in case they had heavy, the fish, right? They got to bring it up in the coolers. And then the other ones were just sun up to sundown. And they did have a gate, so they had to put signage on the front of the gate and then signage at each spot. I do know that you can either do signage or you can also do, you can paint right down on the bottom of the stall if you don't want to do like, more SMA stuff to get a sign, then you can paint the stall as well.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Elizares.
Thanks, Chair. I had a question about process and where we are right now. It sounds like we are recrafting a condition of the recommendation of the department.
We're in discussion. We're in discussion at the moment, which happens to be on a condition that the department made a recommendation on.
Okay, and we didn't make a motion to move that part forward, or we can still have this discussion.
I don't believe we're ready for a motion at this point. I think we're still in discussion. So to level set, at least where I believe we're at, make sure we're all maybe on the same page, or you guys can correct me, is the 10 stalls were pre-negotiated, whatever those terms were. The 20 additional stalls is what we're in discussion on now. There's agreement to having signage or indication for, was it 6 a.m. to 10 p.m.? But no specific dedication to cultural practitioners. But it sounds to me that those 10 spots previously would cover cultural practitioner or traditional practices. So I will pause there if anybody wants to correct me on where I think we're at, because we've had a lot of discussions. That's where I believe we're at. So I guess I will pause and ask the applicant if they have a different understanding. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page, that we're marching in the same direction.
Chair, I think the only question is those 10 spots. I think we would agree to whatever the current situation is with those 10 spots. I would want to validate, we go back and determine, is there an obligation? If there is for 24 hours, then we would meet that obligation. If there's not, then whatever the obligation is today, we would commit to that. I
appreciate that. The only thing that kind of raises is just an eyebrow for me is, in the event that the current conditions for the 10 do not meet the cultural practices, then the 20 that we're now discussing should take that into account, in my opinion. So that's the only little glitch that I would see there, that if the 10 don't have the kind of 24-hour access, so to speak, or good portion of it, we're not taking that into account to the additional 20, then we're not, in my opinion, meeting the community's needs. But again, I will pause there. So thank you for your comments, commissioners. Does anybody have actually, let me start with staff. Staff, do you have a different understanding of where I've level set us at this point? Again, I just want to make sure we're all at the same place at the same time, so we can move forward in the right direction versus going around in circles.
Yeah, we understand. So it's 20 additional stalls. However, we're unsure of the existing 10 and whether or not they're 24/7. If they were, then that's the end of that. But if they're not, then we have to consider what we're going to do with the 20 stalls. And I do have a message out to our supervising zoning inspector, who was part of the enforcement and Kaanapali, but he's not responding. So
Vice Chair, you have a comment?
Sorry. I just wanted to, because Commissioner Elizares mentioned perhaps a motion, and usually that's kind of the process that I would go in, is motion and then condition. But I guess just so my thoughts are out there, I wouldn't be comfortable moving in that direction yet, because I do have a number of conditions I would like to explore. And this one I thought was pretty easy, and it's taken a long time, which makes me a lot worried about how we're going to be moving into how long it's going to take for discussion on these conditions. And I guess I wanted to ask a procedural question, maybe to you, Chair, to the department, is how much time do we need to spend negotiating on conditions? Like, if there is a condition that we want, do we just impose that condition and then they can say yes or no? Or, I mean, what does this negotiation process look like? At some point we need to make a decision what this commission is willing to accept. And
so it is my understanding that we have the right to impose a condition as we see fit. With that, I think getting agreement with an applicant is advantageous to all parties. I'm okay if we want to move into making a motion. I just want to make sure that any other discussion that the commissioners want to have is been resolved. If everybody's good with the discussion, I mean, we did go a little bit into the weeds on kind of crafting a condition, but I still think it was valuable discussion to have. If there are other topics that we want to discuss before we move into a motion, then let's raise those now. And then if not, and I see your hand, Commissioner Dicos, just one sec, that if we are then done after Commissioner Dicos, then we can move into a motion and hopefully get through the conditions as you want to outline. Does that work for everyone? Okay, Commissioner Dicos.
Yeah, I just think it might be valuable to have Tara Owens, if she's available, just to discuss that relationship with the dune restoration and what's happening on that beach shoreline. I think that would be helpful with crafting, if we want to craft something for that shoreline protection, but just a little bit of information from her would be helpful. for me anyway.
Okay, so I do believe she's online, but she has very limited time. So I would just ask that we be very focused so that we're not eating into whatever she needs to go to next. So let's just stay kind of laser sharp on that. So with that, I'm going to close discussion unless there's any other. Commissioner Dacos, we'll just bring up in the condition once a motion's made just to kind of tighten everything up because otherwise we could just go on and on and on. So if there's no further discussion, I will ask if there is a suggested or recommended motion to put on the table. Commissioner Elazars?
Sure, yeah. Can I hear the staff's recommendation again? I know they were, what the staff's recommendation was, the changes to the staff recommendation. Kind of got lost on that last one.
Well, we didn't get it to a final conclusion on the last one, but if you could read through everything.
I can show the most recent draft that can be edited.
Thank you.
So the last I have is applicant shall provide and maintain in perpetuity 20 additional parking stalls for public beach access available from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. located in substantially the same area as the 10 existing public beach access parking stalls for a total of 30 stalls. These stalls shall be provided in addition to any parking stalls required pursuant to the Americans with Disabilities Act. Site plans for the proposed stalls showing location and configuration shall be submitted with the preliminary compliance report.
Thank you.
Chair, I would like to make a motion.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Can I make a motion to approve with the county's recommendations and additional conditions and add those conditions? Okay. Shall I just list them or do we need to speak with individually?
You would have to list each one each.
Okay. I would like
Sorry,
to.
Chair.
Oh, no, actually, it's a second, right?
Well, no, you'd have to, you would have to list, you would list what your motion is, what any additional conditions, we get a second, and then we move into discussion.
Okay.
Commissioner Elazars, so Commissioner Vice Chair was about to make a motion. Are you looking to make a motion or are you looking to make a comment?
I was going to second it before we do the amendment and then open it for amendments before we lose all of them, all of the conditions.
But I'm only making a motion with these conditions. I guess that's. I was wondering if that's how I could do it rather than make the motion to approve and then go through conditions. I think I have like very specific conditions that would make me okay with the project.
So the only one thing I would say on that is that someone might vote against the entire motion if they don't agree with one condition.
Yep.
Whereas they may agree with the motion in its entirety and part of the conditions. So
I think my conditions, the commission is used to them. Like they're not going to be a surprise.
So my suggestion would be is list your conditions. If it gets voted down, then we can move to the main motion and then amendments to the main motion. That way, everybody has a chance to get their pieces in, and you don't lose some of yours.
Okay, if I'm doing this the wrong way, you can tell me, and we can redo it too. Shall I proceed?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. My first amendment to that condition is to provide 5 stalls for 24 hours for traditional practices. My second condition is to provide a certified shoreline survey and then we can have some discussion about the language for that, but we're used to that from the last meeting. My third condition is really similar to what we also saw in the last meeting, where the department requires a managed retreat plan from the applicant and works with them on that managed retreat plan. So I thought that was actually something that was already done, but anyways, so that shouldn't be new. And then my fourth condition is, and a managed, just so you know, a managed retreat plan is different than a dune restoration plan. And then, the fourth condition is, we usually see the condition from the department about if, buildings or structures are damaged in this process, then it's going to be the responsibility.
The indemnification.
Yeah, that one, I didn't see that on here. And I thought that was a condition that was on all kind of SMAs now, or at least shoreline properties. So I thought that was like a normal one. And then I would like to explore a fifth condition, which includes moving the sidewalk, since it seems that the sidewalk is in state land. That's all I have.
Is there a second? Commissioner Lind seconds. Would you like to speak to your motion, Vice Chair?
Oh, no, I think I just, what I will say is it seems like a lot, but there's already precedent for all of this. This is in all of the conditions and all of the shoreline applications that or the approvals that we give nowadays. So hopefully this is not like, I don't know, a shock to anyone.
Commissioner Lind, would you like to speak to your motion? And then Commissioner Dicos.
No need. But I agree with what she said, and I already spoke on that topic. Thank you.
And so I just want to, Commissioner Dicos, I just want to see if Tara is available now. So I want to lose her. So is she available? Okay, so Tara, you're available. Yes, I'm being told.
I am here.
Thank you for your time.
And I am just waiting for one phone call that might make me have to drop off. Otherwise,
Okay.
You have my time.
Excellent. So please do what you need to do for us. I appreciate you coming online. Commissioner Dicos, I'm not sure if this is the question you were going with, but since we have Tara on, I suggest we go in starting with your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Owens, for helping us out today. I had a lot of concerns about the encroachments on this property. I went through the dune restoration plan. I saw that you guys had identified encroachments. So one question is, if there are encroachments, why was a certified shoreline not requested for this application? That may be a planning department. The second is more dealing with the dune restoration, obviously in full support. I presume that's being done on the private side. And how does that, as the beach migrates backwards, how does that affect the dune? And does that eventually go into, how do you deal with a moving dune that's going to migrate over time?
Okay, let's see if we can tackle those questions and comments. I guess one of the first points, though, you mentioned the encroachment and the certified shoreline. If my memory serves me, the shoreline was certified in 2019 prior to the 2019 high wave event that washed over and under the sidewalk. Therefore, the sidewalk was not flagged as an encroachment. And there hasn't been a requirement so far for an updated certified shoreline. So in terms of on the record, the sidewalk is not an encroachment. However, in our dune restoration or vegetation management plan recommendations, we identify the location of the high wash of waves. There's a blue dotted line on those plans based on a visit from our counterparts at DLNR OCCL after that high wave event, after a 2022 high wave event. And so that blue dotted line is landward of the sidewalk along portions of the shoreline. So while that's not an official record of a certified shoreline, it does indicate to us, you know, where the shoreline is moving over time. And so in our recommendations for the vegetation management plan and the dune restoration plan, we recommend that portions of the walkway, or there's planning for realignment or raising of portions of the walkway, whichever is maybe the preferred approach. It could be either. So maybe I'll stop there on that point, and then we can address some of the other ones.
Yeah, I guess makes sense. So even though the planning department knew there were encroachments, or maybe they didn't read the report, they figured there's no need for another certified shoreline?
I can't answer that question. It could be that the permit application came in and was complete, you know, prior to all those subsequent conversations.
Okay, and then when you do the dune restoration, you have to know where that boundary is to begin. And do you do the restoration on the Mauka side or the state side?
Good question. And that is the main reason we identified the high wash of waves as we knew it at the time we developed these dune concepts. Because we want to work landward of the high wash of waves. You typically don't try to establish vegetation seaward of the high wash of waves because it may not establish. So in those plans, we identified a dune restoration zone. And that's mainly based on the space we have to deal with that's available to work with right now. Then we would recommend working landward of that identified high wash of waves. That doesn't necessarily resolve all the problems for the future, because as you know, we have existing development and the ocean is moving the shoreline landward incrementally over time. And so eventually we're going to, and every property is a little different, but we're going to encounter additional development in the future that, as you described, I think earlier, and when I was on the meeting, that will squeeze the shoreline. So realigning the sidewalk is one step in the right direction. Eventually, though, we will probably encounter buildings and other infrastructure as the shoreline continues to migrate.
Okay, and last question. You're a recommending body, right? You guys don't have jurisdiction to require a certified shoreline, to remove encroachments, to, require removal of structures. You're just recommending what you would need in order to pursue with the project. You depend on the county and the state to follow up on the regulations. Is that fair?
That's correct. We're making recommendations based on our knowledge of coastal processes, both now and historically and into the future. In this case, I should say, we've made recommendations across this entire Kaanapali shoreline. So we did the same assessment and recommendations for all of the Kaanapali properties. And we were working with the Kaanapali Operators Association to do that. We've actually made a request to reconvene because it's been a few years, and are hoping to schedule a meeting again with KOA and all of the properties so that we can revisit our current status and where we're at and how we can move forward collaboratively. So I hope there are continuing to be more of those conversations. But at the end of the day, they are recommendations. And I believe the condition in the permit requires, so we made these recommendations, they're concepts. We offered to develop more specific detailed plans with each property, you know, as they were open to it or as it was required. So in this case, there's a requirement per condition to develop a more detailed vegetation management and dune restoration plan, and then to implement it. So I don't know in that implementation if it will mean realignment or raising of the walkway. I guess it really depends on how open the landowner is to implementing those things.
Okay, and last question. I think I said last question. So as far as we were discussing, you know, a lot of the things are reactionary, right? You get a certified shoreline, you have an encroachment, the impedance to the natural process is already there. You're reacting to already disrupting that process, right? When you determine encroachment, even the new condition that planning has been putting in, the C1, talks about removal of structures that are now on the ocean side, right? It's a reactionary, you're already impeding the ocean, the beach, and now you're asked to react to it. So what we were discussing was if there was a trigger, for example, 40 foot, you have a certified shoreline, you identify everything structurally that's within 40 feet, and then you develop a plan to relocate that there. So before the beach is being disrupted, you have a plan to relocate that, and then, which I didn't talk about, is the 20 foot, and this has been reviewed by attorneys and everything. Corp counsel hasn't gotten back to me yet, but do you understand what I'm saying? So you do a certified shoreline, you know where the public trust is. Once you're within 40 feet of that, you are required to develop a relocation plan. And then once it hits 20 feet, you are then required to relocate that. So these would be conditions that would avoid we would actually avoid disruption of the beach. And the applicant said they would like to hear from a coastal expert. You know, did I just pull that out of my hat, or does that make sense from a coastal management standpoint?
Well, to the first part, of course, if there's a structure that is affected by, that is interfacing with the high wash of waves, then it certainly does affect coastal processes. And obviously you would want to transition any hardscape to a renaturalized version of conditions, which is usually, you know, vegetation that is good at capturing and stabilizing sand. In terms of retreat, it's something we all talk about, us and on the scientific side of things and the planners on the planning side every single day. It's a little bit easier to talk about than it is to implement. And when we're talking about a walkway, that's easier to implement than maybe talking about relocating a building. So these are issues we're all grappling with. And I don't know that we have, you know, a blueprint for how to do this and how to approach it. So we all, including you, the commission, are developing these, you know, these plans and blueprints and roadmaps as we speak in real time. I heard you mention something about if something is within 40 feet. I do think the you know, wing of the north wing of the building there is already within 40 feet of the shoreline. So you're already reaching that trigger if that's a trigger. And I guess just one last thing that came to mind is Kauai County just recently adopted new shoreline ordinance, and one thing they included is that it's kind of similar to what you're saying, but it's for new development or redevelopment, and I think more than existing development. But it says if the shoreline reaches the structure, then the structure has to be removed. I don't, of course, think they've approached a situation yet where they've had to implement that part of the ordinance, but it's sort of thinking in that direction. That is a lot more difficult with existing development than with new development, because the existing development's been there, and every situation is going to be different in terms of the feasibility of removing structures.
And I appreciate that. And
yeah.
Yeah. And the process, if it was existing structure and it was now encroaching, you could get an easement from BLNR to lease the land to continue to have that structure. That would be the normal process for existing structures. So they could get an easement for the north wing.
If an existing structure is identified as an encroachment by the state through the certified shoreline process, then there are two ways to resolve encroachments. One is to remove it, and one is to get a non-exclusive easement from the state, where the landowner would have to lease the space and going forward. And so that's a decision by the state, and it depends, I think, on the feasibility of removal of such structure and how it affects neighboring properties and you know, many other criteria that they would look at making that determination. Something like the walkway, they would probably require its realignment or removal. Something like a building, or perhaps even a seawall, depending on the circumstances, might be granted an easement or might not.
Okay. Great, thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Owens. I want to just take a step back, that we're reviewing an SMA for some modifications to an existing property. And I kind of feel that we are drifting away from the application itself into very important categories and areas to be discussed around managed retreat and around shoreline certification. So do not diminish those by any means, but I think we need to be careful of what is the nexus from what the application is asking for to those items that we're asking to have implemented. Again, I wholeheartedly support them. I think you guys just know, as a commission, I'm trying to say, hey, let's have some table stakes and some regular things so that we're consistent. I'm just not seeing the direct nexus from what's being asked for us, our review, to those categories. I do think that if the applicant is willing to take on certain things, that's different. But to impose, I think we're missing the purpose of our role and the application. So I will pause there just so that I can maybe register. And I don't know if the applicant has any food for thought as to what they would say, hey, this is a no-brainer, let's just go forward with it to make our lives a little bit easier, and we're not debating some stuff. But that's kind of where I see we're at this point, that very, very valid comments and points and items raised. I just feel we're maybe going a little bit too far outside of what our role is for what's before us today. But
Chair, thank you so much for that. And this has been a great conversation for us as well. First, I did want to say that we will commit to the 5 spaces overnight. I think it's important. You know, the cultural aspect of our property is important to us. And, you know, I reached back out to our cultural folks and so forth, and they're saying, do it. So I'm all in. And so we will do that, and we can have that be part of the record. The other thing I wanted to say is we are committed in section 11 of the report. It does go through a lot of this, from a dune restoration and the things that we are committing to saying that we will take a look at and implement potentially. And so we're committed to that. And it's something that we came in here knowing that we were committed. So we will definitely modify. We've modified the parking. We'll modify the 5 spaces. We reiterate our commitment to 11. And we would love to be able to get the commission support. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Commissioner Dikos?
Yeah, I think you raised an important point in what is the nexus. And I just want to address that. So first of all, you're granting permission to do work on state property, right? But we don't know where, on private property. There's landscaping that goes all the way up to the edge, potentially on state property. So you need to know where that edge is, because we cannot permit them to do work on the state side. We already heard from Ms. Owens that there are existing encroachments. So essentially, by allowing this to go through with the maps that they've provided, we're granting permission to do work on the state side. So that's one nexus. And the second is the only time we get to address applicants with encroachments is through the SMA process, right? When they come asking for, we need permission, that's when we get a chance to say, well, have you dealt with your encroachments yet? Now, generally, the planning department, which maybe they have a good reason why they didn't ask for a certified shoreline, they have to request it. And we heard the state say our hands are tied unless the county requests it. I don't understand that dynamic. But so the nexus is there are two, we can't grant permits that are on public trust lands. That's just, we can't do that. So we need to know where that boundary is. And second, our Kuleana, to protect the public trust, this is where it happened. This is where we have the ability to protect the public trust, is through that SMA application. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair, do you have a comment?
No, I would just say we call for the vote. I feel like I would just say I think that it's a shoreline property. We impose these conditions on shoreline properties. I'll just say it again. So I don't think, and I just had a conversation with Corp Counsel, and it doesn't appear that I'm overstepping in this case. So with my conditions.
Sorry, question from the applicant. So in the shoreline setback rules, for the shoreline setback area, it states if there is a mapped erosion hazard line, that is your shoreline setback line, correct? I'm not sure, and Commissioner Dicos, feel free to tell me which rule you're referencing, but there's no statement that says at the discretion at the department, you can request a certified shoreline survey. It says by right on the rules, it says if there is a mapped erosion, if there isn't, and you have to go get your own survey. So I guess my question is, are we imposing, like, what is the trigger there where you're asking, where can you ask for a certified shoreline survey when there's already a mapped erosion hazard area? Because there's the question of the assumption that there's an encroachment, the assumption of state land, that's all assumptions. We're going by what is stated by the rules, by the county mapped lands, where it shows where the vegetation line is, and we're working with the rules as stated. Now, whatever is being asked, it seems like an ask beyond of what we're applying for and what the rules we're working with, and that's our question.
Chair.
Tara, well, one moment. I think Corp Counsel wanted to make. Oh, you're letting me know the court, Tara. Ms. Owens, please proceed.
Well, I would want to give the department a chance to respond, but the erosion hazard line is separate from a certified shoreline. So the erosion hazard line is mapped, and you're correct. It's where your shoreline setback area is established. The request for a certified shoreline is separate from that, but I defer to the department.
And can the department comment on that, please?
I can comment on that. This is Staff Planner Robin Lyles. So our shoreline rules do allow some discretion. And so like for shoreline rules in 12203-8, the director may require an applicant to provide a certified shoreline survey for any activity in the shoreline area, but not for activity outside the shoreline area. So in this case, there's no development proposed in the shoreline area. So normally it would be, seawall repairs or things happening right in the shoreline where that is part of it. In this case, the only thing in the shoreline area proposed is like the tail end of some landscaping, so some plants, and then yeah, it's pretty much it. So no real development over there. And so in this case, while we have discretion when there's activity in the shoreline area, whether or not a certified shoreline is required, the rules, at least as I understand them, don't allow that flexibility if there's no development in the shoreline area.
Thank you. I actually think that, let me ask Corp Counsel a question. If the motion that is on the table is voted on and it is approved with the existing conditions that are tied to it, and never mind, I answered my own question in my head. Walked myself right through that one.
Vice Chair's motion is still on the table.
Great. Commissioner Dikos.
So I appreciate that clarification. The erosion hazard line is different from the shoreline certification. I guess the question I had for the planning department is, you stated there is vegetation, there is some landscaping at the edge of that line. You already know there's encroachments based on the Sea Grant proposal. Why would you not, does an applicant not have to resolve those encroachments prior to moving forward? I know we had that with one of the parcels. They had some fees, outstanding fees for a public beach access that had to get resolved before they move forward with their SMA application. So would you not want them to fix the encroachments and have them do a certified shoreline to make sure that's cleaned up before you move forward with this?
I can answer that. This is Staff Planner Robin again. So in this case, when I reviewed it, I chose to, the department chose to have that be taken care of under that condition 11 of the dune restoration. So in this case, the applicant is going to be working with Sea Grant and the things to come back in for a second application specifically on the shoreline restoration and the vegetation. And some of the main encroachment issue in this area is the Naupaka that was cut back during the 2019 shoreline certification that has now started to creep back down the thing. So just a certification alone would have been just kind of a repeat of 2019. They'll cut it back, but then it just grows. It's a plant, it'll continue. So what it really needs to solve the problem is some bigger dune management. So the intent was to actually resolve the problem long term and have a second application come in that's worked, deliberately with the dune specialist, with Sea Grant and the applicant to come up with a plan that will address the long-term needs of that. It'll likely remove a large portion, if not all, of the Naupaka. I'm not sure. I can only speculate about what it might look like at this point. But that those encroachment issues, including the little path, all of that can be addressed in the dune management plan, which is the intent of the condition and of ultimately, I think what you're getting at is what you would like to see from the certification.
Thank you for that clarification. Quick question for Corp Counsel based on that. Is the condition for the dune restoration plan encompassing enough to be able to hold the applicant to having a managed retreat plan if that is deemed necessary, to have a certification shoreline completed if necessary? Is the wording for condition 11 broad enough that it gives Sea Grant and those parties involved the flexibility to craft a solution that is appropriate for this parcel and space for what's happening. But be clear enough of what I think the commission is trying to change in the course of protecting the public interest. And so I guess the question is the way that one condition is worded, is it broad enough, but also clear enough that it encompasses what I think, even collectively, and I'll speak maybe for the applicant, that I think in concept, everybody's probably in agreement on. The approach and how and when it all happens may be a different story, but I think in concept, I think just from what I've heard, everybody's kind of in the right direction. So I will stop and let you answer that.
I'd do my best. I mean, I think based off of Robin's response, it sounds like the dune restoration plan would suffice. But I do think that question is probably more appropriate for planning, just their level of expertise on the matter.
Then I will switch to planning. Mr. Diaz, your thoughts?
I need to work with Robin on this. I mean, do you think the condition is written broadly enough? Probably not, right? We would need something more specific.
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of the question. So the concern is that it's too broad, or that you want it more?
I guess I'm asking the question of is how it's crafted currently.
Yes.
Is it broad enough to capture what everything that's been discussed here could be requested, such as if through the dune restoration they say you need to have a retreat plan, that's our recommendation, that we know that that's going to get built in hypothetically, but also not so restrictive that it's making it so that we're being so specific that it prevents the bigger picture. I think what the dune restoration plan is, I think, intending to do. So it's,
well, I think that a managed retreat or is not really intended with this. I mean, the wording of it is a vegetation management and dune restoration plan. So it's less about removing structures like buildings, and more as written. The intent of this condition was focusing on the dune and the plantings specifically.
I guess where I was trying to go is to bridge the two together so that the concerns of if it would be deemed that a retreat plan is deemed necessary because of building out the dune restoration, that would move forward. That versus having all of these as separate conditions that from a timing perspective, from a resource perspective, all that they may not necessarily all line up. So my thought was more, is there a way that we can craft this that the commission is comfortable, that the applicant's comfortable, that it's encompassing of everything in totality, but without getting into the very specific things, because to your point, the dune restoration plan isn't a retreat mitigation plan. So I get that the two are different. I'm just trying to see, is there a hook to bridge them together so that we get the end results without spending more hours debating what I think we all would like to see happen.
I think if you want that as a condition, you have to specify it. I don't think you can like have a condition and then hope that it leads to something else, because it might not. And even if it could possibly lead there, and I'm not saying this applicant would do it, but oftentimes applicants will say, well, where does it specifically say that I need to do that? So I think if that's really important, then I would either amend condition 11 to include that or add another condition.
Yeah, that was where I was hoping. Commissioner Elizares.
Thank you, Chair. I do have to leave. I have somewhat of an emergency on property. But I did want to say, and I know we already heard this first line earlier today, but had I been able to vote, I would not support the motion. The one thing for me that I just wanted to get out there as you guys continue this meeting is the 10 stalls that are already existing. I think the community And the few times that I've been able to be in that space, we to those stalls already being 24 hours. It's almost like you're taking away 5 stalls when you only are conditioning 5 stalls. So I would ask for 10 24-hour stalls for cultural practices. I would also ask that those stalls be clearly marked with signage, and maybe using a cultural focus group or whoever has been influencing a lot of the cultural practices in the area and inviting the practitioners into the space, that they have a say into how to appropriately word the signage for cultural practices. So that continues in that space. I won't go into the other reasons why, but that's one of the main ones for me of why I wouldn't support this motion. But with your permission, Chair, can I be excused from this meeting, please?
Yes, you can, and best of luck with your emergency.
Thanks.
Okay. With that, Commissioner Dikos.
Yeah, I know you're trying to wrap everything into the dune restoration. I think we know they don't have legal authority for certifications or for removing encroachments, but we do have those laws in place, right? We have the certified shoreline, and we have the state that will deal with the encroachments, right? So until the encroachments are dealt with, they can't get it certified. So we do have triggers that can deal with all of that, and that's the normal process. We're just kind of dodging it by not requiring a certified shoreline. Then you're opening it up. Well, how then do we deal with it? So I just want to mention, if we wanted to tackle that, we already have systems in place requiring a certified shoreline. Of course, we made the mistake of not applying a date one time, and so that means that could be done anytime. So just to add to Andrea's, and then the state will handle the encroachments. The dune restoration is its own thing. That just happens independently of those two things. So I just wanted to share that.
Thank you. Again, I was trying to hopefully make it work, but obviously it doesn't, but failed attempt on my part. With that, if there's no further discussion, I guess let's call for a vote.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Kamai.
Before we vote, can you bring us up to par what we're voting on? Because we have Commissioner Kealoha's motion on the floor with the 5, right? And that's what we're voting on. Then get the main motion, which I had kind of an issue with one of them. But anyway, so that's what we're on right now.
Correct.
Okay.
So it was motioned by Vice Chair and then seconded by Commissioner Lind to accept the staff report with modifications provided. This for Vice Chair, she's indicated 5 stalls for traditional practices overnight, certified shoreline, required management retreat plan, and I am obviously missing the indemnification and the hold harmless. What do we think that?
Mr. Chair, before that, Commissioner Elizares had also a motion. What happened to that motion? And it was
No, he didn't. He wasn't making a motion. He needed to part and was basically stating he was not going to participate.
no. Before that, before you made the motion, before Commissioner Kealoha made the motion, you had a motion, Elizares.
No, he was going to second Vice Chair's motion.
But he was first. Then, yeah.
Well, I think he was going to make a motion. Vice Chair made the motion, and then he was going to second the motion. But then Commissioner Lind seconded the motion. I just didn't see that Commissioner Elizares was seconding it.
I agree with you, Commissioner Kamai. Let's refresh all these things before we vote.
Commissioner Dikos?
Just clarification. So are we continuing to add amendments, or
No, I was calling for a vote because I had asked if there was any further discussion. I didn't have any response. So I was calling for a vote, which is the condition or the motion that Vice Chair put on the table, which was to accept the staff's recommendations with the modifications introduced today. 5 stalls for traditional practices overnight, certified shoreline, required manage retreat plan, hold harmless identification, and to move the sidewalk.
Chair.
Yes.
Candace Tackerson. I just, Hopper's not here, our court counsel. Hi, Adrian. Usually he would like those conditions a little more fleshed out by the commission and not leave the department to flesh them out entirely. And yeah, and then also just to mention, because you guys were calling for the vote.
Yep, no, I appreciate that.
Yeah, just flesh them out a little bit. And then I believe the indemnification is only for new structures, but I will leave that to the commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair.
I apologize because I thought that this was a pretty straightforward, like these conditions are pretty straightforward because we see them all the time. And so I was actually trying to help us move along quickly. And I realized that now there's a lot of discussion and I feel like I'm not quite sure like why there's pushback for some of these. But I'm confused about that part, but I guess maybe to help with the language and what Miss Owens from CGRAT and the planning department said, I think the most unclear one, the only condition that we haven't seen before is the sidewalk condition, and maybe we could say something like, you know, or maybe we could use the existing condition with CGRAT. My intention there was really about working with CGRAT to make sure that that sidewalk, if it's in state land, that it does not continue to be in state land. So it could be working with CGRAT to take their recommendations, because they already made the recommendation that they move. CGRAT already made the recommendation that they move the sidewalk. So I'm just helping that recommendation move forward, so it could just be continued to work with, and they never did it, right? So that's why I'm putting this as a condition. It's because CGRAT can make recommendations, we can make conditions. So I'm open to saying something, refining that condition again to move the sidewalk according, or lift the sidewalk according to whatever CGRAT recommends. I might need some help with the words, but.
Chair, where can the applicant make a comment on the discussion?
Sure.
So 2 things. I know Commissioner Dicos keeps saying encroachment, and encroachment is determined by DLNR, not UHC grant. So I feel that's misrepresentative to keep saying that, enforcing that on the commission when there are no legal encroachments by the state. So 1, there's no encroachment. 2, there's no development in the shoreline setback area. The landscape does not qualify for development. Therefore, there's no certified shoreline required. I know you can, actually, I don't know, and this is a question for corporate counsel. What is the, I guess, as planning stated, the rules allow the requests for a certified shoreline if there's development. In this case, there is not. So where is that coming from in terms of the condition being required? Where is the shoreline survey coming from? Those are the 2 things. Because if you're going to make it a condition, it seems like there should be a rule or legal trigger for that. I guess is my question from the applicant.
Well, I guess I would look for Corp Counsel's response to that. Then we'll get to Vice Chair.
I mean, my understanding is that the commission has authority to impose conditions as they see fit, given the circumstance. So, I mean, they shouldn't be sort of coming out of nowhere. But it does sound that there's legitimate concerns that are being raised as to why they would want to condition that. So,
Vice Chair. Okay. Commissioner Lind?
Yes, Chair, thank you. I just wanted to remind you that traditional and customary practices does not only happen at night, it happens at daytime hours too. If people fish during the daytime, certain species, they come out, they sleep at night and they wake up in the daytime while some are active. So I just wanted to clear that with you.
Thank you. So I think taking Ms. Thackerson's recommendation that if these conditions are remaining, that they do need to have more parameters around them, such as what is the deadline for a certification shoreline? What is the deadline for a managed retreat plan? Leaving it just as you need to do this. So we can go down that path. I guess I'm trying to get a sense as to where the commission is at, because if the motion is going to potentially fail, and I'm not saying it will, but if it were to fail and we spend a whole bunch of time trying to craft conditions, it's not the best use of our time or the applicants, or respecting the applicant's time either. So I know we can't do a vote, but I guess is there a way that we can get a sense as to what direction we're going in? Because I would hate for us to spend how much ever more time building out conditions that aren't going to pass. And I know that that's procedurally the appropriate way to go, but I just have to respect of everybody's time and energy. Is there a recommendation or some way that we can proceed to get a sense without breaking any rules? Because I don't want to break rules.
Well, we're gonna have to come to a consensus on something here. So if your concern is if we kind of go one by one, the conditions, it's too time consuming right now, or?
I guess I just don't have a sense. It just, I don't know.
Sure.
Yeah, because it's like the whole package, right?
Sure, you're trying to get everybody's, like, where we stand on all of this. And if I can share my opinion, for somebody who, it's not a new building, it's a demolition, and they're going to redo what they currently have. So when we put in all these conditions and conditions on conditions and following up with dates and conditions, I get it, because everybody has their own objective and opinions. But for me personally, where I stand, right, like Elazar has said, I'm not going to support the motion, only because I feel like we just keep adding conditions. We have a whole lot of conditions already. Then we get more conditions coming down. I expect more coming out, and I'm kind of like,
condition down.
Yeah, I'm like, me and Mr. Ahuliko is trying to keep up with the conditions. But realistically, I mean, if they're building a new building, of course, I'll be like, hey, wait a minute now. But if it's something that they interiorly taking into their house and whatnot, I just feel like I'm overstepping and imposing when we're trying to tell them what to do within the house, So that's just my opinion, So if we keep going and like you said, out of respect to everybody else's opinion, we can go and do the conditions and whatever, keep going, or we can call for the vote.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Lind?
Back in like almost a year ago, we Four Seasons was going through the same thing, and we tried to condition the waters, and we backed off after that. So I'm very aware of what the commission said earlier. So I just wanted to remind that the chain of reasoning. Thank you.
Sorry, I just want to step in. Another alternative we could do is just go one by one for these conditions. I was just speaking with Danny, just to kind of get a temperature check on where everyone's at. And then we can kind of come to, however we want to group those together, where everyone's going to be agreeable. So that's another option.
So, Vice Chair?
Would it be helpful if I withdraw my motion? I could make a motion. I'm gonna say that I'm a little bit floored that this is the first time we've spent so much time on trying to remove somebody's motion, and I just feel like usually we would just go through with the motion, but I think that this process today has been a little bit weird. But I am willing to withdraw my motion perhaps move to approve with the department's conditions, and then we can go through conditions to make things easier for people, because I would like to move forward.
So we would need to have Commissioner Lin's second for removing the motion.
You might have to say that again.
Oh. Commissioner Lind, did you hear Vice Chair's statement?
Well, I would think what Corporate Counsel said is go condition by condition, and I'm sure we can tweak it as we go, right?
Right, but the motion on the table is all of the conditions. So what Vice Chair is suggesting, which is why I kind of said batching them all together is a little dangerous, is she's looking to revoke her motion, keep the conditions that she wants, but do those one by one after.
Okay.
So we'll still be hitting it. We're not doing it as a whole bucket. Okay, so you're willing to rescind?
Yes, I'll withdraw my motion to second.
Thank you very much. Yeah. So that motion is no longer on the table. Vice Chair, would you like to make a new motion?
Yes, I move to approve with the department's recommendations and any additional conditions that I'm open to friendly amendments, I think is the words.
Yes. Is there a second? Commissioner Lind, thank you. I'm going to go out on a limb and say neither of you really want to speak to your motion right now. Obviously, if you want to, please feel free to. Vice Chair saying no. Commissioner Lind, would you like to speak to your motion?
No.
Thank you. With that, Danny, do you want to start just reading so you have the proper language and recommendations, and we can just go one by one on the list that way?
Okay, let's start with the parking lot conditions first, since that was originally part of your recommendation. Let's flesh that out, and then we'll go into like the state certified shoreline condition, et cetera.
Okay, so the condition 15 that the department was suggesting about the additional beach parking, I have written two ways, one incorporating just the beach parking, and then a second version that incorporates 5 of them as cultural stalls, essentially to make it clear that it's not 30 plus 5, but it's anyway. Okay. So option 1, I suppose, would be applicant shall provide and maintain in perpetuity 20 additional parking stalls for public beach access available from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. located in substantially the same area as the 10 existing public beach access parking stalls for a total of 30 stalls. These stalls shall be provided in addition to any parking stalls required pursuant to the Americans with Disabilities Act. Site plans for the proposed stalls showing location and configuration shall be submitted with the preliminary compliance report. So that's as originally proposed with just the beach ones. Slight version, option 2, would be applicant shall provide and maintain in perpetuity 20 additional parking stalls for public beach access and designated as such, available from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., located in substantially the same area as the 10 existing public beach access parking stalls for a total of 30 stalls, 5 of which will be available 24 hours a day for those engaging in Hawaiian cultural practices. These stalls shall be provided in addition to any parking stall required pursuant to the Americans with Disabilities Act. Site plans for the proposed stalls showing location and configuration shall be submitted with the preliminary compliance report. 2 options.
Is there a friendly amendment on either? Commissioner Circle Woodburn.
Sorry if I didn't hear it again, but I just want to make sure that the stalls are marked or identified. I heard the site plan, but that doesn't help somebody driving onto the site to know which stalls to park in.
Yes, Commissioner Woodburn, it says the condition says designated as such, and we left designated so that it was open-ended, whether or not they want to do signage or paint.
Got it. Beautiful. Thank you.
Are you making a motion?
I will make a motion to accept or vote on option 2.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. Would either of you like to speak to your motion?
No.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, if we could call for a vote, please.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Kamai,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Okoliko,
Aye.
Commissioner Circle Woodburn,
Yes.
Commissioner Lin,
Yes.
Commissioner Dikos,
Aye.
Commissioner Kellaha.
Aye.
That is 7 ayes. Motion passes. Yay. Thank you, everybody. Mr. Diaz, could we have the next one, please?
Okay, before I read this out, because I'm taking language from the last meeting. So your intent is to require a state certified shoreline. Is there a certain timeline? Is there a certain frequency? Or are you saying the condition from the last time is what you want to impose on this project?
My intent for that is just to, yes, the one from last time.
Okay.
And that my intent there is because we know the water is going to keep moving up. So
Okay. So at the last meeting, there was the Gay Family Trust house on Front Street. The condition that the commission put on that project was that the applicant or property owner shall provide the Department of Planning with a state certified shoreline survey every 10 years or more frequently at the discretion of the department, with the first being required by August 31st, 2036, to ensure that damage or coastal processes are mitigated and prevented in a timely manner.
So you're making that motion?
yes.
Thank you. Is there a second? I'm going to give it to Commissioner Dikos. I think he might have been a split faster than you, Commissioner Lind. Vice Chair, would you like to speak to your motion? Commissioner Dikos, would you like to speak? Can you just speak to your second?
I seconded for discussion. But the difference is the Gay family had a current, I think it was 2025. So we already knew pretty good where that shoreline was. And so the next one was 10 years later. This one, the last one is 6 years old. So I don't know if I can change or recommend an adjustment to a motion I just made, but we would want, before any of the construction happens, we'd want a updated certified shoreline, and then the future ones would kick in.
Applicant speak. It'll be a minimum 6 to 9 months before you could get out there, and also you got to do it within the high surf timeline. So it's kind of an unreasonable ask to push back construction to that, especially since the construction, I shouldn't even say construction, the work being done in this shoreline setback is the landscape, nothing to do with the rest of the project. So you'd be holding up the entire construction schedule for the piece of landscape in the shoreline setback or the sidewalk. So it seems like an unreasonable ask before construction can even start. Just for the record, we originally was to come in May. That meeting was canceled. We got to June. We got canceled again. Now we're here in August. And to put that on top, speaking for my client, the applicant, they've been waiting for a long time, and it's going to have a lot of effect on jobs and everything else here. So bring that out.
Vice Chair. I would.
I think at the discretion of planning gives a little bit more, like, I mean, you can request for that if you feel like you need to.
The way the condition is currently written is the first one is in 10 years, and then after that it's every 10 years, and then that's subject to more frequency at the discretion of the department.
Okay.
Yeah.
But if if I could maybe restate what I think I heard for clarification, is that if they come in for dune restoration permit, then whatever needs to be done, the department would then action at that time for that permit. Is that correct? Or a fair summary, at least? I'm getting nods from the department, but if we could officially have that on record.
That's correct.
So to just maybe take that a step further, that if they're obviously committing to working with Sea Grant, that dune restoration project permit comes in 5 years. If at that point the department feels that a shoreline certification is required or a retreat mitigation plan is required based on whatever that package looks like, then you would action those requests accordingly before issuing the permit. Is that a correct statement?
Correct. So essentially the condition is it's the first being required by April 36, 2036, but that doesn't restrict anything from coming in sooner than that.
Which would be standard process. Does anybody have questions on that? I just make sure that was clear.
Sure.
Commissioner Dikos?
So I know we're all learning about this certified shoreline and this whole process. So the certified shoreline was a requirement, correct me if I'm wrong, planning. In the old rules, it was a requirement that you have. And I remember when we were revising the rules, I was like, why would we take that out? And that was taken out so that it was more now at the discretion of the director. So you get, you know, I keep bringing up like Kahana Sunset and these other places have not provided a certified shoreline for 50 years, even though it's been requested. And those are the types of things that slip through the cracks. So the applicant was correct. When I say these are encroachments, when you see the photos, until the state certifies it as an encroachment, it's technically not an encroachment. So I do take that back. When you look at photos and you see the sand on the Mauka side of that's, you know, it's going to be an encroachment when it's official. So anyway, just a clarification of when does a certified shoreline get triggered? And then we keep referring to the Sea Grant, right? There is a letter in our package. They requested that they move the walkway, which they determined was an encroachment. They probably used the wrong words as well because it wasn't certified by the state at that point. But they know the definition. By definition, it's on state land. They requested and they said, and the applicant can correct me, but they will remove the encroaching Napaka, but we are not going to relocate the walkway. That was the letter in response. So there's, you know, this whole talk about whether it's justified that they be required to have a certified shoreline. I mean, if we're going to protect the public trust, we need to know where that is. And as a body, that's our, you know, so to wait 10 years to have them do one, just, you know, anyway, that's.
Thank you.
My thoughts.
If there's no further discussion, I'm going to.
Just real quick, thank you.
Yep, sure.
The 10 years is from what date? Is it 2019 or from August 31st? Because it's certified in 2019, according to. So what is it?
Well, right now, the condition is basically saying they need to provide one within 10 years from now. Yeah.
Okay. If there's nothing further, let's call for a vote, please.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Kamai.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Okoliko,
Aye.
Commissioner Circle Woodburn,
No.
Commissioner Lin,
Aye.
Commissioner Dikos,
No.
Vice Chair Kaloha.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Motion passes. I'm just doing a quick count ahead. That's 5. Motion passes. Thank you, everyone. Next one, Mr. Diaz.
Okay. Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong. So we included this also at the last meeting on the Gay Family Trust dwelling, that the applicant shall submit a sea level rise mitigation plan to the department prior to receiving a building permit.
Yes, and that was a condition from the department, right, on that application. Just we didn't condition that.
That was, but like I forget who said, it might have been Candace or Robin, but it's because it's like new construction, so that's why we put those on. So it's a little different here because it's existing buildings, but essentially the reason why we're putting it on like those Front Street dwellings is because they're within the EHL, and so we want them to acknowledge upfront, like, look, like you guys are in the EHL, so before we give you this permit, you need to acknowledge that there is erosion, and at some point your house is probably going to end up in the ocean.
Yeah, and I recognize, I hear that discussion, but this property, and there are buildings in the sea level rise exposure area. I mean, there's a big portion of this property in the sea level rise, the Slurixa, so that's just my reasoning for, including that.
Commissioner Lind?
So I guess for the department, so I guess it's just clear protecting from liabilities in future. Yeah, so I think I just missed that whole point you just covered. Save. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, I could call for a vote, please.
Chair, sorry, can you clarify when was there a timeline for that? And is there any, I've seen a lot of plans, they're one pagers. Is there any?
Well, the timing is
when,
prior to receiving a building permit.
Okay.
What is that? Prior to breach.
I think the question is, prior to a building permit, is that the appropriate time frame based on this project? Because the other one was being constructed because it was destroyed. So is that?
I'd also want some clarification that other one, for instance, was the building permit was located in the Slurixa, in the sea level rise. In this case, the building permit is for actions, and the actions in the Slurixa, the landscaping doesn't require a building permit.
What about final compliance?
Yeah, so maybe final compliance report might be
That's what I
better.
was thinking too.
Okay, so should I suggest different language?
So can we do a friendly amendment? Because we only made one amendment. Yeah, so we can do a friendly amendment based on the language of changing it from permit to compliance report, final compliance report. And if I'm forgetting who made a motion on these.
So moved.
I want to say it's, yeah, I think so. I think it was Vice Chair.
I don't think there was a motion.
Oh, we didn't get
For this one. I'm sorry, commissioners. Yeah. The secretary is over here trying to keep track for the minutes later. And we're backing you up. We're the backup to the backup. I believe Leilani said that there wasn't a motion for this third one. We had the motion for the parking stalls, the motions for the state certified shoreline, but on this one there wasn't. We went right into the condition.
So if, Danny, if you could reread the condition with the modification, see if we can get a motion then.
Okay, that the applicant shall submit a sea level rise mitigation plan to the department prior to submittal of the final compliance report.
Is there a motion?
Yeah, so that was the wording from exactly the last one. I mean, minus the final compliance report, right?
Correct. The last one was building permit.
Okay, because I remember you guys worked worked with them on that, right?
Yeah, so that one was a little different because they came in for something, and so we're saying like you need to finalize this prior to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So so moved.
I had a comment, but I guess we can wait.
So if you could wait till, if we get a second, do we have a second? Second from Commissioner Dikos. Do either of you want to speak to your motion? Yeah. I'll take the silence as no. Commissioner Circle Woodburn, your comment.
Well, it's a little late now because I kind of think it should be part of the final compliance report. I don't know why it has to be before the final compliance report. Well, I think the wording was prior to.
I'll change that to, we can change it to with to department.
Okay.
With submittal of the final compliance report.
Right. So the department will make that change with from prior to with. Okay. Any further discussion? We are making headway, guys. I promise. With that, seeing Commissioner Dikos.
Chair. Since we're probably going to get off this topic, so my only issue with this whole project, I think they've done a great job with sustainability and all that, but the beaches are just not protected. And just hearing, yes, well, of course, we're going to make room for the beach is the solution, the long-term solution, and that abides by the laws. What we're seeing is from property owners that this entitlement that, well, I own the beach, I'm not moving, I'm whatever. And that's where we get, I'm not going to move the crosswalk, the vegetation, unless there's a complaint. And it starts with the vegetation. It starts with the small things. And eventually, and we know this property is going to have their north wing building, they're going to want protections for that building. So, having that protection of the beach needs room to migrate. Early on, it starts with the vegetation. And then you get incrementally, the small stuff, the walkways and that's how you get to it. Because by the time it gets to the buildings, it's too expensive and all of that. So it's a little frustrating. We know 100 million in the last 5 years has gone into this property, and there has been zero planning to give that beach room. We do know they push sand, beach nourishment hasn't been discussed today. We know there's the dredging project offshore for the whole resort, So it's this is why it's so important that we get applicants, beach owners, to demonstrate how they are planning to protect this very precious public resource. And when we don't hold them accountable for how do you plan, what is your plan 5, 10, 15, 20, 50 years from now to allow that beach to survive, to avoid beach squeeze, that's going to allow us to protect that public trust. So,
Mr. Dikos, I appreciate, but you're saying the same things. I do want us to move forward. I think we have the opportunity as a commission to vote either way. So I think unless there is further comments that are different, that I think we need to proceed to a vote so that we can just move on to the next. But if you have something that's different to say or new to say, I want to make sure that you have the opportunity. But I just repeating some of the same things. I think as a body we've heard it, and I think it's just appropriate that we just don't keep going over the same stuff. And I say that with all due respect. I want to make sure that we're focusing on getting us across the finish line, whatever that finish line is.
And I appreciate that. And maybe I'm repetitive, but we've yet to see West Maui protect its beaches, so it may be worthy of repeating. Thank you, Chair.
If there's no further discussion, none, I'll call for a vote.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Kamai?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Yes.
Commissioner Okoliko?
Aye.
Commissioner Circle Woodburn?
Yes.
Commissioner Lynn?
Yep.
Commissioner Dikos?
Aye.
Vice Chair Kalaha?
Aye.
That's 7 votes for, motion carries. And thank you again for everybody. Don't mean to be cutting anybody off. Just want to try to make us move forward just as fast as we can without we're taking the time to flush everything out. The next one that I have, Danny, is a hold harmless indemnification, but I think we've clarified that that's not applicable because it's not new construction. Is that?
That's correct. Yes.
Yep. So that is off the table. And then the last we had was move or raise the sidewalk.
Okay. I'll take a shot at this. That if the existing sidewalk, and I guess I can put in front of the property, is determined to be located on state land, then the applicant shall work in conjunction with the state to remove or relocate the sidewalk.
Is that, yes, a motion?
So
moved.
Oh, but
Is there a second?
Discussion.
Okay, is there a second? Commissioner Dikos is second. Would either of you like to speak to your motion? Having the radio silence. Oh,
I seconded it for discussion. I had questions about what was just said. So, but I know we're going fast. So I'm curious, there was mention of if the walkway is on state land, they will resolve that before. But if there's no certified shoreline requirement, how do you determine that? I'm confused.
Pause 1 second.
So Mark, Commissioner Dikos. So the high wash mark is based on not the high tide or the high tide. Can you clarify that for me as a scientist?
It's and someone can correct me, it's the mean highest wash of the wave. So it's an average of the highest tide of the year. It's not your worst storm ever. It's usually determined by a debris line or vegetation line or, sand on the Mauka side, that kind of thing.
Okay, so because from what I heard, from what Tara had said, that if in case the state can lease out if it's not within that, it's to the hotel. So maybe the department can clarify what she meant, or Tara can. But anyway, I'm okay with this.
I have a question for the applicant to maybe simplify this. If through the dune restoration project, it is determined and recommended by Sea Grant that the sidewalk be repositioned, elevated, whatever that may be, would the applicant be willing to take the steps to follow those recommendations, regardless of if the shoreline certification has been put in place or not put in place? Is that something that they would be agreeable to?
It seems like it's in alignment with condition 11 anyway, right? So
I would agree. I guess it's just making it maybe a little bit more
specific.
That they would, if the recommendation is there, that they would take the appropriate steps to mitigate
at the time of the dune restoration. Yeah.
Yes.
The applicant is okay with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
So if the department could rephrase that to just include that little bit of a clause, and by the way, thank you for agreeing to that. I think we might be able to call for a vote on that one, maybe. So I'm going to paraphrase, but as part of the dune restoration project, if Sea Grant recommends the movement, raising, or repositioning of the sidewalk. The applicant will take the appropriate steps to mitigate the recommendation or something along that lines. In conjunction with that, because condition 11 really is kind of the basis, and this is more of an output of that.
Okay, yeah, I might not have the language right now, but we'll tweak it. So I mean, essentially, condition 11 will trigger this condition, and this is just making sure that it's set in stone that if it is determined that the sidewalk is on state property, that they are committed to having to remove or relocate it. Yeah.
I don't know if it's necessarily that it's on state property. It's that if it's in the wash zone, which I guess would be state, but if it's not been determined by the certification, I guess I'm trying to eliminate the whole. Not eliminate, that's the wrong word. I'm trying to proactively say, if the recommendation by Sea Grant is reposition the sidewalk, because if it goes to a state shoreline certification, it's going to be deemed state and you're not to move it anyways. If they're willing to just move it, like, keeping the state piece out of it, I think is easier because Sea Grant's not determining that it's state.
I think that's, sorry to interrupt, Chair. I think that's already sort of addressed. It says the finalized plan shall be submitted to the planning director for review and approval. And then the applicant shall implement the approved plan in accordance with its provisions. So if that's already incorporated, then, you know, it's kind of already stated there.
Sure.
So the only reason that I put this in was because there were recommendations by Sea Grant. Two of those recommendations they followed through with. One, which was the walkway, was they didn't follow through with that. So Sea Grant already made this recommendation. I'm just trying to make sure that they have to follow the recommendation. That's like my intention. Whether that's incorporated already into, you know what I mean? I want them to follow Sea Grant's recommendations. And that's so how that's where that's incorporated. That's I'm okay with.
So Mr. Diaz, do you have a recommendation based on this general discussion?
And I guess that's why I called it out in a separate condition.
Okay. That is part of the dune restoration project. If the existing sidewalk in front of the property is determined to be located on state land or required by UHC grant, that doesn't sound very good. Recommended by Sea Grant, then the applicant shall work in conjunction with the state or UHC grant to remove or relocate the sidewalk.
Commissioner Dikos.
So it's already been recommended, and the response to that recommendation was we are not going to remove it. So if it seems like the condition should address, yes, you will remove it. It's been recommended. We have that in our application. And if the intent is that they follow through with the recommendation, then that would be to remove it, or relocate it, or raise it, or whatever the recommendation was.
Okay, I just have the department speaking with Corp Counsel, so bear with us just a moment as they discuss what they need to discuss. Okay, just another moment. Department is just revising some proposed language.
Okay, we're going to try and simplify this instead of having qualifiers. So that the applicant shall remove or relocate the sidewalk in front of the property by August 31st, 2028.
Rationale being that Sea Grant has already made the recommendation. So we could have them remake the recommendation, but it almost seems kind of fruitless. With that, before we move any further, I would like to ask the applicant if that is a manageable timeframe. Yeah. Either. Right.
Yeah, I don't even know if you could get the permits for that in 2 years if we started today. You know, based on everything else, that's how long things have taken. It's a quick turnaround.
But if you have a proposed time frame, I mean, I'm trying to help this get across the line for you.
5 years probably is doable. Yeah.
Not that I get to make that decision. So, so Mr. Diaz, if you could reread the proposed amendment. Oh, actually, this is going to be a friendly amendment because we already voted on the original language. Did we? No. Okay.
So no,
we didn't. Okay. I'll take that back. I take that back.
Okay. So final condition that the applicant shall remove or relocate the sidewalk in front of the property by August 31st, 2031.
Commissioner Dikos, are you making a motion?
Just for the record, the certified shoreline 2019 didn't have the walkway. In 2022, it had the walkway. So you can see how rapidly things are changing. So, you know, probably by the time 5 years from now, that there's probably a lot more of the walkway, but that might be how much of the walkway Sea Grant recommends, maybe that's the recommendation. Anyway, just wasn't helpful.
No, that was helpful, Mahalo, Commissioner Dikos. Could we make it remove or modify per Sea Grant recommendation? But that way it's, because it could be elevated, it could be whatever it is, but that way it's not like locking into just demoing it in that period of time without, I mean, whatever it, like to Commissioner's point, it may be a different situation where it needs to be elevated or it needs a different kind of treatment in 5 years. So.
Okay, we can add the word modify to remove or relocate.
Based on Sea Grant's recommendation.
Correct. So all the options.
Okay. No, it's 5 years long. Any further discussion? Well, actually, wait, do I have a motion for that motion?
Motion.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second? So I'm going to give it to Commissioner Dikos. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Let's finish this up.
Commissioner Dikos, would you like to speak to your second?
No, I'm good. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, calling for a vote, please.
Commissioner Kamai?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Yes.
Commissioner Okoliko?
Aye.
Commissioner Circle Woodburn?
Yes.
Commissioner Lin?
Aye.
Commissioner Dikos?
Aye.
Vice Chair Keloha?
Aye.
That is 7 ayes, motion carries. Thank you, everybody. And we got done before 4 o'clock on that. I believe that is the last item without approving or voting on the final motion or the main motion. So I dare ask if there's another condition that anybody wants to raise. Okay, seeing none, if we can call for a vote for the main motion, please.
Commissioner Kamai?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Yes.
Commissioner Okoliko?
Aye.
Commissioner Circle Woodburn?
Yes.
Commissioner Lin?
Aye.
Commissioner Dikos?
No.
Vice Chair Keloha?
Aye.
That is 6 ayes, motion carries. Thank you, everybody. I know that was a little bit long process, and it's my appreciation again to the applicant. I know sometimes we might go in circles, but we are trying to do our best for the community. And again, thank you for everything that you've done for those that face challenges the past couple of years. So very much appreciate it.
Mahalo, commissioners. Mahalo,
thank you,
co-chair.
Which leads us to our next agenda item, which is
Chair. I need a restroom break.
Okay,
but I don't know how much longer we have, so I don't know if
just director reports and meeting updates, or next meeting update.
Okay.
So that is agenda B1, B2, and B3. Do we have anybody signed up to testify? Okay. No one in the gallery or online is signed up to testify, so public testimony will close in 3, 2, 1. Public testimony is closed. Mr. Diaz, if you could please take us through B1 through 3.
Thank you, Chair. Items B1 and 2 are the SMA minor report and the SMA exemption report for July 17th through August 14th. And if you folks have any questions, let us know.
Mr. Dikos?
I do have a question on the permit ending 0096. Forget what maybe just a quick description of what that is.
Okay, hold on here.
Oh wait, did I get the wrong one there? My bad. I think I called up the wrong one. Sorry. It is 0101. 4th floor mezzanine renovation, buildings A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L at Papakea for code compliance.
Call you on your phone, on your cell.
Yeah.
For those that are online, if you could please mute yourselves, we can hear your conversation.
Colette, I see you. Can you address this? None of us can maps. Thank you.
Hello. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble finding 4th floor mezzanine for code compliance. Yeah, 1 second, Commissioner.
Colette, if you take your time, I'm just going to have Mr. Diaz cover what's on the next agenda, and then we'll come back to you, just so that way you have a couple more seconds.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. So our next meeting will be on September 8th. Some big items. First would be the EC resolution that came from Council. And I believe Jackie will join you for that portion because it is a pretty important project. And we also have the Maui Research and Technology Park existing project along Lipoa Street on the Mauka side. They already have a zoning code, but they're coming in to do some tweaks to their zoning code, and that's also a council resolution. And then I believe Greg has an item, and I think it's some changes to like ag subdivision requirements. I'm not exactly sure, but I think that's it. So 3 items, but like I said, pretty big items, and that's your September 8th meeting, Chair.
Thank you. And Colette, whenever you're ready, take it away. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Lynn, did you have a question?
Yeah, before Colette addressed Commissioner Deco's question, permit number, the county permit for the bridge, Kahawai Okapia. When is the date of construction, or do you have an idea? And I'm just curious. If not, you can tell me on the site. I can call you up, the department. Is that okay, Chair?
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
That's actually, well, it's Colette's project, so she can probably answer.
Yeah, I can answer your question, Commissioner
go ahead.
Lind. They have yet to file for their other additional permits. So it's hard to say on exactly a timeline, but I know that they were under funding time crunch. And so I would imagine pretty soon. You could follow up with the Department of Public Works. It is their project, and you can ask specifically on when that will begin. I know they do have a very specific plan as far as notifying the community out there on when they will be doing the construction there.
Okay, just curious as East Maui. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, Commissioner Dicos, the project was for modifying the existing mezzanine areas. So they did a reconfiguration of interior stairs and upgrades of the guardrails and handrails. So things that were just not, I believe, into non-code compliance. And then some interior finish work. And it was just limited to those fourth floor units. There was no exterior alterations and no ground disturbance.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you got it.
Thank you very much. If there's nothing else, then this meeting is adjourned. I do want to thank everybody for your time and patience. I know it was a bit of a long day today, but I appreciate everybody's time and participation and getting us to where we got. So thank you and see you next September 8th. I almost said next week. Meeting adjourned.